Chapter 401 Send the tailed beasts away. Immediately max level with one click. Qin Yu thought and gave the order directly. Ding dang, host, please wait. The ethereal voice of the system sounded again. The next moment, the long-awaited instruction sounded again. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the golem chain has been successfully maxed out with one click. Like a warm current, the information quickly poured into Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu opened his eyes again and looked at the free nine-tailed chakra in the sky. He flipped his right hand and formed a seal. Roar! The seal fell, and the outer demon statue let out a sharp and piercing roar. The bloody mouth suddenly opened, and a black chain like ink turned into a streak and shot into the thin nine-tailed body in the void. Roar! The illusory nine-tailed figure let out a cry of fear. However, before everyone could react, the lock of the demon statue, like a claw, suddenly pulled back, and swallowed it into the mouth of the outer demon statue the next moment. Bang! The ferocious mouth closed with a bang. The huge outer demon statue head had 9 tightly closed eyes, one of which opened slightly, but it looked a little pale and weak. Qin Yu was not surprised to see this scene. In the original work, this 8-tailed bull ghost, in order to save Killer Bee, broke an octopus leg and turned into a substitute to hide the truth. It was discovered only after the Phantom 9 dragons were sealed. With this amount of chakra alone, it is not enough to revive the outer path demon statue. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has acquired the 9-tailed chakra. Do you want to immediately reach the maximum level with one click? The ethereal voice of the system suddenly came out, which made Qin Yu's expression stagnate. It seems that this time he really guessed right. Hey! Qin Yu exhaled a deep breath and clenched his fists secretly. Immediately reach the maximum level with one click. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the 9-tailed chakra has been successfully reached the maximum level with one click. The ethereal system voice sounded again. A powerful chakra like a tide quickly poured into Qin Yu's body. Roar! A sharp and piercing roar came from the mouth of the outer path demon statue. One of the 9 eyes that were originally tightly closed suddenly opened, and it was flushed with scarlet. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and removed the seal in his hand. The outer path demon statue that had emerged from the rock layer drilled into the soil again. Watching the outer path demon statue disappear in front of his eyes, the people present were relieved and sat on the ground. It can be said that everything that happened today can definitely be called unforgettable. Teacher. Sarutobi Asuma said hesitantly. Okay, I've finished what I want to do. Qin Yu's transformation technique dissipated like clouds and mist, and finally showed the original form. Patting Asuma and Dlu on the shoulders, he looked around and said, "Don't leak this matter, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. You should know who is the best at keeping secrets, right?" As soon as these words fell, everyone in the field subconsciously covered their mouths and shook their heads. Even the 3 daimyos nodded in agreement. Goodbye. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yu's 9 Megatama Manjakaya Sharingan suddenly turned, and a strong spatial fluctuation spread. As soon as the spatial vortex emerged, he stepped into it in full view of everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone present fell to the ground as if relieved, revealing an expression of surviving a disaster. "You Asuma, hurry up, help me up!" Yahoo Daimyo shouted hurriedly. Asuma Sarutobi came to his senses, rushed forward quickly, and said nervously, "Daimyo, the teacher was offended just now, but he also broke up the assassination plot of Kazuma. Can you please not blame the teacher?" "Blame? Hanoi Daimyo said anxiously, who wants to start a war with such a terrifying guy? Uchiha Kainu, doesn't he only want the tailed beast? Let Sarutobi, quickly give the tailed beast to Kainu. Give the tailed beast to Kainu." Asuma Sarutobi and Glu were stunned, with disbelief on their faces. As people in the ninja world, they knew clearly Uchiha Qin Yu provoked the war between the 5 major ninja villages just for the 9 tailed beasts. Moreover, the tailed beasts are the lifeblood of the ninja village and one of the most important fighting forces. However, now the daimyo has threatened to give the 9-tailed beast to Qin Yu. If you don't hear it with your own ears, who would believe it? Asuma, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pass the message to the Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village and tell him that this is the highest decision. The daimyo Yahoo roared hysterically. In their eyes, the 9-tailed beasts are completely dispensable. After all, the 9-tailed beasts were captured by Hashirama Senju after the ninja village was established. Then they were sold to other ninja villages and eventually evolved into tailed beast weapons. It can be said that to some extent, many of the conflicts between the 5 major ninja villages were also based on the tailed beasts. Go quickly! The daimyo Yahua roared at the end. No. Got it. Sarutobi Asuma's expression froze, and he nodded hurriedly and turned to flee. At the same time, the 5 major ninja villages were running fast like war machines before the 4th Ninja World War. A large number of ninjas were quickly assembled, and a large number of tent camps had already been built in the Gobi Desert not far from the Land of Fire, providing a temporary rest opportunity for the ninjas from the major ninja villages gathered here. In the center of the camp, a huge tent was set up, and 5 shadow-level strongmen representing the major ninja villages gathered in this place. 3rd generation Hokage, why are you so anxious to summon us? Tianping Onoki raised his eyebrows and spoke first. The remaining few people suddenly turned their eyes and locked on the 3rd generation Hokage, with a little more impatience. In their eyes, the 5 major ninja villages are now temporarily establishing an alliance. However, in the face of the unknown threats brought by Uchiha Chinyu, they also need to prepare many back UPS before they can deal with it with peace of mind. There was not much time left for them. However, the 3rd Hokage now forcibly summoned them over, which undoubtedly made them feel uncomfortable. Although the 3rd Hokage was the proposer of this alliance, he was obviously not strong enough to obey. After all, every strong man who could become a Kage was unruly. It was completely bullshit to ask them to obey. Please be patient. Not long ago, you should also know about the rampage of the 9-tailed fox. The 3rd Hokage raised his eyelids and said in a deep voice. Chapter 400 and 200,000 man-made troops. The 9-tailed fox ran wild? The 4 Kages present had a slightly changed look, and even their eyes suddenly became sharp. It can be said that the fight for the tailed beasts was the key to the convening of the 4th Ninja World War. Now that the 9-tailed fox ran wild at such a sensitive moment, it undoubtedly tightened their nerves. What's more, Konoha Ninja Village is Uchiha Chinyu's village, which makes people smell a little tricky. 3rd Hokage, we have certainly heard about this matter, but we don't know the details. Tianping Onoki said in a deep voice, are you going to tell us now that this matter is related to Uchiha Chinyu? Or, the 9 tails has been taken away, and your Konoha Ninja Village is planning to withdraw from this war? As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves were tense again, and their eyes turned and locked on the 3rd Hokage. After all, the 3rd Hokage's proposition from the beginning was to avoid a direct conflict with Uchiha Chinyu. It's a pity that the negotiations failed, and it was also under the pressure of the 4 major ninja villages, and the powerful power of the 9 tails, that Konoha Ninja Village was reluctant to give up, which evolved into the convening of the 4th Ninja World War. However, if Konoha Ninja Village lost the 9 tails at this juncture, the essence of the matter would change. No, you misunderstood. The 3rd Hokage said in a deep voice, the rampage of the 9-tailed fox is indeed related to Chinyu. However, he helped us suppress the tailed beast. Suppress the tailed beast? The expressions of Onoki and others suddenly changed, and the 3rd Raikage was the first to lose his temper and said in a hurry, Uchiha Chinyu, didn't you take advantage of this opportunity to take the tailed beast away? No. The 3rd Hokage shook his head and said, when the 9-tailed fox ran away that day, without the suppression of the human pillar, our Konoha Ninja Village was helpless. You should know that among the 9-tailed beasts, the 9-tailed fox has the largest amount of chakra. Once it successfully uses the tailed beast ball, it can easily raise the ninja village to the ground. At this point, the 3rd Hokage's eyes swept across the scene, and then he said solemnly, however, such a powerful 9-tailed fox, in front of Uchiha Chinyu, can't resist the next look. After hearing this, do you still plan to continue to be enemies with Uchiha Chinyu for the sake of the tailed beasts? The atmosphere of the scene changed all of a sudden. One look subdued the 9 tails. This kind of thing, in their cognition, has never been expected. However, at this juncture, they also believe that the 3rd Hokage will never lie. After all, for a ninja village, Uchiha Chinyu's anger is enough to make people afraid, but the anger from the 4 major ninja villages should not be underestimated. It can be said that to a certain extent, their 5 major ninja villages are now sitting on the same boat. The 3rd Hokage does not need to lie about this matter. Humph, the 3rd Hokage, the Mangekyou Sharingan, who among us has not seen it? The illusion of the Uchiha clan is very strong, but it is not impossible to resist it. The 3rd Raikage snorted first. What's more, as long as the degree of compatibility between the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki is sufficient. Once the Jinchuriki or the tailed beast is under the illusion, any party is willing to take action and disrupt the chakra flow, which is enough to break the illusion. So in this battle, the Jinchuriki can also come in handy. As for, if someone says it can't be done, it means that you are not capable enough. The slightly long voice sounded a bit annoying. However, Onoki and others nodded in agreement. They are all experienced ninjas, and they are not uncommon to face illusions and hypnosis. And in their eyes, the strongest illusion of the Uchiha clan still relies on eye contact. It is enough to just avoid this point deliberately. Third Hokage, you also heard what the Reikage meant. We can't retreat from this battle, otherwise let other ninja villages know that our 5 major ninja villages, facing a mere rebel ninja, actually chose to hand over the tailed beast. This is simply a shame. How can our 5 major ninja villages convince the public in the future? Luo Sha spoke coldly. If we say who has the greatest hatred for Qin Yu in the field, it must be him. What happened in the Sand Village not long ago made his image as the Kazekage plummet. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Uchiha Qin Yu provoked the 4th Ninja World War with one blow and attracted everyone's attention. Otherwise, with complaints everywhere, he might not even be able to keep his position as the Kazekage. For Luo Sha, this battle must be fought. Okay, since everyone has made up their minds, I will not persuade them anymore. The 3rd Hokage sighed and said, you just know that the Nine Tails is rampaging, but you don't know why he is rampaging. Minato, come in and explain to them. As soon as these words fell, Namikaze Minato, who had been guarding outside the door, flashed in like a ghost and landed beside the 3rd Hokage. Everyone, you should be very clear about my identity. Minato Namikaze did not hesitate at all and said directly, the Nine Tails went berserk that day because of a person who called himself Black Zetsu. I believe that some of the cages present have heard of this name. Black Zetsu? Yagura Kujutsu's expression changed slightly. Although this slight change was very small, the people present were all very smart, and these changes in expression could not escape their eyes at all. It seems that the 4th Mizu cage has also been in contact with Black Zetsu, so I'll tell you straight. Minato Namikaze did not avoid suspicion and said it directly. Yagura Kujutsu's expression changed, and he opened his mouth to speak, but finally remained silent. Minato Namikaze saw this, paused for a moment, and continued, everyone here should know that the Uzumaki clan is proficient in sealing techniques. Among them, our Konohagakure uses members of the Uzumaki clan as Jinchuriki. The confinement ability is so strong that even the Nine Tails can only be obedient. However, Black Zetsu has the ability to break the seal and release the tailed beasts. It was he who caused the Nine Tails to go berserk. He once threatened that as long as we were willing to let him join the alliance of the 5 major ninja villages, he would be able to guide us to perform more powerful sealing techniques, so that the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts would be more compatible and avoid going berserk in battle. At the same time, he also brought us 100,000 artificial troops. The slightly long voice echoed in the tent. If the first half of the sentence did not arouse their interest, the last sentence made their expressions change drastically. It can be said that the 5 major ninja villages experienced the 3rd Ninja World War, and the loss of ninjas was 40% to 50%. For example, the Sand Village was almost half. At present, the 4th Ninja World War has started again. In addition to those little brats who are still learning, the real forces that the 5 major ninja villages can gather are only 50,000 to 60,000. Now suddenly there is a Black Zetsu with 100,000 artificial forces. This is beyond their expectations. After all, this kind of existence is either an ally or a huge threat to their major ninja villages. Moreover, the 100,000 artificial forces were established silently under the noses of their 5 major ninja villages, which is beyond their cognition. Chapter 403 Who doesn't have a trump card? 100,000 artificial forces? Rosa was the first to lose his temper and looked at Minato Namikaze and said, 4th Hokage, are you kidding me? To train 100,000 artificial soldiers under the noses of our 5 major countries is simply a joke. Faced with Rosa's questioning, the eyes of the cage present suddenly turned and locked on the 4th Hokage. However, the first thing that caught their eyes was a photo full of densely packed white Zetsu figures. At a glance, the endless queue made the faces of Rosa and the other 4 present suddenly pale. What's wrong, do you not believe it, or do you not want me to join the ranks against Uchiha Chinyu? A slightly teasing voice suddenly sounded outside the tent. The attention of everyone present was instantly attracted. Looking at the yin-yang faced Black Zetsu, except for Kyujuro Yagura, even the third Hokage's expression changed slightly. Facing this man who had 100,000 troops without anyone noticing, even the 5 major ninja villages were afraid of his presence, he couldn't help but be alert. Black Zetsu, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Gojo Yagura spoke first. Not long ago, this person in front of him had cooperated with him. But at that time, in Gojo Yagura's eyes, Black Zetsu was at best a conspirator with more conspiracies. Apart from the sealing technique to control the tailed beasts, there was nothing worth his attention. However, now he appears again, but with a different identity. If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid not many people are willing to believe it. Hehe, the 4th generation of Mizukage, didn't you take a fancy to the sealing technique of the tailed beasts that day? Black Zetsu smiled and looked at Gojo Yagura and said, now, I'm giving the sealing technique to you. Is this sincerity enough? As soon as these words fell, Black Zetsu flipped his right hand down, and a scroll appeared, and he threw it directly onto the table. The scroll flipped in the air and fell heavily on the table. The next moment, like a piece of cloth, it was spread out on the table. The mysterious seal recorded in the temple made many people's pupils shrink slightly. Is this an ancient seal technique? The 3rd generation Hokage spoke first, tensing everyone's nerves. Facing this ancient seal technique, the 3rd generation Hokage, who is known as the professor of Konoha ninjutsu, has enough say. Hehe, I didn't expect that someone could see the origin of this ninjutsu. Black Zetsu smiled softly and said, this is the magic dragon sealing technique, which can further enhance the connection between the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki. Now you have seen my sincerity, so you should give me an answer, right? At this point, Black Zetsu looked around the field with interest. If this seal technique can be used, I can agree to your joining. Luo Sha spoke first. When he thought of the internal and external troubles of the Sand Village, he couldn't wait to kill Uchiha Chinyu to divert the pressure. I can agree with that. As soon as someone started, Yagura Karatachi followed suit. Including the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Hokage who proposed this time, only the 4th Raikage and the 2 Great Lords Onoki have not yet expressed their opinions. However, 100,000 man-made troops, coupled with the sealing technique that can make the connection between the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki more urgent. For the 5 major ninja villages that have just experienced the 3rd Ninja World War, it is simply a hot commodity. For a moment, the 4th Raikage and the 2 ninja Onoki looked at each other and nodded in agreement, we agree too. After this, Minato Namikaze showed a happy expression on his face. Before he could react, the 3rd Hokage spoke first, okay, since everyone has no objection, tomorrow our ninjas from the 5 major countries will have the final assembly. I hope you can minimize the damage, but you can't lose this battle either. Next, let's wait for the war to come. The old voice added a hint of inexplicable solemnity at the end. Facing Uchiha Chinyu, who still has no way to figure out the details, the 3rd Hokage still lacks confidence in his heart. Humph, 3rd Hokage, don't say polite words. Let's each copy a copy of this thing and try it first. The 4th Raikage snorted coldly, took out a brand new scroll with his backhand, copied the sealing technique, and then turned around and left. Now there is only 1 day left before the final battle, and Killer Bee has already possessed the strength of the most perfect Jinchuriki. However, the power that can be transformed between the tailed beast and the human is also determined by the human's physique. If this sealing technique can be used to increase Killer Bee's absorption of the 8-tailed Gyuki's power, it is not a bad thing. The remaining 3 cages obviously had the same idea as the 4th Raikage. After branding the sealing techniques one by one, they turned around and left quickly. For a moment, only the 3rd Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Black Zetsu were left in the huge tent. What's wrong? Don't you want this scroll? Black Zetsu looked at Minato Namikaze and said, if you can use this sealing technique effectively, you don't have to worry about the tailed beast going berserk in the future. It should be okay to give it a try. As he spoke, Black Zetsu grabbed the scroll with his right hand, threw it to Minato Namikaze and said, if nothing happens, I'll go back first. See you in the decisive battle tomorrow. After saying this, Black Zetsu turned around and was about to leave. Stop! The 3rd Hokage suddenly said, Black Zetsu, I don't know what grudge you have with Uchiha Chinyu that made you make such a decision to seek our alliance. However, I have to remind you in advance that your methods and origins are hard to figure out, but I still have a lot of trump cards. I hope you don't make any trouble at this critical moment, otherwise don't blame me for not thinking about the friendship of the alliance and taking action against you. The sudden scene made Minato Namikaze's expression change slightly. Minato Namikaze was suspicious of Black Zetsu, who was shrouded in a mysterious aura. However, under the premise of the alliance, he did not expect that the third Hokage had such great courage to say such a cruel word. Haha, third Hokage, who doesn't have a trump card? Black Zetsu laughed dryly and said jokingly, but you can rest assured that I won't do anything before killing Uchiha Chinyu. I hope we can succeed in this battle. After leaving these words, Black Zetsu did not hesitate at all this time. With the chakra fluctuations of his body, his whole body seemed to melt and drilled into the soil under his feet. When Black Zetsu completely disappeared without a trace, the third Hokage secretly breathed a sigh of relief and lay on the chair. Chapter 404, There is no future in the ninja world. Third Hokage, are you really going to use that trick? Minato Namikaze asked without patience. As a member of the Konoha ninja village, he certainly knew what trump card the third Hokage had in his hand. I also hope that I don't need to use that trick, but if I have to, I can only take the risk. A trace of solemnity flashed across the face of the third Hokage, and he said, after all, even I can't guess what means Uchiha Chinyu has. What's more, that Black Zetsu, those who come are not kind, and those who are kind don't come. We still have to take multiple measures to prepare. Have you gathered enough of the things I asked you to prepare? Third Hokage, don't worry, I'm ready, and it meets the requirements of the spell. After a brief silence, the fourth Hokage took out a slightly larger scroll and handed it to the third Hokage. After the third Hokage took the scroll, he felt the breath emanating from it, nodded solemnly and said, yes, you did a good job on this matter. The sealing technique recorded in the scroll in your hand may be of some use to Kushina, you can send it over first. Thank you, third Hokage. Namikaze Minato looked happy, clenched the scroll in his hand, turned around and disappeared on the spot. Feeling the spatial fluctuations remaining in the air, the third Hokage shook his head helplessly and sighed, Minato, this time the proposal to cooperate with Black Zetsu seems to be largely due to Uzumaki Kushina. I hope he didn't make a mistake this time. Jiraiya, the great toad sage of Myaboku Mountain, has there been a reply? As soon as these words fell, Jiraiya, carrying a huge scroll, flashed out from the dark of the tent. The third Hokage looked back, frowned, and said, is there any bad news? In the vast ninja world, there are 3 holy places for cultivating immortals. Among them, the great toad sage of Myaboku Mountain can be said to be the one who has survived the longest. According to Jiraiya's narration, this great toad sage who has survived for thousands of years, always talks about the past. In particular, the sentence, I remember that in the past, the six-path sage and I were brothers. Teacher, I don't know whether it's bad news or good news. Jiraiya said with a bitter face, in the reply of the great toad sage. When he first met Chinyu, he couldn't see through him at all. Right now, he can't see through him even more. The ninja world that was disrupted by Uchiha Chinyu is like a layer of gauze blocking it. At this point, Jiraiya looked at the third Hokage and said, if possible, great toad sage, let's try to avoid war, otherwise we will be doomed. The ninja world has no future? Will it be doomed? The third Hokage was stunned. Facing this kind of evaluation, he had never thought of it. Unfortunately, the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. The current situation does not allow him to think too much. The third Hokage knocked on the table several times, sighed, and said, okay, we can't retreat anymore. Now we just hope that Uchiha Chinyu can retreat in the face of battle, otherwise we can only use one trick. After these words fell, Jiraiya's expression changed slightly, and finally the words on his lips were swallowed back into his stomach. At the same time, not far from the huge tent used for central meetings, there was a heavily guarded tent. The ghostly appearance of Minato Namikaze obviously alarmed the Anbu ninja stationed in the dark. However, after seeing Minato Namikaze's identity clearly, the Anbu ninja hiding in the dark did not do much, but let Minato Namikaze go in. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded with the rolled-up door curtain. 2 black and ink-like streaks, with a violent attitude, attacked Minato Namikaze's face. The sudden scene made Minato Namikaze's expression change slightly. Without thinking too much, he took out a flying thunder god kunao and threw it casually on the ground in front of him. The next moment, before the attack fell, the whole person disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had passed through the attack and let two kunao shoot through the tent and fixed on the wooden pillars outside. Fourth Hokage, what happened? An Anbu ninja flashed out in the dark. Looking at these two kunao stuck straight on the wooden pillars, it was simply courting death to fight under the base of the ninja alliance. However, as soon as the words fell, a figure flashed out from another corner and stopped the nosy Anbu ninja. Don't mind your own business. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina lives inside. Can't you see the relationship between her and the fourth Hokage? The slightly older Anbu said with a little apology, Minato-sama, Saki has just joined the Anbu. He doesn't know some things and will make mistakes. But don't worry. No matter what sounds come out or what happens inside, we won't ask. I hope the fourth Hokage can forgive Saki. After all, in their eyes, tomorrow they will have a decisive battle with the Konoha rebel ninja, the blood Ashura Uchiha Kainu. Then who wouldn't want to cherish it now? The truth that a spring night is worth 1,000 gold. The two Anbu ninjas obviously thought of the same juncture. They gave Minato Heibun a look that you know, and then disappeared into the dark. Feeling the atmosphere in the field, it changed all of a sudden. Namikaze Minato touched his nose helplessly, looked at the scroll in his hand, and then looked in the direction where the kunao came from. The first thing that came into view was Uzumaki Kushina, who was trapped in the barrier. Why did you come? Uzumaki Kushina said coldly, you should know that this kind of barrier can't stop me at all. I just felt that you actually cooperated with the guy who made the nine-tailed beast in my body run wild. Minato, are you crazy? The slightly long words, at the end, there was a hint of anger. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze's face turned pale. He clenched the scroll in his evil hand and said, Kushina, everything I did was for you. You have seen Uchiha Kainu's strength with your own eyes. He suppressed the nine tails with just one look. If this kind of existence is used by ordinary means alone, there is no way to fight him. The only way is to join forces with the equally mysterious Black Zetsu. At least, Black Zetsu has given us a huge boost, 100,000 artificial troops, and this sealing technique that enhances the control of the tailed beasts. Everything I have done is to enhance our bargaining chips against Uchiha Kainu. Is this wrong? Chapter 405 The Yellow Flash is also useless. Minato Namikaze, the hurried words echoed in the tent, and could not be dissipated for a long time. The torch-like eyes stared at Uzumaki Kushina, as if eager to get her approval. That look was like a dog who had done something and was waiting for the master's praise. However, the words that fell into his ears made this expression stiffen instantly. No, what you did was for yourself. When Uchiha Kainu left, he told you not to have any contact with Black Zetsu. Uzumaki Kushina said anxiously, he also told me that he would not let me die, so you don't need to use me to make any excuses. I will not want the broken scroll in your hand. After this, the scene was suddenly filled with an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. Namikaze Minato's expression also stiffened suddenly. The hand holding the scroll turned white, and a trace of ferocity flashed across his face. He roared and said, Uchiha Kainu, it's Uchiha Kainu again. Since you first met him, you always talk about him. If you like him, you can run away to be a rebel ninja, and I don't need to do so many things for you. As he said, Namikaze Minato flipped his right hand suddenly, and the scroll was directly unfolded. Looking at the mysterious curse seals recorded in the scroll, Minato Namikaze read 10 lines at a glance. For a famous genius in the history of Konoha Ninja Village like him, it only takes a few breaths to read through the ninjutsu recorded in this scroll. When the last spell seal fell into Minato Namikaze's eyes, his hands flew up without warning. The sudden scene made Kushina's expression suddenly change. However, she has a way to break through the barrier, but it still takes time. However, Minato Namikaze's spell speed is obviously faster than her breaking through the barrier. When the last spell seal fell, Minato Namikaze's face flashed a trace of ferocity, and he roared, everything I do is for you. Sealing technique illusion dragon seal. Bang! 5 fingers suddenly slapped the scroll, and at the moment when the mysterious spell seal spread rapidly, an illusory dragon quickly took off into the air. The next moment, before Uzumaki Kushina could react, it went straight into her body. The sudden scene made Uzumaki Kushina's expression suddenly change. Feeling the 9-tailed fox in her body, at this moment, it seemed to be closely tied to her, and her expression suddenly changed. In the past, her relationship with the 9-tailed fox was a bit like well water not interfering with the sea. The 9-tailed fox was just a resident in her body, and she was the landlord who controlled the key. However, now this strange sealing technique, the moment it drilled into her body, instantly established the originally weak connection. That feeling was like the taste of smooth meridians. Girl, what happened? Why can't I control the chakra in my body freely? Did you break the agreement between us? In the dark consciousness space, the nine-tailed fox's eyes suddenly opened, and an inexplicably fierce breath exploded directly like a frenzy. However, this burst of breath quickly changed the consciousness space. The green, like blood vessels, seal spells that penetrated the nine-tails body quickly absorbed the power emitted by the tailed beasts and poured into Uzumaki Kushina's body. Feeling the rapidly growing and expanding chakra, Uzumaki Kushina's expression changed drastically. Girl, what's going on? If you don't give me an explanation, then you can blame me for being rude. Feeling the breath that exploded in her body, she was plundered like a whale. This was the first time the nine tails encountered such a situation. After all, there are only two ways for the Jinchuriki to get the power of the tailed beasts. First, unseal the seal, let the power leak out of the body, and use the erosion of the tailed beast's chakra to achieve the effect of borrowing. It can be said that this is the vast majority of the ways that the Jinchuriki uses the tailed beast's chakra. The second is to get the recognition of the tailed beast like Killer Bee and become a perfect Jinchuriki. However, Uzumaki Kushina and the nine tails obviously have not reached this relationship yet. I just had a seal forcibly put into my body. I haven't figured out the situation yet, so please be patient, our agreement is still valid. Uzumaki Kushina explained hurriedly. Please leave this matter to me, and I will give you a proper explanation. Faced with this, the nine-tailed fox's blood-red eyes turned slightly, and the tailed beast chakra that finally burst out was quickly restrained. The creepy eyes closed and said, okay, for that guy's sake, I believe you once. But don't forget what I reminded you yesterday, but don't implicate me. The conversation that gradually faded away in the space of consciousness, and the figure of the nine tails, made Uzumaki Kushina secretly relieved. Thinking of the reason why the nine tails took the initiative to contact her yesterday, her mind was shocked. According to the nine tails, it felt as if it was caught for a moment. Then, there was an illusion of overlap. It was as if this world suddenly had another self. If we follow this direction of reasoning, the first person that the nine tails thought of was not Black Zetsu, but Uchiha Chinyu. It was precisely because of this reason that it reached an agreement with Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, how do you feel? Have you strengthened your control over the nine tails? Minato Namikaze looked at Kushina Uzumaki, who opened her eyes, and hurried over with a look of anxiety. However, just as the face got close, before Minato Namikaze could react, a slender hand suddenly whistled and slapped him directly in the face. Looking at the slap that quickly enlarged in the pupil. At this moment, Minato Namikaze was stunned on the spot. Facing this slap, the yellow flash of Konoha was useless. Snap! The crisp slap sounded like thunder in the tent, and the burning feeling made Minato Namikaze look confused. Subconsciously covering his cheek, he asked anxiously, Kushina, you hit me. What if I hit you? I will kick you. Kushina roared, her red hair moving without a single gust of wind. The title of Konoha's hot pepper was not in vain. The muscles of her right foot suddenly tightened, and she kicked straight at Minato Namikaze. Who told you to seal me at will? Untie it quickly, or I'll kick you to death. You still dare to hide? I'm going to kill you today. A series of noisy voices echoed in the tent. The two Anbu ninjas who were guarding outside and deliberately kept a distance from each other subconsciously looked at each other and showed an expression of as expected. The two did not have any verbal communication, let alone any hesitation. They moved a little further away again. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. At least, in their eyes, everything that happened in the tent was too fierce. Chapter 406 The Assembly of the Five Armies. The morning sun was like broken gold, swaying on the entire Goba beach. An inexplicably oppressive atmosphere spread, like an invisible big hand, tightening people's hearts. On the huge Goba desert, tens of thousands of people gathered here densely. The leading shadow-level strongman stood on the cliff, looking solemnly, overlooking the gradually gathering square formation below. The strong men from each village followed closely behind the cage-level warriors, and the solemnity on their faces was like a straw weighing on everyone's heart. It can be said that the attitude of any strong man is the confidence and determination of the Alliance Army. After the cage-level warriors present looked at each other, the third Hokage took the lead in standing out, his turbid eyes became sharp like a torch, and he immediately spoke loudly. Okay, everyone gathered here today, which means that you have made up your mind to safeguard the glory of our 5 major ninja villages. However, this battle involves life and death. Facing Uchiha Chinyu, we don't know what trump cards he has, and what means he has. At this point, the 4th Raikage stood out with a solemn look, and a thunderous voice suddenly sounded. The 3rd Hokage is right, but our 5 major ninja villages have been able to stand in the ninja world for 100 years and have their own foundation. Now Uchiha Chinyu, privately hunting tailed beasts, and openly declaring war on our 5 major ninja villages, this is a shame for our 5 major ninja villages. So, today, we gather here to wash away this shame, to nail Uchiha Chinyu to this desert, and let him know clearly that the dignity of our 5 major ninja villages cannot be violated. The slightly long voice rolled back like thunder, mixed with calmness, and it hit everyone's soul. Eyes, the 4th generation Raikage is right, this is a battle to wash away the shame of the 5 major ninja villages. In this battle, we will definitely not look back. We will definitely be able to defeat Uchiha Chinyu. How can a mere traitor be the opponent of our 5 major ninja villages? We can drown him with just a mouthful of saliva. The scene suddenly became heated. Facing the thunderous words of the 4th Raikage, it was obvious that they were eager to fight. Witnessing this scene, a trace of satisfaction flashed across the 4th Raikage's face. He immediately raised his hand and continued to roar. In this battle, we can only win, not lose. Let Uchiha Chinyu be completely defeated on the Gobi Desert. You will become the heroes of every village, and cheers of triumph will be waiting for you. We will win the battle. We will win the battle. Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison in an instant, bringing the earth-shaking feeling shook the entire Gobi Desert. Looking at the 4th Raikage who pushed the atmosphere in the field with just a few words. Many of the elites from each village following behind them had different expressions. Especially those who had seen Uchiha Chinyu take action, their eyes flickered in the depths of their pupils. It seems that the morale of your 5 major ninja villages is really strong, which is really unexpected. Black Zetsu's voice suddenly sounded. Soon, it was seen that the soil not far away turned outward, and a figure emerged like a ghost. Looking at this sudden yin-yang face man, the ninjas in the field couldn't help but stagnate, and looked at the shadows in unison. After all, their 5 major ninja villages have been in long-term confrontation for many years. They still know a little about what strong people exist in their respective ninja villages. However, the guy with a yin-yang face in front of him obviously gave people a strange feeling. Black Zetsu, you're finally here. Namikaze Minato spoke first. Black Zetsu had a hint of teasing on his face, and was about to say something. The first thing that caught his eye was a swollen, purple, fat face. Looking at this scene, Black Zetsu's expression froze. What happened after not seeing him for the whole night? You're here just now, I thought you backed out at the last minute. The 4th Raikage's face darkened and he said in a cold voice. Facing the words that were obviously mixed with hostility, Black Zetsu didn't take it to heart. He smiled playfully and said, it seems that the 4th Raikage was also very satisfied with that sealing technique, otherwise what's waiting for me now is not bad words, but a sudden punch, right? For the character of the 4th Raikage, the people present also felt the same way. It can be said that whether it was the 3rd Raikage who was killed by Uchiha Chinyu or the 4th Raikage, their personalities were vigorous and resolute. It was precisely because of the action style of taking action at the slightest disagreement that caused headaches for the major ninja villages. However, as Black Zetsu said, the attitude of the 4th Raikage at the moment, judging from the side, is that he has used the sealing technique. Black Zetsu, you talk a lot of nonsense. Are you here to fight or to talk nonsense? The 4th Raikage snorted coldly and said, didn't you say that you have an army of 100,000 people? Now you are the only one. You are not just talking nonsense without any evidence. If so, I don't mind twisting your head off. As soon as these words fell, crackling lightning arcs suddenly rose on the 4th Raikage's body. The tyrannical aura exploded like a frenzy and rolled back to the surroundings. However, in the face of all this, Black Zetsu's expression remained the same. He looked at the 4th Raikage with a teasing smile, and snapped his fingers with his right hand unexpectedly. 4th generation, be careful. An unexpected urgent cry suddenly emerged. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Soon, the soil behind the 4th Raikage was seen to be quickly broken through. A pale figure broke out of the ground and turned into a figure like an iron tower. Roar! A violent roar suddenly echoed. Under a pair of tearful eyes, he swung his big hand like a millstone and smashed it directly towards the fourth raikage. The sudden attack instantly tensed everyone's nerves. The attack that smashed down with force brought a dignified sound of breaking through the air, which was endless. At this close distance, it gave people a feeling that there was no escape. Damn it, die! The fourth raikage's face sank, and the moment he roared angrily. He had already entered the lightning chakra mode, and the speed he burst out was not visible to the naked eye. Facing the huge fist that was swung down, he just raised his hand to block it casually. The lightning wrapped around it and turned into a lightning, which hit the abdomen of White Zetsu heavily. Bang! The sound of a collision like thunder reverberated. The expressions of everyone in the field suddenly changed, and the iron tower-like body flew backwards. Accompanied by the thunder-like collision sound, the huge body slammed heavily on the cliff dozens of meters away. The huge impact force caused the seemingly indestructible cliff to collapse. The abdomen of the White Zetsu collapsed directly, forming a huge hole. Chapter 407 Cut off the connection. The sudden scene made everyone in the field change their expressions drastically. They never thought that at this critical moment, the so-called alliance would suddenly start to attack. The fourth raikage's face sank, and he looked at Black Zetsu angrily, and said sternly, "Black Zetsu, what do you mean? If you want to assassinate me, can't you use some means that can be put on the table?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were locked on Black Zetsu. 100,000 man-made troops, this is more than the ninja army they gathered here. If this force is transferred, it will affect the entire battle situation. For a moment, the atmosphere in the field changed. Hehe, the fourth generation raikage, you are really as impulsive as the rumors say. Facing many eyes, Black Zetsu laughed strangely and said, "I just want to show you whether the 100,000 troops under my command are qualified to be on par with your 5 major ninja villages." On par. The fourth generation raikage snorted coldly and said, "I can kill one of those scumbags with one punch. If you are only this level, don't embarrass yourself." This undoubtedly aggravated the depressing atmosphere in the field. The third generation Hokage and others couldn't help but smile bitterly. It can be said that the scene that suddenly happened in front of them was beyond their cognition. Moreover, the strength of the fourth generation raikage, the situation was also beyond their expectation. What if they really forced Black Zetsu, the helper, to rebel? 100,000 man-made troops would also be a disaster for them. Haha, the fourth raikage, we are allies. Everyone's target is Uchiha Chinyu. I won't do such a stupid thing. Black Zetsu laughed strangely. Did you just say that my men are just scum? You can look back now. Roar. A low roar seemed to respond to Black Zetsu's words. Originally smashed and flew, the iron tower-like White Zetsu was pierced through the abdomen, and pounced out like a tiger and leopard. A distance of dozens of meters was just a few breaths. The iron tower-like White Zetsu came to the fourth raikage again, clenched his hands suddenly, and chopped down like a war hammer. The sudden scene made everyone in the field change their expressions suddenly. In their eyes, people who were pierced through the abdomen should not die anymore. However, the scene before them was beyond their cognition. The fourth raikage's expression also changed slightly. This time he did not attack. The lightning on his body surged like a raging tide. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Boom! His 2 hands hit the ground like a war hammer. The huge impact force caused the solid rock layer to shatter. However, after the attack, the huge White Zetsu body, which was as big as an iron tower, did not continue to pursue. He stood there in a daze, looking around fiercely. The white flesh and blood in the abdomen that was originally pierced rolled quickly and healed in full view of everyone. The strange scene made everyone in the scene change their expressions slightly. Facing the fourth raikage who was proficient in ninjutsu. It can be said that the ninjas present, including the shadow-level strongmen, did not have the confidence to take the fourth raikage's thunder-like punch head-on. However, the so-called artificial weapon in front of them was completely fine after taking the hit. This was beyond their cognition. If the 100,000 artificial soldiers mentioned by Black Zetsu all had this so-called immortal body, that would be a nightmare for any ninja village. Hehe, you should have seen that the miscellaneous soldiers mentioned by the fourth raikage, my 100,000 artificial soldiers, have a different kind of immortal body. Looking at the different expressions of the crowd, Black Zetsu smiled playfully and said, "If I tell you that they can still perform ninjutsu. Can they still perform ninjutsu?" Everyone present, whether it was Luasha and others, or even the fourth raikage, suddenly changed their expressions. Immortality already makes people feel desperate. If they can still perform ninjutsu, then the difficulty is definitely not less than that of a chunin or even a special jonin. This artificial force should only be able to obey a single combat command. The third Hokage suddenly said. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of the ninjas present changed slightly, and some of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These white zetsu have immortal bodies and no ninjutsu, which is indeed terrifying. However, if they have no intelligence, that is another story. No matter how powerful they can only be reduced to beasts. As long as they cooperate properly, it is not difficult to deal with white zetsu. Humph, third Hokage, you guessed wrong. Black zetsu's face sank. However, this white zetsu is only in the middle level among my 100,000 troops. Some white zetsu in the upper level have wills comparable to humans, which is enough to command these armies. He appeared in this way, all for himself to build momentum, and then strive for the initiative in the next action. He never thought that the third Hokage would see through it so quickly. Originally, he planned to hide this point as a backup to deal with the battle situation. And have IQ. The fourth Rakich's expression changed slightly. The remaining cage-level strongmen were no exception. Raising 100,000 pigs and having a team that can command 100,000 pigs are completely different definitions. Seeing the atmosphere in the field change again, the smile on Black Zetsu's face became even more intense. With a playful smile, he said, "Don't worry, we are allies and have a common enemy, Uchiha Kainu. So, you don't need to treat me so nervously." At this point, Black Zetsu took out an ancient scroll with his backhand, which was already covered with dust. He laughed dryly and said, "Let's not talk nonsense, to prevent Uchiha Kainu from taking advantage of the loophole and catching us off guard. Now let me wake up my 100,000 troops first, and everyone will go to welcome them and enter the battlefield together." The stern words came out of Black Zetsu's mouth. In such an occasion, as long as he raised his hands slightly and laughed to the sky, he would definitely exude the flavor of a big boss behind the scenes. Before everyone could react, his hands flew quickly, and the old scroll was spread out on the ground. After forming a series of magic seals, he pressed the ground hard. Bang! A low explosion sounded suddenly, and the mysterious magic seals spread rapidly. Under the shooting of spiritual light, the smile on Heizetsu's face suddenly stiffened. The next moment, before everyone could react, Heizetsu shook his head and exclaimed, "It's impossible, it's impossible. Why can't I connect with them? What happened?" The muttering voice, at the end, mixed with a taste of madness, echoed in this piece of heaven and earth, and could not be dispersed for a long time. Chapter 408, Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. The sudden scene made everyone in the field stunned. In their eyes, the Black Zetsu was still full of vigor and vitality a moment ago. Now he feels like a madman who has lost his favorite toy. "Black Zetsu, what happened? Where is the army you just said to awaken?" The fourth generation Raikage was the first to call out. Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. At this critical moment, anything that can weaken the strength of their alliance. That's bad news. Shut up! Black Zetsu roared with a ferocious face, saying, "I have lost contact with my army, this is absolutely impossible. Except for a limited number of people like Minato Namikaze, no one knows where my army is." The hysterical words, like an invisible big hand, suddenly clenched everyone's heart. Before the people present could react, they saw the urgency on Black Zetsu's face. Without time to think about it, he just pulled away and rushed away. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves, and even the cage-level strongmen present couldn't help but change their expressions. After seeing the perverted means of White Zetsu with his own eyes. For their 5 major ninja villages, this artificial force is the best cannon fodder to deal with Uchiha Chinyu. It is also the best way to reduce the losses of their ninja villages. After all, after experiencing the Third Ninja World War, their own strength has been weakened a lot. The ninja villages are even more in ruins. If they have to experience the Fourth Ninja World War that follows, then the 5 major ninja villages may be seriously injured. It is precisely because of these many reasons. When the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze proposed that Black Zetsu join, everyone would reluctantly accept it. However, the scene before their eyes now is far beyond their expectations. If they don't see it with their own eyes, who would be willing to believe it? At this critical moment, the 100,000 artificial troops would suddenly lose contact with Black Zetsu. "Third Hokage, what should we do now?" The fourth Raikage said in a deep voice. As the initiator of the 5 Great Ninja Village Alliance, the third Hokage has absolute say regardless of his qualifications or what he just said. For a moment, everyone in the field turned their eyes and locked on the third Hokage. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, the third Hokage looked slightly depressed, and then he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I think everyone has the answer in their hearts. However, based on my understanding of Black Zetsu, he just loved his face and wanted to give us a warning. With this style of behavior, he should not let us down at this critical moment. So, his 100,000 white Zetsu army must have had some problems." At this point, the third Hokage looked around the field and said in a deep voice, "We now have 2 choices. First, follow Black Zetsu to the place where the 100,000 white Zetsu army is hidden, but the premise is that all of us act together to prevent Black Zetsu from cheating and leading us away to defeat one by one. Second, we stop cooperating with the alliance with Black Zetsu. No matter what happens to his 100,000 white Zetsu army, we will deal with it alone. However, we must be careful. If the 100,000 white Zetsu army does not have an accident, our decision may push Black Zetsu to Uchiha Chinyu's side. Before facing Uchiha Chinyu, whose background is unknown, I am afraid you will have to fight against the backlash of 100,000 white Zetsu, so I hope you can make a careful choice." The slightly long voice echoed in the sky, and it could not be dispersed for a long time. Looking around the whole scene, except for the calm third Hokage, the remaining 4 cage-level strongmen also had a change of expression on their faces. After a short moment, the 4 cage-level strongmen looked at each other and said in unison, "At present, Uchiha Chinyu has not appeared, let's go and see together." As soon as this was said, the tens of thousands of ninjas waiting below nodded in agreement. Facing an Uchiha Chinyu has already caused them great psychological pressure. Now there are 100,000 white Zetsu. If they become their enemies, this huge gap, no one is willing to accept. Okay, let's set off immediately. Seeing this, the third Hokage waved his hand suddenly and gave an order in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, the 6 cage-level strongmen present rushed out first. Following closely behind them, there were also the most elite combat forces in the major ninja villages. When they crossed the cliff and landed in the desert, tens of thousands of ninja coalition forces also exploded directly. Like a dense mass of locusts, they gathered into a torrent and chased straight ahead. The march of tens of thousands of people gave people an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. But the 5 major ninja villages acting together, at any time, is an unbelievable scene. If you don't trademark to see it with your own eyes, who would believe that the 5 major ninja villages, which have always been in war and disputes, would go to this point to fight against a rebel ninja from Konoha village? Black Zetsu's breath is not hidden like before. There are a lot of chakra fluctuations in the air. It seems that he is very anxious. He should be able to catch up. Yamanaka Inoichi, who followed closely behind the third Hokage, made a seal with his hands, suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, and looked in the direction where Black Zetsu left. As one of the 10 major ninja clans in Konoha village, Yamanaka Inoichi has enough say. Let's speed up. It seems that Black Zetsu's 100,000 troops are really in trouble. The third Hokage's expression darkened and he issued an order again. The army of tens of thousands of people, the speed of marching speed up once. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that this time the battlefield is chosen in the Gobi Desert. Otherwise, tens of thousands of people would shuttle through the forest, and everyone would step on the branches, and I am afraid that the trees would fall down even if people did not fall. The torrent of tens of thousands of people hurried for 20 or 30 minutes. After crossing 20 or 30 miles, Yamanaka Inoichi's tightly closed eyes opened again. The breath of Black Zetsu stopped 2 miles ahead, but his position seems to be a little deep. Yamanaka Inoichi frowned and said in confusion. The position is a little deep. The expression of the third Hokage also changed slightly. However, before he could speak, the 4th Raikage on the side snorted coldly and said, "Humph, he wants to hide a man-made army of 100,000 people under the noses of our 5 major ninja villages. If it is not underground, we would have discovered it long ago." The relationship between the 5 major ninja villages has always been unstable. It is precisely for this reason that everyone's spies are definitely not few in the territory of the Land of Fire. A sesame seed may not be detected, but if a man-made army of 100,000 people really appeared on the earth, then one must be blind. Otherwise, it would be strange if he didn't know. However, just as this thought emerged in their minds, the next moment they crossed the rock forest in front of them. The first scene that came into their eyes was like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting everyone's nerves. Looking at this scene in front of them, they almost split their eyes. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. But the one in front of them can definitely be called a big demon. Chapter 409 Son Beats Dad. In the vast Gobi Desert, an indescribable oppressive atmosphere, like an invisible big hand, grasped everyone's heart. Looking at the front, it was as shocking as a cliff and an abyss. A meteorite crater with a diameter of 4 or 5 kilometers, with a row of white Jew corpses lying on the edge. The black flames wrapped around his body, the heat emitted, made people sweat on their spines. White Zetsu, who claimed to have an immortal body, could only struggle and crawl in the abyss-like ruins except for making a howling scream in the blazing black flames. The so-called immortal body, under the black flames, obviously felt pale and powerless. No matter how they rolled and rolled on the ground, the black flames on their bodies showed no sign of extinguishing at all. The speed of burning gave people a feeling like maggots on the toe bones. In just a few tenths of seconds, the huge body like an iron tower was burned to ashes. The faces of the people who witnessed this scene were even paler. It was as if an invisible big hand was tightly grasping the heart. Who is it? Come out quickly! Black Zetsu roared hysterically. His round eyes were almost cracked, and he looked around the huge ruins, wishing he could dig 3 feet into the ground to find the person. Faced with Black Zetsu's madness, the people present couldn't help swallowing their saliva. If the 100,000 White Zetsu man-made army was really killed by someone, that would be chilling. The black immortal flame can only be displayed by Uchiha Kainu. He won't find this place in advance and kill all the 100,000 White Zetsu army, right? Jiraiya's voice sounded suddenly, instantly tensing everyone's nerves. Facing this scene, many people also had the shadow of Uchiha Kainu in their hearts. However, no one dared to make a conclusion easily. After all, this scene was too shocking. The 100,000 White Zetsu army has an immortal body, ninjutsu, and a few have an IQ comparable to that of humans. Such a powerful man-made army is in existence that even their 5 major ninja villages are afraid of. However, the place where the White Zetsu army is hiding has been turned into an abyss by someone. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Uchiha Chinyu, get out of here quickly, I'm going to kill you. Black Zetsu was startled at first, and then he roared hysterically. In his eyes, even Uchiha Madara didn't know where White Zetsu really was hiding. However, it was destroyed without anyone noticing, which was beyond his plan. Are you looking for me? A calm voice came lightly, shaking everyone's nerves. Tens of thousands of eyes on the scene turned in unison and looked in the direction of the voice. The first thing that came into view was a thin figure that appeared like a ghost on the huge meteorite. The calm and indifferent posture, the black and red auspicious cloud robe, and the dust-free posture made people feel stunned. In their eyes, killing a strong and immortal White Zetsu was also a fight to the death. However, if the person in front of them really killed 100,000 White Zetsu by himself, the robe on his body was spotless. It was a nightmare for them. Among them, the coalition forces of the 5 major ninja villages, according to incomplete statistics, only had more than 50,000 people. Compared with the so-called artificial White Zetsu army, it was almost a lot less. If even 100,000 artificial White Zetsu army was not a match for Uchiha Chinyu, then would they still go to die? Chaotic thoughts flashed through their minds. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at the 6-cage-level strong men. The third Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi, one of the 12 guardian ninjas, sent an urgent message on behalf of Daimyo Yahuo. A hurried shout came from a distance. The sudden scene everyone's nerves were shaken. Following the sound, they looked and saw 2 figures rushing in. Among them, the one who fell behind was Sarutobi Asuma, who was dusty and tired. After all, unlike Uchiha Chinyu, Sarutobi Asuma did not know the space-time ninjutsu. The third Hokage, who watched this scene, couldn't help but look down. This was where the army of the 5 Great Ninja Village Alliance was. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his son, came in such a panic, which obviously damaged the face of Konoha Ninja Village. Thinking of this, the third Hokage's face darkened and he shouted sternly, Sarutobi Asuma, what are you panicking about? If there is nothing important, then wait for our 5 major ninja village coalition to return triumphantly, and then we can talk in detail. As soon as the voice fell, the third Hokage's turbid old eyes lit up like a torch. After looking at each other with the other 4 shadow-level strong men, he was about to speak. He saw Namikaze Minato beside him disappear like a ghost. When he appeared again, he was not far from Sarutobi Asuma. "Asuma, is the daimyo going to cheer us up? I'll take you to the third Hokage." Namikaze Minato came to Sarutobi Asuma's side. Before he could react, Namikaze Minato grabbed Asuma's shoulder with his right hand, and the moment he formed the Flying Thunder God seal in his hand, he disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, Sarutobi Asuma had come to the side of the third Hokage. Faced with Minato Namikaze's unauthorized actions, the third Hokage frowned, slightly displeased, but did not pursue responsibility. Facing Sarutobi Shinoshuke, who is known as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, the third Hokage obviously disliked the younger brother, Sarutobi Asuma, who was a bit unruly. Looking at Sarutobi Asuma, who was running back all the way and out of breath, the third Hokage flashed a trace of impatience on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Asuma, we all heard the daimyo's inspiring words. If you have nothing to do, please step aside first." As he spoke, the third Hokage waved his hand casually, and turned to look at the fourth Raikage and others. However, as soon as this scene appeared, a sharp knife sound suddenly echoed. The snow-white cold light was like a streak, and it was forbidden to rush to the throat of the third Hokage. The unexpected action instantly tightened everyone's nerves. Although most people present didn't know about the bad relationship between the third Hokage and Asuma Sarutobi. But the son's posture of beating his father was completely unexpected. Not to mention Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, even the third Hokage was no exception. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the third Hokage, revealing a confused look. Only Uchiha Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. This Yahoo daimyo couldn't hold back and got involved in this matter. Chapter 410 The general is not subject to military orders when he is away from the army. The sudden posture made the expressions of everyone present, including several cage-level strongmen, suddenly change. The third Hokage felt the chakra hand knife on his neck, and his face was extremely gloomy. If it weren't for the fact that he was in public, he would have slapped this disdainful son to the ground with one palm. Suppressing the anger in his heart, the third Hokage gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Sarutobi Asuma, do you know what you are doing? Based on this action alone, I can define you as a traitor. If you don't give me a reasonable answer today, I will destroy you in public." The stern voice, at the end, has a sense of decisiveness. A sense of killing, before the war with Uchiha Chinyu, has spread among the alliance of the 5 major ninja villages. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the sudden Sarutobi Asuma. There was also a hint of apology on Namikaze Minato's face. If he had known that things would evolve to this extent, he would not have taken Sarutobi Asuma to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Once something happened, no matter what the conclusion was, he could not get away from it. "Dad, for the sake of Konoha Ninja Village, I have to do this, otherwise you won't listen to me at all." Sarutobi Asuma's face flashed a hint of apology. The chakra knife in his right hand did not move away. His left hand turned over at his waist and took out a scroll. "Dad, this is the resolution jointly issued by the 3 daimyo. Hand over the 9 tails to Uchiha Chinyu and withdraw from the war of the 5 major ninja villages. If you insist on doing it, the hard work of the previous Hokage will be destroyed," Sarutobi Asuma said anxiously. The small voice swept the whole audience like a hurricane at this moment. Looking at the scroll unfolded in Sarutobi Asuma's hand, after the seal on it was untied, 3 marks representing the identities of the 3 daimyo of the Land of Fire were revealed. And the content written on it was exactly the same as what Sarutobi Asuma said. The sudden scene made everyone's expression stagnate. Some people couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The relationship between the 5 major ninja villages and the 5 major countries seems to be dependent. However, if you really trace it, the major ninja villages, except for the inheritance of the shadow-level strongmen, need to be approved by the daimyo. At other times, the cage have the right to make decisions on everything in the village. Moreover, in this wartime situation, this autonomy can be implemented at any time to deal with any disaster that threatens the country and the ninja village without going through the daimyo. It can be said that in the face of war games, the 5 cage are the spokespersons. However, now the 3 cage of the Land of Fire, the daimyo suddenly issued a joint order to let Konoha village hand over the 9 tails and withdraw from the war against Uchiha Chinyu. This was undoubtedly beyond everyone's expectations. "Sarutobi Asuma, do you know what you are talking about?" The 3rd generation Hokage's face sank and he roared angrily. His right hand suddenly stretched up, and with a lightning-fast gesture, he snatched the chakra handguard from Sarutobi Asuma's hand. The next moment, he continued to cut the daimyo's oral order in Sarutobi Asuma's hand. The sudden scene once again shook everyone's nerves. This is the daimyo's oral order, regardless of its authenticity. However, if this matter is heard by the daimyo, it will damage the trust of the Fire Country daimyo in Konoha village. Bang! A black cold light, like a thread, shot out without warning. One step ahead, it hit the chakra handguard in the hand of the third-generation Hokage. With sparks flying, the huge impact force caused the handguard to fly out of his hand and finally pierced the ground not far away. As for the kunao that rushed in first, it cut through the scroll in Sarutobi Asuma's hand and pierced directly into the ground behind him. Looking at this sudden scene, let alone the third Hokage and others, even Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but be stunned. After all, the person who just took action was Uchiha Chinyu, who provoked the war. Master Chinyu, what are you doing? This is the daimyo's oral order. Don't you want the 9 tails? Sarutobi Asuma was the first to lose his temper and asked anxiously. The people present also locked their eyes on Chinyu. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were the same as Sarutobi Asuma. As long as they were not fools, they could know that this oral order was beneficial to Uchiha Chinyu. Winning without fighting, you can get the 9 tails of Konoha Ninja Village. Who wouldn't want it? Haha, don't get involved in this kind of nagging. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, Yu Huo is also meddling in other people's business. He said I like something and I grabbed it. Third generation Hokage, don't just stand there. A general is not subject to military orders when he is away from home. I want to see your determination for this battle and your trump cards. After the voice fell, Chinyu's eyes turned suddenly and locked on the third generation Hokage. Faced with this naked provocation, the expressions of the people present suddenly changed. Before they could think about it, they heard the stern words of the third generation Hokage. Good sentence, a general is not subject to military orders when he is away from home. The third generation Hokage said twice, clenched his right hand suddenly, and said sternly. I have seen countless people in my life, but I didn't expect to miss you. The courage you possess is indeed not comparable to that of ordinary people. Having said that, the third Hokage looked around the field and continued in a stern voice, this time, our 5 major ninja villages gathered here, and we have long been determined to fight to the death. I don't know how you killed 100,000 white Zetsu, but since you came out of our Konoha ninja village, as the third Hokage, I have an unshirkable responsibility. Although this ninjutsu is a technique banned by the teacher, in order to deal with you, the only thing I can do is to take on the name of a sinner and judge your crimes in the name of the successive generations of Hokage. The slightly long and eerie voice echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. Jiraiya, who was standing aside, heard the words, sighed with a complicated expression, and walked out of the crowd. He pulled out the huge scroll behind him with his backhand and spread it flat on the ground. 3 mysterious curse seals first caught everyone's eyes. The words written on the center of the curse seal shook everyone's nerves. Human sacrifice. This is a forbidden technique. The third Hokage actually needs to perform a forbidden technique of human sacrifice. The scene suddenly became noisy. In their eyes, if Uchiha Chinyu is the embodiment of evil who provoked the war, then the third Hokage is the embodiment of justice who presided over this war and fought against Uchiha Chinyu. However, now the third Hokage took out a scroll of human sacrifice. It is still a forbidden technique to be performed. For anyone, the gap is a bit too big. Looking at this familiar curse seal, Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and couldn't help but say, I say, this won't be your trump card, right? Chapter 411 The Wrong Way to Open the Trump Card. Is this your trump card? Mo Fei's strange words made everyone in the scene stunned. In their eyes, using human sacrifices was a powerful forbidden technique. However, in Chinyu's eyes, it gave people a feeling of disappointment. This is hard to understand. Uchiha Chinyu, I know this forbidden technique, and you may also know it, but as the inheritor of the will of fire, it will be the biggest killer of our Konoha ninja village. The majesty of the successive generations of Hokage cannot be insulted. The third Hokage's expression sank. The moment the voice fell, he did not care about the many eyes in the field at all. With a move of his hands, he quickly flipped like a wheel. Dozens of seals were completed in the hands of the third Hokage in a flash. This speed of forming seals and casting spells did not disgrace his title of ninja professor at all. But when the last seal fell, the third Hokage's eyes were like torches, and his right hand roared angrily and slapped the scroll. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. The roar was like thunder, bringing with it an unstoppable and awe-inspiring aura, which shocked everyone present. Sarutobi Asuma was stunned, and could not help but he said unexpectedly, "Dad, is this your trump card? Let's not embarrass ourselves and admit defeat." The small voice instantly overwhelmed the stern voice of the third Hokage. The third Hokage, who was originally full of vigor, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. If he hadn't taken his image into consideration, he and Jiraiya would have pulled Sarutobi Asuma away in time. I'm afraid the father and son would have really wrestled with each other. Roar. However, before everyone could react, 3 roars suddenly sounded. The living sacrifice on the scroll, like endless dust twisting, quickly transformed into 3 figures. The hideous appearance, under the rapid reorganization, the first scene that came into view touched everyone's nerves. This is the first and second Hokage. No, look carefully, and that person seems to be the Uchiha clan's legend, Uchiha Madara. The quick exclamation shook everyone's nerves. If Tobirama Senju is a ninja with outstanding strength in the ninja world, then Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju are hailed as godlike existences. In the Konoha ninja village with 2 giants, the ninja world at that time was their era. It can be said that the internal strife of the Konoha ninja village, the death of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, made them feel relieved. However, now such people have been resurrected through forbidden techniques. No one dared to question their strength. After all, this was considered by the 3rd generation of Hokage to fight against Uchiha Chinyu and to clean up the door. The power they possessed was definitely not weak. Moreover, if this is used as the power of one's own side, it will be a strong shield for anyone. Brother, is this the feeling of impure world reincarnation? Senju Tobirama's voice was the first to sound. However, when he saw Uchiha Madara, his expression sank, and the chakra dormant in his body exploded directly. Bang! The breath like a hurricane turned into a frenzy and rolled back, causing the ninjas in the field to change their expressions drastically. Being in this breath explosion, the feeling they gave was like being in a hurricane. If it weren't for personal experience, no one would believe that someone could cause such pressure with just chakra explosion. Tobirama, put your fingers down. The 1st generation Hokage rolled his eyes and said, I didn't expect that he would be summoned again in just one day. It seems that the 4th Ninja World War has begun. Uchiha Chinyu, we meet again. At this point, the 1st generation Hokage raised his hand to Chinyu, and the intimate look was simply stunned. Teacher, this is... The 3rd Hokage was also confused, and was the first to lose his temper and spoke hurriedly. This is his trump card, and it is also one of the confidences for the decisive battle. However, the trump card should have turned the situation around as soon as it appeared. The way this trump card was used felt wrong. It turned out to be monkey, I didn't expect you to use this forbidden technique. After Senju Tobirama glanced at the 1st Hokage, his tense fingers were released. He said coldly, that guy has performed the impure world reincarnation and summoned my brother several times. And there is Uchiha Madara over there. At this point, Senju Tobirama subconsciously looked at the arrogant back and said in a deep voice, I heard that he and Uchiha Kainu used the immortal body of the impure world reincarnation to fight several times, and they were defeated in the end. At that time, Uchiha Madara had 70% of his strength in his heyday. 70%? The faces of the people present suddenly changed drastically. This kind of thing is simply a secret to them. No one thought that Uchiha Chinyu actually fought with the legend of the Uchiha clan of the next generation and defeated him. If you don't hear it with your own ears, who would be willing to believe it? Monkey, the purity of your impure world reincarnation. Senju Tobirama came back to his senses and remembered the most important question. 40%. The bastard, he only has 40% of his strength in his prime. The guys who perform impure world reincarnation are simply one worse than the other. Uchiha Madara's face sank and roared angrily. The chakra pressure dormant in the body was directly detonated like a volcanic eruption. The crushing and sweeping momentum shook everyone's nerves. In their wide-open eyes, there was disbelief. They had never seen a pig, but they had eaten pork. They didn't know how strong Uchiha Madara's 70% strength was. But the 40% aura that just burst out gave them the feeling that it was completely superior to Senju Tobirama. Such strength is not something that even the Kage in their ninja village can easily achieve. However, now someone told them that Uchiha Madara, who has 70% of his strength and has an immortal body of the impure world reincarnation, can't beat Uchiha Chinyu. That killer that they originally regarded as the biggest helper of Konoha Ninja Village. It's just a paper tiger. The huge gap between the original expectations and the current situation made them understand that the Fire Country daimyo had good intentions just now. Sarutobi Asuma's beating of his father is even more commendable. Haha, you don't need to worry, that kid is also for collecting tailed beasts. Senju Hashirama laughed without any concern. Besides, I heard that those tailed beasts like him very much. As long as you give him the tailed beasts, it can be regarded as avoiding a war, and there is no need to worry about the riots of the tailed beasts in the future. Of course, I was summoned. If you say you must fight, then I can only fight back. Fight. Chapter 412 What is Self-Humiliation? The small voice brought with it an inexplicable bleak taste, making the atmosphere in the field suddenly become depressing. Facing the first generation of Hokage's desperate attitude, the expressions of the people in the field suddenly changed slightly. If the god of ninja with the strength of his heyday was their helper, they might be happy. However, at present, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama only have 40% of their strength in their heyday. Maybe a lean camel is bigger than a horse. But, Uchiha Chinyu in front of him is not a paper tiger. 100,000 people can easily destroy the White Zetsu, and they may not be enough if they come together. Chaotic thoughts flashed through the minds of everyone in the field, and their eyes were all locked on the third-generation Hokage. If they hadn't seen the scene of 100,000 White Zetsu being killed, they might still have the heart to fight against Uchiha Chinyu. But this scene undoubtedly served as a warning to others. For a situation where death is inevitable, no one is willing to die. Humph, a fussy guy. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and said disdainfully, the last time that kid summoned me out, he had 80% of his strength. I said that without the strength of his prime, I would not fight him again. After the voice fell, Uchiha Madara looked at Chinyu coldly, then went to the side and sat cross-legged on the ground. That posture clearly intended to stay out of the way. After all, the previous few times of being abused in private had already made Uchiha Madara's face unbearable. Not to mention, in such a public place, knowing that he would lose, he still had to take action. That was self-humiliation. Looking at this scene, the people who were originally timid, tense nerves, as if a straw had been pressed on the camel's back. Humph, we didn't expect that the Uchiha clan would take action. Senju Tobirama suddenly spoke. The moment his eyes fell on Chinyu, he disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had already arrived behind Chinyu. He flipped his right hand suddenly, revealing the detonating talisman in his hand. Without any fancy moves, he slapped it directly on Chinyu's body. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Facing Senju Tobirama's move, everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and their vision obviously couldn't keep up with the speed of this instant body technique. However, this speed is only 40% of their peak period. If it was their peak period, it would definitely be called a lightning speed. Don't underestimate them with only 40% of their strength. The legendary strength cannot be described in words. Tianping Onoki spoke solemnly. We are also ready to take action. The stern voice made everyone nervous. However, facing the sudden attack of Senju Tobirama, Chinyu smiled playfully and said, is this the technique you specially used to restrain the mutual detonation talisman of impure world reincarnation? You know? The look of Senju Tobirama suddenly changed. When he developed the impure world reincarnation technique, the sacrifices required were too inhumane and disturbed the peace of the people in the underworld. He was ordered by Senju Hashirama to destroy this ninjutsu. However, as his own hard work, or such a perverted ninjutsu, Senju Tobirama was unwilling to let it disappear. He thought of sealing it up as a forbidden technique under the name of beauty, and researched the mutual detonation talisman technique that he believed could restrain the impure world reincarnation. All this is just to let people in the future remember his highlight moment. Looking at Uchiha Chinyu, who had seen through his forbidden technique and didn't take it to heart. Senju Tobirama's face sank, and his hands suddenly clasped together, forming a seal. Explode for me. As soon as the low roar came out, the detonation talisman that was originally attached to Chinyu burned instantly. At the same time, Senju Tobirama disappeared from the spot like a ghost. At the same time, two ninjutsu were almost completed in an instant, which surprised everyone. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded first, and the hot air wave rolled back like a tidal wave. The faces of the people present suddenly changed, and in the air wave of the explosion, one detonating tag after another was instantly summoned. At the same time, these detonating tags continued to be detonated. In this cycle, a dense saturated explosion storm was formed, which directly submerged the area of dozens of meters where Uchiha Chinyu was. The places affected along the way were instantly torn apart like paper. Looking at the explosion wave rising into the sky, the nerves of the onlookers on the scene were tense all of a sudden. Some people couldn't hold back and muttered with a look of shock. Is this the strength of the second-generation Hokage of Konoha? He is definitely the first person to be able to use the detonating tag to this extent. Earth power of this detonating talisman, with the help of mutual spiritual communication, can increase the originally limited attack power by dozens or even hundreds of times in an instant. Facing such an attack, I am afraid that even Ying will not be able to escape unscathed. The scene suddenly became heated. After all, in their cognition, the role of the detonating talisman is at most to harass the enemy by surprise. It is already very good to be able to cause a minor injury. To achieve such a saturation attack in front of us, no one dares to imagine. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, the two Tianping Onoki who was originally planning to take action snorted coldly and said, Don trademark T forget that this Senju Tobirama is the master of ninjutsu in Konohagakure. His ability it is not something you younger generations can figure out. However, just after this comment, the voice floating from not far away made everyone in the field tense up. Boring. Uchiha Madara raised his eyelids disdainfully and said, if we can defeat him with just one ninjutsu, we won't be summoned again and again. Hashirama, your brother is still so naive. This reckless move is just asking for trouble. You. Senju Tobirama's face sank, and a trace of anger flashed in the depths of his pupils. However, before he could react, Senju Hashirama's roar suddenly sounded. Be careful. Would release, thousand hands technique. Senju Hashirama cried out in a hurry, and when he suddenly put his hands together, two tree roots broke out of the ground like a dragon, and with a lightning-fast posture, they directly wrapped around Senju Tobirama's waist. The sudden scene made Tobirama's expression suddenly change. He didn't have time to think about it. A strong space fluctuation emerged behind him. A figure came behind him like a ghost. The hand raised and the knife fell. The lightning flashed in full view of the crowd, and an arm even flew up. Although there was no blood splattering. But it also tensed everyone's nerves. After all, this is one of the legends of Konoha Ninja Village. He is very good at playing the detonating tag. However, if Senju Hashirama hadn't helped, all this would have happened. I'm afraid it would not be the arm that flew away, but the body and head would be separated. At this moment, they finally understood what Uchiha Madara meant by self-humiliation. Chapter 413 Even the tailed beast was thrown away. Puff! The crackling lightning splashed and raged between heaven and earth like a streak of silk. Looking at the flying arm, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and they had a deeper understanding of Uchiha Madara's words. Brother! Senju Tobirama came to Senju Hashirama's side and subconsciously covered his arm. Don't look at it. This is the body of the impure world reincarnation. This knife will not cause much damage to you. Senju Hashirama glanced at it lightly and said, however, you underestimated the enemy just now. Don't take it lightly because this kid is too young. If Madara were to evaluate, this kid's strength would probably be stronger than ours in our heyday. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to turn into an invisible big hand, instantly grasping everyone's heart. They knew that Uchiha Chinyu's strength was extraordinary. But all this was their guess. Vague guesses only make people feel worried about the unknown. But after the real understanding, what they get will be trembling. Let me ask, what other evaluation is more authoritative than the affirmation from the god of ninja? What's more, facing the evaluation of Senju Hashirama, the cold Uchiha Madara on the side didn't even say a word. This alone is enough to show that he also agreed with Senju Hashirama's evaluation. First generation, if you do this, the game will not be fun. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, are you going to go together, or wait for death one by one? Arrogant. Arrogant. Facing the invitation to fight issued by Chinyu alone. One person challenged the entire ninja world alone, what a domineering move. However, facing such bold words, the huge situation suddenly fell into silence, and no one took the lead in responding. Such a scene made the dignified coalition suddenly embarrassed. Do it! The fourth generation of Raikage roared angrily. In his eyes, regardless of new and old grudges, the only thing he could do now was to fight. He couldn't do such a thing as asking him to hand over Killer Bee, one of the strongest fighters in the Cloud Village. Yo-yo, what Big Brother said is right. With so many of us, I don't believe that we can't defeat this person. Kiribi rapped and followed. The crackling lightning suddenly surged on the fourth Raikage. His tower-like body, under the activation of the lightning chakra mode, increased its speed to the extreme. As the fourth Raikage, who was once known as the fastest in the ninja world. At a distance of 100 meters, in the eyes of everyone, it was just a blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted, the fourth Raikage, who was bathed in lightning, had already rushed to Chinyu and me. With his 5 fingers clenched suddenly, his right fist was like a giant hammer filled with thunder, and it slammed down on Uchiha Chinyu's chest. Boom! With one punch, it was like a fierce wind-like frenzy rolling back. The distance that was close at hand was also approached in the blink of an eye. However, before everyone could react, Chinyu also moved suddenly. The black lightning in his right hand exploded, and the black spot lightning mode was directly launched. Without any fancy moves, he punched him in the face. Boom! The 2 fists collided with each other, and the lightning splashed, and the heavy pressure of the airwave directly shattered the ground under his feet. At the same time, the pupils of the fourth Raikage suddenly shrank, and the words that fell in his ears shook his nerves. I caught you, 8 Tails. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment. As the combination of the Cloud Ninja Village, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee are best at the combination battle of thunder and hot knives. With a long-term tacit understanding in the battle, as long as the fourth Raikage makes a move, Killer Bee will assist from behind. Wrap the 8 Tails octopus legs around the fourth Raikage's waist. Whether the fourth Raikage succeeds in one strike or fails, Killer Bee can also quickly respond quickly. Should he pursue or pull back the fourth Raikage who missed the attack? However, the fourth Raikage never expected that this tacit understanding would give Uchiha Chinyu an opportunity. Looking at Chinyu's right hand that stretched out like lightning, he grabbed the octopus leg of the 8-tailed. Before the people present could react, Chinyu's 5 fingers on his right hand suddenly tightened, and his muscles burst out with a strong force. Come out! Bang! Killer Bee, who was following closely behind the fourth Raikage, felt as if he was being pulled by a whale. The speed of the throw was even more unbelievable. In a hurry, the 8-tailed Ushiki could only stretch out the remaining 7 octopus legs and buckle them on the ground, intending to make some buffering. However, all these efforts seemed pale and powerless at this moment. As soon as the thick ground was buckled, the solid rock layer broke with a bang. As large pieces of rock collapsed, sand and dust rolled back. The next moment, everyone saw Killer Bee, like a cannonball, smashing heavily on the deep pit meteorite not far away. The huge impact force was accompanied by a thunderous collision sound. The meteorite was also smashed head-on. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Although Uchiha Chinyu chose the counterattack time very accurately. However, he defeated the combination of the fourth Raikage and the 8-tails Jinchuriki with one move. Moreover, in the wrestling, even the tailed beast was thrown away. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Mutually Flying Thunder God Technique. The roar of Senju Tobirama suddenly sounded. The ghost-like figure appeared at the side of Chinyu first, and then reached out and clasped the fourth Raikage. Before he could react, Senju Tobirama disappeared on the spot with the fourth Raikage like a ghost. When he appeared again, the roar of Senju Tobirama sounded again. Sand Village, if you don't take action now, when will you take action? Sandstorm Double Burial. Luo Sha's voice suddenly sounded. He and Fanfu appeared dozens of meters away from Chinyu in a horn-like posture. After forming a series of seals with both hands, he slapped the ground below. Boom! The roar of the rolling rock layers echoed, tensing everyone's nerves. The ground with Chinyu as the center rolled rapidly, and endless sand waves rushed out. Transformed into 2 huge waves, hitting Chinyu head-on. The gold sand and yellow sand collided in the void in an instant, like a huge wave that overturned, hitting Chinyu. Haha, it seems that even the Jinchuriki can't hold his temper, which just saves me the effort. Facing this scene, Chinyu seemed to be completely unconcerned. With a warm smile, the 9 Megatama Manjakaya Sharingan suddenly rotated. Susanoo. The violent pupil power exploded instantly like a frenzy. The blood-colored posture, mixed with the taste of disaster, shook everyone's nerves. The ribs that emerged quickly formed an absolute defense, which made people's pupils shrink suddenly. Chapter 414 You are too naive. The blood-colored tide, like a huge giant, blocked the rolling gold sand wave. The ferocious ribs, the 100-meter body that was quickly constructed, and the powerful clothes covering the whole body. The posture like 3 heads and 6 arms showed the ferocity. Facing this scene, the faces of everyone in the field suddenly changed drastically. The joint attack of the 4th Kazekage and the one-tailed Jinchuriki Fanfic. It should be able to easily submerge a small town. However, this seemingly surging sand wave seemed pale and powerless in front of Qin Yu. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one is willing to believe it. The attack launched by the cage-level strongman who was regarded as the strongest fighting force by them, as well as the Jinchuriki weapon, would appear so pale and powerless. However, facing all this, Luo Sha was the first to laugh unscrupulously. Haha, Uchiha Qin Yu, I knew you would be so arrogant, facing such a large-scale attack, you don't care at all. Fanfu, use that move. The hurried voices ignited everyone's nerves one after another. Facing Luo Sha, who was originally at a disadvantage but suddenly became a sure winner, everyone's nerves suddenly tensed up. The Buddhist chanting in Fanfu's mouth stopped instantly. The next moment, his eyes suddenly changed, and directly turned into the black and gold eyes of the one-tailed Shikaku. Roar! The roar like thunder brought a strong wave of air back. The purple pattern quickly emerged in the yellow sand and sand gold. In the blink of an eye, it spread to the buried Susanoo. However, before everyone could react, Fanfu's body, under the endless yellow sand, was instantly shaped into Shikaku's huge body. The huge body of 100 meters, covered with purple patterns all over the body, exudes a weird smell everywhere. Damn human, dare to control me by force, I will not forgive you. Shikaku's roar echoed in the sky. Everyone's nerves were tense at once. After all, it was different from the perfect Jinchuriki of the Cloud Ninja village. Fanfu was able to communicate with the One Tail, but he was not completely recognized by Shikaku. What if Shikaku couldn't think it through and chose to run away at this critical moment? That would be a disaster. However, facing all this, Luosha didn't take it to heart at all. Not long ago, he got the seal for the tailed beast from Black Zetsu. He had tested it himself, and its power was self-evident. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk of putting his chips on Fanfic at this critical moment. As soon as this thought flashed through Luosha's mind, a Buddhist chanting sound suddenly rang out again. However, this time it was obviously from Shikaku's mouth. The black and gold eyes that had burst into tears became clear at this moment. A pair of huge front claws inserted into the mud and sand, and the next moment they roared angrily. Sand Desert Layer Burial Seal. The yellow sand and sand gold that originally buried Susanoo were moved in an instant. Like a carp rolling, the moment it suddenly tumbled up, it turned into a frenzy, directly burying Susanoo's body. In a blink of an eye, a huge desert pyramid of 100 meters was directly condensed. At the same time, the purple curse seal that appeared on Shikaku-sha's body seemed to come alive, and spread rapidly to the desert pyramid with a swift posture. The speed was so fast that when everyone came to their senses, the sealing barrier was directly condensed. Seeing that the attack was successful, Luosha's face flashed a trace of ecstasy. Even Uchiha Madara, who was sitting cross-legged beside him, withdrew and retreated away from the battle circle because of the sudden attack in front of him. Facing the sealing technique condensed with the power of the tailed beast, his eyebrows were also raised. If you don't take action now, when will you take action? Luosha succeeded in one strike. At this time, for him, it was a highlight moment. As soon as these words fell, the 2 scepters Onoki, who were not far away, also rushed to the side of the desert pyramid like a ghost. He pressed his hands on the pyramid and shouted loudly. Earth Escape Super Heavy Rock Technique. Boom! The rock layer ground roared, and the huge pyramid of 100 meters, under the super heavy rock technique, the weight increased by dozens of times. It felt like it weighed tens of millions of pounds. The original sealing power became even more indestructible. Roar! A series of tearful roars suddenly came out. The 5-tailed Mu Wang, the 6-tailed rhino dog, and the 8-tailed cow ghost appeared instantly. After obtaining the sealing technique of Black Zetsu, the control and transformation of the tailed beasts obviously reached the extreme. Along with the stern roar, the bloody mouth suddenly bluffed, and the violent chakra like a tide accumulated crazily. The sudden scene fell into the eyes of the ninja coalition, and some ninjas with a little more experience suddenly changed their expressions. This is a tailed beast cannon that can destroy the ninja village. Let's retreat quickly. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves seemed to be touched. Without time to think, they quickly pulled back, and the huge formation became completely panicked. However, seeing the four-tailed beasts using the tailed beast jade at the same time, Luo Sha's face suddenly sank, and he hurriedly looked at the third generation of Hokage. Konoha village, your 9 tails will not take action now, when will it be? In Luo Sha's eyes, from the moment the sudden attack to lure the enemy was launched, Uchiha Chinyu, who was invincible in the eyes of outsiders, was taken into account by him. It can be said that if this battle can be successful, then Luo Sha will become the most prestigious ninja in the ninja world. Those voices that are unfavorable to him in the village will also shut up and disappear. Under his leadership, the Sand Village can also rise like the sun. Moreover, according to the agreement, whoever defeats Uchiha Chinyu will have the first choice of the tailed beast he has. Once that time comes, their Sand Village will have the second tailed beast. As long as the Jinchuriki is created, under the proven tailed beast sealing technique provided by Black Zetsu, the strength of their Sand Village will be further improved, and it will become the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world. At that time, the Sand Village will be like the Konoha village that day, with both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. He, Raza, will also become the greatest wind shadow in the history of the Sand Village. However, as soon as this thought came up, before Raza could react, a violent chakra exploded in Uzumaki Kushina's body. Like a raging tide rising to the sky, it was filled with all kinds of negative disasters. The scarlet chakra quickly swirled and condensed in the void, and in an instant it turned into a vague 9-tailed posture. A pair of tearful eyes like a blood moon, after looking around the entire battlefield, instantly locked on the huge pyramid with high hopes, and a hoarse voice suddenly came out. You are too naive. Do you think that you can suppress him with just this little thing? Chapter 415 The Tailed Beast Like a Dead Dog. Too naive. The disdainful words echoed in the sky like thunder and did not dissipate for a long time. Many people subconsciously looked at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. After all, the two of them were hailed as the top of the former ninja world, and all opinions would become the most important criteria. However, what caught their eyes was Senju Hashirama, who was slightly helpless and touched his nose. While the expressions of the people in the field changed slightly, Luo Sha on the side was the first to roar angrily. Damn guy, it is buying time for Uchiha Chinyu. He is now suppressed by the sealing technique of Fenfu. Under the tailed beast jade, I don't believe that Susanoo alone can save him. With the hysterical roar, everyone's nerves were tense again. Seeing this, Luo Sha roared again with a ferocious look on his face. Do it. The continuous urging instantly made the 4 Jinchuriki tense up. Looking at the sandstorm pyramid in front of them, a hint of cruelty flashed in the depths of their pupils. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. At this point, there is no way back. What's more, facing the 4 Jinchuriki joining forces, they don't believe that Uchiha Chinyu can really withstand the attack. Tailed Beast Cannon. The 4 tailed beasts roared in unison, their bloody mouths opened, and endless chakra gathered and compressed in their mouths. Looking at the rapidly formed tailed beast cannon, the overflowing destructive aura permeated the 4 directions of the sky. Buzz. A slight air vibration sound suddenly came out, and the 4-tailed beast cannons obviously reached the critical point. The 4-tailed beast's eyes lit up, and after reflecting the motionless sandstorm pyramid, they moved instantly. Puff. The 4-tailed beasts opened and closed their mouths suddenly, and the tailed beast jade compressed to the extreme, like a cannonball, instantly tore through the air and flew out. The ripples of air that were stirred up quickly rolled back in all directions. The distance of 500 or 600 meters was only a blink of an eye under the 4 whistling tailed beasts. Looking at the next moment, the tailed beasts would collide with each other, whether it was the 4 Jinchuriki or Luo Sha and others. Even the ninja coalition farther away had an inexplicable urgency on their faces. They were eager to know who was more naive in the 9 tails words. However, as soon as this thought emerged in their minds, before they could react, a series of sonic booms tore through. Bang, bang, bang. The thick pyramid wall was instantly pierced. The blood-colored chain, like a dragon out of the sea, hit the incoming tailed beast head-on with lightning speed. Bang! The seemingly sharp and unparalleled tailed beast was instantly pierced in one encounter. Boom! The thunderous explosion detonated directly, and the raging waves turned into a 12-level hurricane. The flames that shot up into the sky turned into a sea of fire in an instant. 4 blood-colored chains that seemed indestructible, but in an instant, penetrated the endless flames and appeared in front of the 4-tailed beasts. Feeling the breath emanating from the chains, a trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the tailed beasts. However, at this close distance, all efforts seemed pale and powerless. As the golem chain approached, the speed increased dramatically. Like a venomous snake, it quickly wrapped around the neck of the tailed beast. The four-tailed beasts, when they touched the golem chain, the chakra in their bodies was like sinking into a deep quagmire. All the strength in their bodies was imprisoned in an instant. "Come here." The light voice, at this moment, seemed to have the taste of waiting for me without doubt. The moment the voice fell, the blood-colored chain suddenly tightened without any fancy moves. Four huge-tailed beasts, as big as hills, were pulled over. It gave people the feeling that the tailed beasts were like dogs, and they looked pale and powerless in front of the four blood-colored chains. Roar! The low roar instantly detonated the silence in the field. The sandstorm pyramid that was originally pierced spread spider-web-like cracks. The next moment, a huge palm like a dead tree pierced through. The defense that they regarded as indestructible was pulled by two big hands, accompanied by a rolling roar, and suddenly torn apart in full view of the crowd. Yellow sand flew all over the sky, pouring down like a rainstorm. The outer path demon statue, which was much larger than the tailed beast, broke out of the ground directly. The five eyes that opened, the scarlet blood flowing, gave people a creepy feeling. The tailed beast, like a dead dog, was pulled to the front. However, the people present, whether it was Luasha and others or the ninja coalition, even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, their eyes suddenly turned and locked onto the outer path demon statue, the thin figure. The snow-white eyes, the rotating 9 megatama, when the four eyes met, the soul seemed to be shaken. This is the samsara eye of the six-path sage. An unexpected exclamation tightened everyone's nerves. In the 5 cage talks held in Konoha village, they had seen it on Uzumaki Nagato. However, facing this so-called leader of the Akatsuki organization, they were shocked and surprised, but not to the extent of awe. However, when this pair of eyes fell on Shinyu, the meaning was completely different. A pair of 9 megatama Manjakaya. Sharingan has already made the ninja world terrified. Now there is another pair of samsara eyes. What level of strength will it reach? That is totally beyond description. It is impossible, you can't open the samsara eye. Uchiha Madara's face changed, and he roared in a hurry. Facing this junior, he has always been determined to avenge his previous shame. No matter how many times they meet, this will not change. However, this idea has become more and more extravagant with each meeting. Facing the Uchiha Shinyu, who has become stronger and more unfathomable. When he saw this pair of samsara eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little desperate in his heart. The sudden scene made everyone in the field stunned. Facing the legend of the Uchiha clan, he behaved so badly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this was true? Madara, isn't this your eye? Black Zetsu, who had been holding back his murderous intent and was about to find an opportunity to attack, suddenly changed his expression and asked in a hurry. As the most powerful behind-the-scenes mastermind who has lived for thousands of years, Samsara's number of times the eye appears is also very few. If Uchiha Madara had not opened the samsara eye by chance, Black Zetsu would not have known that there was such a way. However, this link, which he originally regarded as a secret, was broken one after another by the young man in front of him. If you don't trademark see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? After all, having the samsara eye means that Uchiha Shinyu has the opportunity to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Facing Shinyu, who has done amazing things time and time again, Black Zetsu dare not gamble. Chapter 416, The Last Confidence. The hysterical questioning voices echoed in the four directions of the sky. Everyone trademark's eyes turned and locked on Uchiha Madara. Facing this legend of the Uchiha clan, they never thought that there was such an inside story. No, these are not my eyes. Uchiha Madara had a trace of madness on his face, staring straight at Uchiha Shinyu, shaking his head and roaring, "Who are you? Why do you know everything?" Facing this junior who can give people a sense of stability and strategy every time he appears. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a trace of inexplicable powerlessness and despair in his heart. Hehe, do you still need to ask this? I am a member of the Uchiha clan. Shinyu smiled warmly, but looked at Black Zetsu not far away and said, Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara is stupid, thinking that you are the successor of his will. However, I am different from him. I have survived until now by relying on my brain. I really want to know what trump card you have, so that you still have the confidence this time and don't choose to run away. Whether it is the first meeting or the continuous fights. Black Zetsu is the first to escape when he sees that the situation is not right. However, at the moment, whether the 100,000 white Zetsu troops disappeared or the four-tailed beasts joined forces and were captured directly. For Black Zetsu, who originally liked to retreat as the best strategy, he still stayed on the battlefield. That was because something was wrong. Isn't he the product of my will? Uchiha Madara's expression stagnated, and he said, "It's impossible. Before I was killed by you, I clearly infused my will into his body. This is my clone." Uchiha Madara roared while impatiently forming a series of seals. However, when the last seal in his hand fell, Black Zetsu, who was not far away, still stood there indifferently. No matter how Uchiha Madara gave orders, everything seemed pale and powerless. At this point, let alone Uchiha Madara, even the crowd eating melons in the field suddenly understood that Uchiha Madara might have been deceived again. Feeling the changes in the surrounding sight, a trace of anger flashed across Uchiha Madara's face. He took a step forward, like a ghost, and performed the instant body technique, appearing more than 10 meters away from Black Zetsu. His hands quickly flew up like wheels, forming a series of seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. The hot chakra condensed frantically in Uchiha Madara's mouth, and the next moment it was swallowed and spit out. The fireball with a diameter of tens of meters condensed in an instant, and the hot air wave rolled down. It crushed Black Zetsu with a crushing posture. The sudden scene surprised many people. In their eyes, Black Zetsu was their ally to fight against Uchiha Chinyu. Uchiha Madara, who was reborn from the impure world reincarnation, was the trump card of the third Hokage. However, now there was an internal conflict in public. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this was true? Third Hokage. Luo Sha's expression changed and he shouted anxiously. Facing Uchiha Chinyu, who easily subdued the four-tailed beasts, the Jinchuriki had no reaction. Black Zetsu is hard to figure out, but as long as he has more strength, he will have a chance of winning. However, the scene that caught my eye was Senju Hashirama's move to stop him. Don't you understand what the nine tails means by innocence? Since the tailed beasts have fallen into Chinyu's hands, I advise you not to make any more moves. He doesn't take you seriously at all. After speaking, Senju Hashirama's eyes suddenly turned and fell on Uchiha Madara, saying in a deep voice, "Madara is now at the level of running away. If you forcibly stop him, I'm afraid he will go crazy and attack you. What I want to know most now is what this kid in front of me is up to." Wood release, Woodman technique. Black Zetsu roared, and his hands suddenly clasped together, and his muscles in his body squirmed, instantly moving the ground under his feet. A huge tree root like a dragon broke through the rock layer and turned into a big hand, grabbing the incoming fireball. At the same time, a huge wooden man of 100 meters appeared. Bang! The fireball was crushed and turned into a sky full of flames that dissipated between heaven and earth. The faces of the people present suddenly changed. A low voice came from the wooden man. "Black Zetsu, everything is ready." Danzo. Looking at this uninvited guest, the third-generation Hokage was stunned at first, and his face suddenly changed drastically. Facing Danzo, the conspirator, now interfering, it is obviously a troublemaker. "Haha, Danzo, you have come out with this troublemaker. It seems that you are ready to deal with me with a confident killer. I hope you won't let me down. This time, I won't let you run away like a street rat like before." Uchiha Chinyu smiled and looked at Danzo. The small voice once again tensed everyone's nerves. After seeing Uchiha Chinyu's strength with his own eyes, he still dared to stand up and show his trump card. That means that this trump card is extraordinary. Listening to the still light and calm voice, Danzo's face could not help but sink. It can be said that the biggest mistake he made in his life was to underestimate Uchiha Chinyu's strength. If he could calculate it again, he would definitely strangle Chinyu to death in the cradle. However, facing the despair for a while, the last killer proposed by Black Zetsu not long ago gave him a little more hope and urgency. Once this technique is successfully performed, despair will be waiting for Uchiha Chinyu. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Danzo's ugly face. After looking at Chinyu, he immediately looked at his old rival, the third Hokage, and said, "Hiruzen, I didn't expect that you would be at the end of your rope and even use the teacher's forbidden technique. Earl Hawkeye couldn't trademark T become the Hokage back then. This time, I want to prove that the teacher is blind." If I become the Hokage, I will be 100 times stronger than you. Just watch, this is the ancient ninjutsu we prepared to deal with this arrogant guy. As long as I kill him, I will become a hero in the ninja world. The long voice was a little hysterical at the end. Danzo didn't trademark delay anymore. In the backhand, an ancient scroll fell directly into his hand and quickly spread out on the wooden man trademark's head. At the same time, he took out another brand new scroll and bit it in his mouth with his backhand. When the scroll was hanging down and spread out, Danzo trademark's hands flew quickly, forming a series of seals. The next moment, without any fancy, he roared angrily. Summoning Technique. Chapter 417 The Worst Three Sons. Summoning Technique. He roared continuously, with a sense of absolute unparalleledness. The moment Danzo suddenly put his hands together, the scroll in his mouth exploded with a white mist. The next moment, one by one, the worn-out vessels were summoned directly. Each vessel had various mysterious patterns on it. That was the 9 dragons sealing demon pot that was broken during the sealing of the 3 tails. How did Danzo get it? That trademark's the magic flame ironkin that seals the 2 tail. That trademark's the one that seals the 6 tail. A series of exclamations came from the mouths of several cages. Before the previous Jinchuriki died and the successor Jinchuriki was found. They usually use vessels to seal, although it is also very difficult, but at least they will not go berserk like Jinchuriki. It can be said that the value of these vessels is not lower than that of artifacts. However, now these things have fallen into the hands of Danzo, which has to make these ninja villages look at Danzo trademark's secret line with new eyes. Black Zetsu, these vessels all have the remaining chakra of the tailed beasts, which should be enough. Danzo said hurriedly. That look is almost a bit like asking for credit. However, facing all this, not many people pay attention now. What they want to know most urgently now is what Black Zetsu wants these sealing vessels containing the chakra of the tailed beasts for. Edenzo, I didn't trademark expect you to really succeed. Hey Zetsu's eyes lit up, and after looking around, he smiled grimly and said, Uchiha Kainu, you sealed the rest of the tailed beasts in the body of the outer path demon statue, and I can't get them. But it doesn't mean that I can't get the chakra of the 9 tailed beasts. Having said that, Black Zetsu suddenly put his hands together, and a mysterious seal appeared in his hands. The seal that was originally imposed on the tailed beasts by Black Zetsu as a token of surrender quickly appeared on the bodies of the 4 tailed beasts and Kushina. Roar! The scream of pain came out of the tailed beasts like thunder, and Uzumaki Kushina covered her abdomen in pain, and a large amount of cold sweat oozed from her forehead. The scene of the sudden rise and wait for me made the faces of all the cage-level strongmen change drastically. Namikaze Minato stepped forward quickly and hurriedly tried to help Uzumaki Kushina up. However, what came to his face was a slap in the face. Snap! The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the sky, and the burning feeling made Namikaze Minato stunned. Covering half of his cheek, he said with a pale face, Kushina. Ju your sister. Uzumaki Kushina gritted her teeth and said, if you hadn't cast a seal on me for no reason, I wouldn't be like this. I don't want to see you in the future. The hysterical roar, like a heavy hammer, shook the nerves of Minato Namikaze. Looking at this scene, Minato Namikaze shook his head with a ferocious look, and then looked at Black Zetsu suddenly, and roared, Black Zetsu, what on earth did you do? You were used as a gun. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, that guy has been eyeing the chakra of the tailed beast from the beginning. It seems that this ninjutsu is worth looking forward to. He is worthy of being a behind-the-scenes mouth cannon who has lived for 1,000 years. As soon as these words fell, not only Minato Namikaze and others, but even Black Zetsu's face suddenly changed. Do you know my origins? Black Zetsu's face sank and asked anxiously. Faced with these words, everyone's nerves were touched. After all, if it is said that in their eyes, Uchiha Chinyu's origin is the most difficult to speculate, then Black Zetsu can be ranked second. Now Chinyu is playing the explosion, this is big news. For a moment, everyone's eyes were locked on Chinyu, with a hint of inexplicable urgency. Hehe, I was going to leave you some suspense, but since you have such a request, I will also fulfill your wish. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, the six-path sage is named Otsutsuki Hago Romo, and he has a younger brother named Otsutsuki Hamura. Of course, you may think that this black thing is Hago Romo, but I can tell you clearly that this guy is just the ancient will of the six-path sage, the ancestor of Chakra. When Otsutsuki Kagaya was stripped out, and he is known as the third son of the least worthy. The slightly long voice can be called full of power. It is simply a stone that stirs up 1,000 waves. In the ninja world, there is indeed a legend of the six-path sage. In their eyes, the ancestor of Chakra is also the six-path sage. However, Qin Yu's words now simply lifted the mysterious veil of history. Let them understand what is the dusty history. No way, this is absolutely impossible. Black Zetsu's expression changed drastically, and he retreated a few steps like crazy and said, "Who are you? Why do you know these things?" Seeing Black Zetsu so out of control, the faces of the people who were still suspicious suddenly changed. Especially Uchiha Madara, who always thought that Black Zetsu was his will, now suddenly told him that this is the will of the ancestor of Chakra. That would be a huge embarrassment in public. If there is a dog hole here, he would like to get in directly. Haha, you ask who I am? Qin Yu smiled playfully. Actually, I don't know, or you can call me the heavenly Dao of this world, standing on the top, overlooking all living beings. Enough nonsense, it's time to show your trump card, right? Heavenly Dao? People who overlook all living beings? The people present were obviously stunned. Heizetsu's expression changed, and he looked at the ancient scroll on the ground and roared angrily. What heavenly way, what overlooking all living things, this is simply bullshit. You just know that my mother is the ancestor of Chakra, but you must not have thought about where my mother came from. This scroll, as long as the Chakra of the nine-tailed beasts is used, can open a dimensional door that my mother opened 1,000 years ago. This Chakra does not belong to this world. As a princess, my mother is responsible for cultivating the sacred tree. She has already violated the clan rules by doing this. At this point, Black Zetsu's expression was obviously distorted, and he laughed and said, "Every member of the God clan where my mother belongs can easily destroy this ninja world. Your so-called shadow is nothing in front of them. The 100,000 White Zetsu army was created by my mother, the ancestor of Chakra, to deal with the clan members who come to the door one day. Uchiha Kainu, aren't you very powerful? Although I can't unlock the coordinates closed by my mother forever, even if I open it for a moment, I can let the people of the Otsutsuki God clan discover this dimension. Once they come through the world, you will be waiting for a dead end." The long voice of rolled away. Facing the desperate Black Zetsu, everyone's nerves suddenly tensed. Denso, the accomplice on the side, changed his face slightly and couldn't help but take a half step back. Chapter 418. The confidence is different. The crazy voice, like thunder, rolled away in the four directions of the sky. Looking at the twisted face of Black Zetsu, everyone's face suddenly changed drastically. Especially when they heard the so-called Otsutsuki God clan that Black Zetsu kept talking about. That is an existence comparable to the ancestor of Chakra and even the six-path sage. What if Black Zetsu really pokes a hole in the dusty space coordinates? That would be a nightmare for them. When they thought of this, everyone's eyes turned and locked directly on Uchiha Qin Yu. In such a critical moment, they thought of Qin Yu first. If he was willing to take action, the crisis brought by Black Zetsu might be easily resolved. Third Hokage. Two great warriors, Onoki, were the first to lose their temper. In the current situation, anyone can see who is loyal and who is treacherous. Facing the crisis that Black Zetsu is about to bring, the third Hokage's face changed one after another, and finally sighed and said, "Qin Yu, can you stop him?" Everyone was nervous when this was said. However, most of them blushed. After all, the moment before, they were talking about killing Uchiha Qin Yu and winning the Fourth Ninja World War. They even regarded Black Zetsu's 100,000-man White Zetsu army as their trump card. However, the change in the situation before them was too fast. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe this unexpected turn of events? Stop him! Qin Yu smiled warmly and looked around and said, "Why should I stop him? I've been waiting for him to make a move, waiting until the flowers withered." Black Zetsu, don't dawdle. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Not to mention many people in the ninja world, even Black Zetsu was shocked and stunned. "Monkey, stop messing around." Senju Hashirama appeared beside the third Hokage, patted his shoulder and said, "Although I don't know why that kid knows so many ancient things. However, according to Black Zetsu, the ancestor of Chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, covered the spatial coordinates of this dimension and then seized the Chakra fruit. Her family will never give up the pursuit. It is probably a matter of time before they find this place. After speaking, Hashirama Senju's eyes suddenly turned and fell on Chinyu and said, I think this kid is probably planning to lure them out and then cut the grass and root. Luring them out. The expressions of the people present changed drastically, and they almost gasped. After hesitating for a moment, the two Tianping Onoki asked anxiously, Sir Hokage, if the spatial coordinates are really opened, how many people will come from the other side, and how strong will they be? If we can't deal with it, it will be a disaster for the entire ninja world. The expressions of the people in the field also changed slightly. As Onaki said, facing the Otsutsuki clan mentioned by Black Zetsu, with unknown strength, the risk is too great. No, according to Black Zetsu, this space coordinate is only open for a short time, so the other party can sense it. The people who come here should only be those who have been pursuing for a long time. Senju Tobirama explained, if this chakra is really so important to the Otsutsuki clan mentioned by Black Zetsu, it is only a matter of time before they come to chase. At present, Uchiha Kainu's strength is unfathomable, even the eldest brother asks himself that he is not his opponent. He has the confidence to let Black Zetsu go, so he definitely has a trump card. He is willing to take action, which is always better than the ninja world's future response. As soon as these words fell, the people in the field immediately realized. Senju Hashirama on the side showed a look of surprise and said, Tobirama, I didn't expect you to say good things to this kid. This is really a miracle. In the original work, if Senju Hashirama is a funny guy, then Senju Tobirama is an iron-faced and impartial judge. The two of them were just black and white faces, especially when facing the Uchiha clan. Humph, big brother, I'm just talking about the matter. What's more, with our current state, we can't help much at all. Senju Tobirama's face froze slightly, and he hurriedly explained. Haha, I didn't expect that you would be shy sometimes, Tobirama. Senju Hashirama laughed. However, no matter how many people the other side has, we must be prepared, otherwise we will be caught off guard by the other side and let that kid come to help, which will be a shame for our ninja world. Yes, the first generation Hokage is right. The third generation Hokage's face condensed, and he shouted in a hurry, everyone listen to orders. Now the 5 major ninja village alliance has changed from conquering the Konoha rebel Uchiha Chinyu to dealing with the external enemies of the dimension. The whole army must be alert and must not lose the face of our 5 major ninja villages. Yes. The unanimous response rushed straight to the sky like thunder, giving people a deafening feeling. Looking at the situation with such momentum, Black Zetsu's face was a little embarrassed, and his cheek muscles were twitching. This was his trump card, which should have been enough to scare people and make them lose their minds once it was revealed. However, the scene now presented in front of him was obviously wrong. However, it was not surprising that Black Zetsu had a change of mood. Even the 5 shadow-level masters present did not expect such momentum. After all, the 4th generation of Raikage personally boosted morale not long ago, but the effect was not as good as what was happening now. However, when he saw the thin figure standing on the meteorite, and the warm smile on his face, everything made sense. The confidence was different. Humph, you better not think too much. The boss said that the next person to come, even we are not qualified to take action, let alone these little shrimps. A voice suddenly came out. The originally high morale collapsed immediately, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. It's Kakuzu, you kid, why aren't you dead yet? Senju Hashirama looked at the person who came and was the first to utter a word in confusion. This made Kakuzu, who was originally full of vigor, twitch his stinky face that had not changed for thousands of years. However, looking at the first generation Hokage in front of him, who once scared him to death and ran back to Takigakure. The Senju Hashirama in front of him was only 40% of his strength in his prime, but Kakuzu was also unconfident and challenged again. This is a shadow of a lifetime. After looking at Senju Hashirama for a while, Kakuzu came to the 3rd generation Hokage unscrupulously and said, hurry up and let all the ninjas below the elite Jonin leave. No one can act at will without the order of the boss. After this, the people in the field looked at each other in surprise. The moment before, I thought I could contribute, but now I was despised. This gap is a bit too big. Chapter 419 Very silly and naive. For a moment, the huge ninja coalition became hesitant, and everyone's eyes turned and locked on Senju Hashirama. Do as Kakuzu said. Facing this unknown enemy, that kid should be the most familiar. Senju Hashirama said in a deep voice. Although he is dead, he is now resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. However, as the former ninja god, Senju Hashirama has absolute right to speak. The face of the third Hokage sank, and without any hesitation, he turned back to look at the other four shadows. We agree. The four shadows nodded in agreement instantly. After all, the one in front of him but Konoha is the only village that is powerful, let alone Uchiha Chinyu's order. Now even the former god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, has made a decision. Moreover, facing this unknown enemy, they are unwilling to let these hard-trained ninjas die in vain. With the decision of the 5 cage, the ninjas present were a little unwilling, but watching the show as a bystander can be done anywhere. Under the premise that his life is important, he turned around and retreated quickly. Looking at the scene that seemed to be a fight and did not take him seriously at all, Heizetsu's face was ashen, and he almost bit his teeth. Why don't you do it? This time, the yellow cabbage is cold. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. You. Heizetsu was suddenly angry. However, the arrow had to be shot on the string. It was too late to retreat now. The only thing he could do was to give it a try. When he thought of this, a trace of ferocity flashed across Heizetsu's face, and then he roared angrily. Okay, very good, I want to see how you can behave violently in the face of the Otsutsuki clan. Today, I will let you, the ninja world, see what desperate fear is. As soon as the voice fell, Black Zetsu moved his hands and flew up quickly like a wheel. As soon as he moved, the chakra of the tailed beasts that were originally pulled burst out instantly. At the same time, the vessels that had sealed the tailed beasts in the past were also pulled out of a large amount of chakra by this ninjutsu. Accompanied by a low roar, the power of the 9-tailed beasts turned into a frenzy and poured into Black Zetsu. When the last seal fell, the hideousness on Black Zetsu's face climbed to the extreme. Without any fancy, he slapped the scroll in front of him. Summoning technique, dimensional boundary wall. As the crazy voice sounded, the ancient scroll seemed to be burning. The power of the 9-tailed beasts gathered together. Immediately, like a beam of light, it penetrated the 9 heavens. Boom! A thunderous sound resounded. The leaden clouds piled up in the sky quickly rolled back like ripples. The strong spatial fluctuations spread like a raging tide, and the shattered spatial cracks gave people a scene of mirror shattering. The sky suddenly became dark in the broad daylight, as if night had fallen. Through the huge spatial cracks spanning 1,000 meters, you can vaguely see the stars in the sky, like the Milky Way. The strange scene and the strong spatial fluctuations that spread out, like an invisible big hand, tightened everyone's heart. The colorful vortex like a black hole, spinning wildly, suddenly sounded a crisp shattering sound. It gave people a feeling of breaking through a barrier. Looking at this scene, even the many ninjas who were originally retreating couldn't help but stop and look up at the sky. Uchiha Kainyu, you should be proficient in a stronger impure world reincarnation technique, right? Uchiha Madara suddenly said, I can join the battle. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of many people in the field changed slightly. Uchiha Madara was originally a rebellious person. If Senju Hashirama wanted to take action, it was because he had the ninja world in his heart. However, with Uchiha Madara's identity, no one would blame him even if he didn't take action. However, the decision now proposed was beyond their cognition. Haha, Madara, it seems that you, this guy, are holding a lot of resentment and can't beat that kid. Senju Hashirama patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder, laughed unscrupulously and said, however, it's not bad to find a suitable target to vent. Boy, this impure world reincarnation technique should not be difficult for you. 40% of the strength may not be enough in this occasion. The small voice tightened everyone's nerves. The third-generation Hokage's cheeks couldn't help but twitch. He thought that this impure world reincarnation was his biggest trump card against Chinyu. However, he never thought that he would be publicly disliked in such an occasion. However, facing the most mysterious existence in the current ninja world, his impure world reincarnation technique was indeed a show of skill in front of an expert. From now on, I don't know where the title of ninjutsu professor will be. Okay, let you play it. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and looked at the third-generation Hokage. The third-generation Hokage quickly came back to his senses. Since Uchiha Chinyu was willing to perform the impure world reincarnation technique, that was always more reliable than his 40% impure world reincarnation. Moreover, the improvement of the strength of the first-generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara made them feel more secure. Thinking of this, the third generation Hokage quickly flew up with both hands. A series of seals fell, accompanied by the sudden clasping of both hands. The third generation Hokage shouted again. Immortal Reincarnation Technique, release. Bang! 3 figures of the impure world reincarnation exploded like balloons. Just like the soil disintegrated, only a pile of ashes remained. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Yu. Even the dignified ninjutsu professor, the third Hokage, only performed the impure world reincarnation technique at 40% of his peak. So how powerful could Uchiha Qin Yu's technique be? Facing so many eyes, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly, then took out 3 scrolls and spread them flat on the ground with his backhand. The next moment, his hands flew quickly, forming a series of seals. However, facing all this, Black Zetsu gave people a feeling of indifference. When the last seal in Qin Yu's hand fell, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. Qin Yu, be careful behind you! Uzumaki Kushina shouted anxiously. A black shadow and arm as black as ink emerged from the meteorite, transformed into a spear, and stabbed straight into Qin Yu's back. Haha, Black Zetsu, your methods are still so stupid and naive, but do you think this can kill me? Do you need to summon those guys? Qin Yu laughed dryly, not taking it to heart at all. He still slapped the scroll with his backhand. Immortal Reincarnation Technique. Bang! 3 white mists rose into the sky, and soon there was a painful cry like a ghost. Before everyone could react, the mud debris quickly gathered into 3 figures. Chapter 420 The ants bite a little fiercely. 3 familiar figures appeared in an instant. Uchiha Madara, who was holding his arms and looking cold and arrogant, suddenly turned back to look at the sneak attack of Black Zetsu, and said almost word by word, Black Zetsu, we meet again. But I'm very angry now. Uchiha Madara moved instantly, and his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Black Zetsu like a ghost. The muscles of the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly tightened, and he pressed towards Black Zetsu's throat. Bang! The huge impact directly sent Black Zetsu flying backwards like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that it gave people a feeling of a comet impact, smashing down towards the rock layer 10,000 meters away. Boom! The entire rock layer collapsed and spread rapidly. The huge Gobi Desert shook violently like an earthquake. Seeing that a random blow smashed a deep pit in the rock layer, everyone's face turned pale. This impure world reincarnation technique is much more powerful than before. Haha, Madara, can't you just be quiet for a while? The guests are coming soon. Senju Hashirama laughed, and after moving his body a little, he said, however, this kid is really amazing. He can restore our strength to our heyday. He is really not comparable to a monkey. After these words fell, the third Hokage's expression was livid. However, facing Uchiha Madara's powerful momentum that burst out like a glimpse just now, it is indeed impossible to refute. Humph, Black Zetsu, I will avenge this grudge later. Don't think you can escape. I have left a space mark on you. Uchiha Madara looked back coldly, and then looked up at the sky. Buzz! The sound of air vibration suddenly sounded. The sky, which was originally like a mirror, shattered again. The whole world suddenly became dark in an instant. It gave people a feeling like the night. The space vortex that was spinning wildly like a black hole, at this moment, felt like it was torn apart by an invisible big hand. 3 waves of terror, giving people an inexplicable feeling of oppression like a mountain, swept across the world with an overwhelming attitude. The ninjas in it had their pores standing up and their spines were even colder. The sudden scene made everyone's face change drastically. They finally knew why Uchiha Qin Yu only allowed the elite Jonin to stay on the battlefield. This breath alone was enough to prevent them from getting up and thinking about fighting. Even at a distance of 10,000 meters, they could still see those so-called elite Jonin trembling slightly. However, in this situation, no one was distracted, and their eyes were all locked on the 3 figures wrapped in the power membrane. The 3 people alone had such a huge pressure, and this strength might have exceeded their cognition of the shadow level. Haha, finally appeared, you just wait to be killed. Black Zetsu turned out of the rock pit. For him who has an immortal body, there is no way to kill him except to seal him. Uchiha Madara's attack just now seemed very fierce, but for him, the damage it could cause was very little. Humph! Uchiha Madara glanced at Black Zetsu coldly and did not continue to speak. Facing the 3 people who appeared in the sky, he was also as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The aura exuded by these uninvited guests in front of him made even him have to be very alert. Boy, is this beyond your budget? Senju Hashirama looked at Chinyu. Chinyu raised his eyebrows, and the three figures covered by the energy film suddenly turned, and the appearance of the three figures covered by the energy film appeared clearly in front of him. It seems that I am lucky and it is still within the budget. Chinyu smiled warmly. If he remembered correctly, the people responsible for chasing Kagaya Otsutsuki in the original work were Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Later, a little follower Urashiki was added. And the three people who were summoned by the psychic technique in front of him were these three people. Haha, I didn't expect someone to take the initiative to open this space coordinate. Princess Kagaya, have you realized it? Otsutsuki Momoshiki was the first to laugh unscrupulously and looked around. However, the scene he saw clearly made him frown. Kinshiki, feel it, is the power of the sacred tree scattered in every corner of this dimension. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said in a deep voice. As Momoshiki's follower, Jinshiki obviously had no objection, and together with Urashiki behind him, he also closed his eyes. After a short moment, the two opened their eyes in vain, and Jinshiki said in a deep voice, Lord Momoshiki, the power of the sacred tree has been dispersed. It seems that Princess Kagaya has really betrayed the gods. At this point, Jinshi looked at Chinyu and others expressionlessly and said, however, the only thing to be thankful for is that they seem to know that we are coming to take the things back, so they come here to greet us. Really? Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face flashed a trace of ferocity, and then teasingly said, that's good, so we can perform the mission without any worries. However, these four ants have powerful chakras, and the rest of the chakra bodies have also turned into various beasts. It's as easy as a thought to collect them. As Otsutsuki Momoshiki said, he looked around the field with a smile. However, when his eyes fell on Chinyu, his pupils suddenly shrank. Is it the Samsara Eye? As soon as this was said, even Kinshiki and Urashiki's expressions changed slightly. In the Otsutsuki clan, the Samsara Eye is also a very luxurious thing. It is also a symbol of status. At the moment, the ants they kept talking about actually have the Samsara Eye, which is the same symbol of status as them. This undoubtedly makes them feel an inexplicable shame. Hehe, what's wrong, didn't you expect that you are no different from the ants you talked about? Chinyu smiled playfully. However, the next moment, his eyes suddenly became sharp, and he disappeared from the spot like a ghost after taking a step. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves, including Taos Hiki and the other two. But when Taos Hiki and the others came to their senses, a voice that sounded in their ears suddenly changed their expressions. Have you ever tried the taste of being bitten by ants? A small voice sounded. Under the crackling lightning, the lightning knife in Chinyu's hand turned into a streak and chopped directly at Doshiki's neck. So fast. Doshiki's expression changed drastically. At this distance, he couldn't react at all. In a hurry, he could only mobilize his strength and spread it all over his body. Dang! The crisp sound of metal collision echoed, and the splashing lightning was mixed with the existence of sparks. The huge impact force did not cut off Doshiki's neck. But it still made him fly backwards like a cannonball and hit directly 10,000 meters away. The powerful impact created a hole that was even bigger than the one created by Black Zetsu. Looking at the alien who was knocked away as soon as he appeared. This ant bites a bit fiercely. Chapter 421 Breaking Through Everything. Bang! The rolling sand and dust rolled back, and the huge impact force smashed the rock layer within a radius of 1 kilometer. One after another, hideous cracks spread rapidly around like a dragon. Looking at this sudden scene, let alone the people from the 5 major ninja villages, even Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Urashiki couldn't help but stand in the void. In their eyes, they never thought that the people they regarded as ants would suddenly attack without any hesitation. Even the so-called temptation did not exist. Damn guy, kill him for me. Under the huge deep pit ruins and the overturned rocks, a disheveled figure rushed out. The scar on the neck was extremely obvious. He increased his body's strength in a hurry, but he obviously couldn't completely stop the attack that was launched unexpectedly by the space-time ninjutsu. Red light ring. Otsutsuki Kinshiki suddenly moved, and the scarlet chakra behind him surged. Instantly turned into a pair of giant axes, and his 10 fingers suddenly clenched. The next moment, purple lightning surged rapidly on his body, and appeared in front of Chinyu like a startling wild goose. Puff! A pair of axes chopped down like a raging tide, and the air rippled along the way, and even brought a dignified sound of breaking through the air. Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki Urashiki also made a move instantly. The power of red light gathered in his hands, and the moment it turned into a fishing rod, he swung it backhandedly behind Chinyu. The speed was so fast that he and Kinchi formed a front-to-back attack. In their eyes, as long as one hit was successful, the somewhat arrogant ant in front of him would be defeated in an instant. However, facing this combined attack, Chinyu, who was in the attack, seemed to be completely unaware. Before everyone could react, two ghostly figures appeared in front of Chinyu, one in front and one behind. Uchiha Rebound. Sword of Thunder God. The huge banana fan directly hit the incoming axe head-on. The sharp blade wrapped in lightning hit the incoming scarlet fish hook. With the crisp sound of metal collision, sparks flew down. The fierce combined attack of Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Urashiki was instantly blocked. Ant. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face flashed a trace of ferocity. In his eyes, being attacked by an ant was already embarrassing. Now there are two annoying ants, which is too infuriating. Haha, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, Urashiki, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, this time, you will fall into the hands of ants and there will be no return. After this, not to mention the people in the ninja world, even Black Zetsu and Momoshiki's expressions changed slightly. It was beyond their cognition that they could point out their names in a blink of an eye. Moreover, judging from the changes in the expressions on Momoshiki's faces, Chinyu was obviously right. If the previous moment was Black Zetsu's long-prepared killing move, then Chinyu, who was now facing everything, was well aware of it. Does that mean that Chinyu set up a trap to lead the three of them out? How do you know our names? You are not from this dimension. Momoshiki's expression sank and he asked anxiously. Everyone's nerves were tense all of a sudden, and they subconsciously looked at Chinyu. If they didn't know the ancient dusty history, they would definitely regard the so-called other dimension as a foolish and ignorant joke. But now that he has witnessed Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other two coming from another dimension, whether Chinyu's identity is also the same has become more and more sophisticated. After all, a person who has been unknown for 17 years has suddenly become the strongest in the ninja world. Such a huge gap, if you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe it? Hehe, who I am, does it matter? Chinyu smiled warmly, these two are handed over to you, but they can absorb ninjutsu, take other people's ninjutsu as their own, and then increase the power several times or even 10 times, so the best way to deal with them is physical skills. You even know this? Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expression changed drastically. They came across the boundary, and the stored power was also consumed a lot. Originally, he planned to plunder their attacks unexpectedly in the next attack. Then he gave them a taste of their own medicine, so that he could save some face. However, Otsutsuki Momoshiki never thought that even this point was discovered by the ant in front of him. Can only use physical skills. Senju Hashirama's expression changed slightly. As a ninja, most of his strength comes from ninjutsu. After all, no one would be so stupid as to practice physical skills when there is a shortcut of chakra. Unless the forehead is pinched. Hashirama, is your body rusty? Uchiha Madara said coldly, if not, I can do it alone. Madara, you forgot something. Senju Hashirama rolled his eyes at Uchiha Madara teasingly and said, the last time, how did you leave the stage? As soon as these words fell, Uchiha Madara's face suddenly became embarrassed, and his eyes almost spit fire, staring at Senju Hashirama. Ha 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 ha, I know, I won't say it, I won't say it. Senju Hashirama didn't care about Uchiha Madara who was about to kill. After casually patting his shoulder, he put away his smile and said, however, it will be difficult for us to win without ninjutsu. However, we came out this time to play soy sauce, and we also want to see what this kid can achieve. This battle, I think it will end soon, so we must not embarrass ourselves. The slightly long voice echoed in the sky. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, but surprisingly did not refute in public. Such a scene immediately aroused the curiosity of everyone in the field. After all, Senju Hashirama mentioned that Uchiha Madara's last exit was probably a bit embarrassing. Looking at the three confident people, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Coming from another dimension, the cool way of appearance, the mysterious identity of the alien. The ant hanging on his lips all the time. However, now it gives people a feeling like farting. Senju Hashirama mentioned that Uchiha Madara's last exit was probably a bit embarrassing. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki clenched his fingers, a trace of madness flashed across his face, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. White eyes. A series of ferocious blood vessels spread rapidly in his eyes, and the moment his eyes locked on Qin Yu, he roared viciously. Damn boy, I want to see how far your physical skills can reach, and let you know what physical skills are. Do it. The roars fell one after another, rolling like thunder. Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Urashiki took the lead in moving. However, the people they locked on obviously shifted from Uchiha Qin-yu to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. In their eyes, Momoshiki's physical skills and the means he possessed were just a piece of cake to teach the ant in front of him. Chapter 422 I have a lot of ants. On the huge ruins, the two sides in confrontation gradually increased the depressing atmosphere in the field. Before they could react, the roar of Otsutsuki Momoshiki sounded. Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Urashiki looked at each other and moved instantly. Bang! The low sonic boom exploded like thunder. The two figures moved instantly, rushing forward and backward in a left and right manner. The speed was so fast that it felt like a streak of silk, and it was obvious that they were planning to attack the ninjas gathered around. The sudden scene obviously made people feel caught off guard. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's expressions changed slightly, and they didn't have time to think about it, and they also performed the instant body technique and disappeared from the spot. However, compared with Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Urashiki who had exerted their speed to the extreme at the beginning, this speed was obviously a bit behind. According to the pursuit, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Urashiki might arrive first. Seeing this scene, a trace of teasing appeared on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face, and he looked at Qin Yu and said, "Aren't you worried? If your people can't stop them, you will be desperate." Desperate? Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, "Did you misunderstand something? I have more than 2 people. According to what you said, I have too many ants." More than 2. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was stunned at first, and didn't have time to think about it, and looked down hurriedly. He first saw 2 black shadows, appearing in front of Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Urashiki. The sudden scene made the 2 people's expressions change slightly. In their preconceived cognition, they can confront them head-on. Even those who have the confidence to confront them are only these 3 ants. As for the others, they are not even ants, at most they are just food. However, just as this thought flashed through their minds, 2 black shadows had already blocked their way. Flying Thunder God Slash! Sarutobi Ruyi Stick! 2 deep and violent shouts rang out at the same time. With a flash of cold light, the Flying Thunder God sword in the hands of Senju Tobirama turned into a streak of light and stabbed at Otsutsuki Urashiki. On the other hand, the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen attacked. The Ruyi Vajra stick in his hand rose up and surged, giving people a feeling of great power and heavy weight, and smashed down towards Kinshiki. Seeing the ants that suddenly appeared, they launched an extraordinary attack. Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Urashiki could only stop suddenly in a hurry and raised their axes and fishing rods to block. Bang! The huge impact force made Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Urashiki retreat several steps in surprise. However, before they could react, the remaining 5 shadows also scattered around. However, Jiraiya and others followed closely behind them, occupying a favorable position and forming a horn formation. Looking at the people who took action one after another, there were also chakra fluctuations that were not inferior. This clearly confirmed the evaluation of Uchiha Qin-yu. We are a bit too many ants. Looking at the 2 people who were surrounded and blocked, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes suddenly turned and locked on Qin Yu, saying, "You are right, there are really a lot of ants. However, you overlooked the most important point. As long as I kill you first, they are still not even as good as ants." The stern voice came out. The next moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face flashed a trace of ferocity, and he took a step and stepped heavily on the ground. The huge explosive force directly crushed the rock layer. At the same time, the whole person, like a residual shadow, crossed 10,000 meters and appeared in front of Qin Yu first. Strange power! Shouting like thunder, the word simple came out. Otsutsuki Momoshiki clenched his 5 fingers suddenly, turned into an iron fist, and smashed across the air like tearing the air. However, facing all this, Qin Yu seemed to be indifferent. He raised his head suddenly, his eyes locked on the fist that was coming like thunder, and the whole person's aura changed instantly. If Uchiha Chinyu was lazy a moment ago, then now he is like a sharp blade that is directly out of the sheath. Facing the incoming fist, there is no trace of fancy, and the 5 fingers are clenched suddenly, and a punch is coming in the face. Bang! The sound of thunder and explosion sounded, and the moment the fists collided, the 2 violent forces directly detonated a wave like a Category 10 hurricane, which rolled back in a crushing posture. The evenly matched punch made Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had vowed to kill Uchiha Chinyu, stunned. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Otsutsuki Momoshiki wouldn't have believed that someone could take his super strength punch. Sorry, I also happen to know super strength. Chinyu smiled warmly. But I'm stronger than you. Stronger? A strange color flashed in the depths of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes. Before he could think about it, the operation of the Byakugan reached its peak, and instantly broke through Chinyu's body meridians. Looking at the huge chakra that was like a dragon running in the meridians, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expression suddenly changed drastically. Without thinking too much, his left hand was immediately freed, and 2 fingers were pressed together, pointing at Uchiha Chinyu's body like lightning. Humph! Your strange power is just a means of attack that uses chakra to stimulate the body. As long as I seal your acupuncture points, I'll see how you can fight me. As soon as the voice fell, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's 2 fingers directly touched Chinyu's chest. Bang! A dull collision sound echoed. However, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's 2 fingers clearly felt like they were hitting an iron plate. This is the earth escape hardening that Chinyu learned from Kakuzu, although it is slightly inferior to the steel shield defense of Otsutsuki. But facing this pure physical collision, it is obviously enough. You said that you want to seal my acupuncture points, you think too naively, right? Chinyu smiled warmly. This smile fell into Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes, but there was a hint of inexplicable taste. If you really want to describe it in one sentence. That feeling is like the death calling for life, which makes Otsutsuki Momoshiki feel a chill in the spine. However, before he could react, the voice that fell in his ear made his nerves tense suddenly. 8 gates of Dunjia formation 6th gate Jingmen open. Bang! The stern voice fell, and the blue air wave like a raging tide exploded in Chinyu's body. The scene reflected in the white eyes of Otsutsuki Momoshiki was even more nerve-shaking. One by one, the acupuncture points that originally limited the amount of chakra passing through were pierced like gates. If the amount of chakra in the previous moment was like a dragon, then the power that was detonated now was a prehistoric beast. Escape. The absurd idea flashed through Otsutsuki Momoshiki's mind. There was no time to think about it, and he quickly withdrew and retreated. At this moment, he increased his speed to the extreme. Chapter 423 Is this still alive? In the sky, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's extremely fast retreat touched everyone's nerves. After all, in their eyes, this alien was talking about ants all the time. They never expected that after launching this attack, he would be the first to draw. He retreated violently. No matter how you look at it, it gives people a feeling of being at a disadvantage, right? This kid finally used the strongest physical technique. Senju Hashirama stopped Jinshi's giant axe. Looking at the blue air waves bursting out of Chinyu's body, he couldn't help but smile. 3rd generation Hokage, is this the strongest physical technique, the one you said defeated Uchiha Madara last time? Namikaze Minato couldn't help but ask. However, he looked at Chinyu with more helplessness, especially when facing Kushina. This is the 8 gates formation, but there are very few people who can control this physical technique. I didn't expect this kid to be able to do it, but I don't know which gate he can open. Senju Tobirama explained. As soon as these words fell, they immediately aroused everyone's interest, and their eyes subconsciously looked at Senju Hashirama. After all, he was the only spectator who knew that Uchiha Chinyu defeated Uchiha Madara. Haha, this is a secret, you can just take your time to read it. I don't want to be hunted by Madara in another world. Senju Hashirama laughed unscrupulously. He immediately attracted the murderous gaze of Uchiha Madara. However, before he could get up, Chinyu suddenly moved. Too fast. A thought quickly passed through everyone's mind. No. It should be said that the speed of this thought was not as fast as Chinyu's movement. By the time they reacted, Chinyu had already appeared behind the retreating Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and the muscles of his right foot were tense, like a battle axe, slashing down towards his top of the head. Konoha-style righteous fire heavy axe. Puff. A heavy kick, with a powerful and heavy momentum, simply stirred the airwaves of the whole world. Under the rapid friction, the hot flames burst up with a puff. The next moment, with a lightning-fast posture, it chopped down head-on. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was stunned, and had no time to react. He could only raise his hands and cross them to block. Boom! A heavy kick, like a flaming meteor swooping down, directly wrapped around Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body and slammed heavily on the ground below. Bang! The huge impact force shattered the rock layer of 10,000 meters in radius. Under the rolling sand and dust waves, large pieces of rock were overturned. At this moment, it felt like a kick pierced through the rock layer. Damn ant, I'm going to kill you! A crazy roar came from the deep pit of the ruins, and soon a disheveled figure broke out of the ground. However, as soon as he appeared in the void, Otsutsuki Momoshiki saw Chinyu appear more than 10 meters away. Towards Peacock. As soon as he appeared, Chinyu's attack was like a raging tide, one wave after another. The two fists were like afterimages, transforming into thousands of them, which could not be captured by the naked eye. The blazing flames in the sky were like a peacock spreading its tail, falling towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Ninjutsu. The ninjas present were stunned at first, and even Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face flashed a hint of ecstasy. Coming through the world, he consumed a lot of physical strength, and was now worrying about how to replenish it. He didn't expect Chinyu to be so stupid as to deliver himself to the door. As long as he could absorb the sea of fire like a peacock spreading its tail. Otsutsuki Momoshiki believed that he could not only recover from the injuries in his body, but also exert a stronger ninjutsu power to crush Uchiha Chinyu. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki couldn't wait to raise his hands, and the samsara eye hidden in his palm suddenly opened, flowing with a chilling cold light. Looking at the oncoming flames, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face was already full of ecstasy. Damn ant, when I absorb this power, I will make you live a life worse than death. The stern voice spread wildly, tensing everyone's nerves, and at the same time many people were unwilling to believe that Chinyu would make such a low-level mistake. This idiot, he was really tricked by that kid. This is a flame produced by a super high-speed punch, and there is no chakra at all. Senju Hashirama commented with a smile. Facing Kinshiki and Urashiki, their strength is very good. But the lineup gathered here now is a delaying battle led by him and Uchiha Madara, and assisted by Senju Tobirama and others. This is not the infinitely weakened lineup in the original work. However, these words that drifted with the wind obviously could not escape the ears of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. His expression stagnated, and his open big hand, the reincarnation eye also silenced. Sealing absorption can invalidate ninjutsu and take it for oneself, but it also requires the peacock-like flame in front of you to be effective for ninjutsu. At this moment, the palm of his hand felt hot, which woke up Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Facing the incoming flames, he was obviously a beat slower and was directly covered by the flames. He turned into a fireman and fell into the ruins again. But this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki obviously reacted quickly and roared again. Shinra Tensei! Bang! The scarlet flames on his body were instantly repelled and flew backwards. The next moment, in front of everyone, a figure in a state of embarrassment and torn clothes appeared. Seeing this scene, even Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Urashiki in the distance were stunned. In their eyes, Otsutsuki Momoshiki is a senior and an adult. They never thought that they would be so embarrassed in front of a group of ants that they regarded as easy to catch. Ants, ants, I will kill you! Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared again and again. In front of so many people, it was a shame to be teased by an ant like this. I also want to see how you kill me. The smile on Chinyu's face became even bigger. Looking down at Otsutsuki Momoshiki below, he suddenly clenched his hands, and the words that came out were like thunder, shaking everyone's nerves. 8 gates of ninja array 7th gate Jingmen open. Boom. The blue steam that was released stagnated for a moment, and then exploded again like a frenzy. However, the aura that burst out this time was obviously several times higher than before. The airwave that soared into the sky, along with the accumulated lead clouds in the sky, was also pierced through. Seeing this scene, everyone's face turned pale all of a sudden. No. Even Otsutsuki Momoshiki should be no exception. The 6th gate performed by Uchiha Chinyu had already made him a little overwhelmed. Now there is a 7th gate, how can people survive? Chapter 424 Overwhelmed by Aura Alone. 8 gates of ninja array 7th gate Jingmen open. The small voice, at this moment, was like thunder exploding in the sky, echoing in the sky, and could not be dispersed for a long time. The moment the voice was spoken, with Qin Yu as the center, the violent blue air wave exploded like a frenzy, and the rock ruins under his feet collapsed as if they could not bear the weight. The dust and debris rolled up gave people the feeling of a 12-level hurricane passing through. Is this the strongest physical skill that Dad said, the 8 gates formation? Even Uchiha Qin Yu, the strongest in the ninja world, used it to fight against aliens. In the distant ninja coalition, a young man in a green tights couldn't help but talk to himself. However, Kakashi, who was beside him, soon glared at him coldly and said, "It's Lord Qin Yu, please add honorifics after the address." And, Kai, do you think you can reach the level of Lord Qin Yu? Might Guy's expression froze, looking at the thin figure who provoked the war between the 5 major ninja villages with his own strength and even attracted enemies from outside the sky, which really gave him a feeling of looking up. However, when he thought of the encouragement given by his father after his return not long ago, the adult in front of him praised him and said that he would become the best physical athlete in the future. Although this kind of praise seemed very ethereal, as long as it came from the mouth of this adult. Everything has changed. It is a great honor to be praised by the strongest person in the ninja world. Even Hanzo, who is known as a demigod, made a casual comment, which made the ninja world have 3 more ninjas. Now that the strongest person in the ninja world has spoken, he, a physical athlete, has no first place, but second and third place, right? Thinking of this, Might Guy suddenly clenched his fists, looked at Kakashi enthusiastically and said, "Kakashi, now we are watching the battle anyway, let's not waste time, you sit on me, I want to do 10,000 push-ups. No, it should be 100,000. Looking at Might Guy who was suddenly hot-headed, Kakashi's expression could not help but stagnate, especially the strange sights cast around him, and Might Guy's enthusiasm for him to merge. If Qin Yu saw it, he would probably really doubt that Kakashi was probably bent by Might Guy over the years. It's impossible. You ants can't reach this level. I want chakra. Feeling the oncoming sand and dust, Otsutsuki Momoshiki face was ferocious, and his eyes suddenly turned and locked on Black Zetsu not far away. Without any hesitation, his right hand stretched out in the air like lightning, and his 5 fingers clenched suddenly. Tianyan. The invisible attraction rushed out like a raging wave, and instantly enveloped Black Zetsu. The sudden scene made Black Zetsu's expression suddenly change. Before he could react, the whole person was pulled over. Power, give me your chakra quickly, don't you want to kill him? As long as you give me your power, I can kill this ant. Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared hysterically. If the spit splashed out can drown a person, then Black Zetsu would have been drowned at least tens of thousands of times. Looking at this alien who had been placed high hopes on him but became so embarrassed, Black Zetsu was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but said, "You. Can you really defeat him?" Calculations and fights again and again. Every time, it seemed as if someone was calculating in the palm of his hand, and those plans that he thought were sure to succeed. Especially this time, he did not hesitate to use Kagaya Otsutsuki and the ancient scroll that connected the Otsutsuki family. Risking being killed, he opened the dimensional tunnel. However, despite all his efforts, this Otsutsuki Momoshiki was beaten like a dog lying on the ground by the ants he called. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe that he would doubt his life one day. I will definitely do it, I will completely trample him under my feet. Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared in a hurry, I can feel the breath of the princess on you, I believe you opened the seal to deal with him. Feeling Qin Yu's gaze, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was anxious, and he wanted to avenge his previous shame immediately. Okay, okay. Black Zetsu hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and agreed. Now the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Now that we are in the same boat, we have no choice but to give it a try. Wood release, insertion technique. Black Zetsu suddenly put his hands together and frantically mobilized the chakra in his body. One after another, wooden spikes rushed out of Black Zetsu's body, like a hedgehog, and shot towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. After all, Qin Yu had just reminded them that once the Otsutsuki clan absorbed the chakra, it would not only turn into their power, but the power of the ninjutsu would also increase several times, or even dozens of times. Thinking of this, the third Hokage was the first to lose his temper and shouted, "Qin Yu, stop him quickly." As soon as these words fell, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's nerves suddenly tensed up, and he hurriedly looked at Uchiha Chinyu, and at the same time immediately opened his hands, madly driving the samsara eye, and madly absorbed the incoming wood escape. However, facing all this, Chinyu seemed to have no heart at all, standing in place and looking at Otsutsuki Momoshiki indifferently and said, "To make a person despair, let him swell first, you can absorb it at will." The small voice made many people in the field stunned in place. Facing Chinyu's confidence, people's faces climbed up with an inexplicable urgency. Facing the mysterious alien who didn't know the depth, he could still show such a domineering move. It undoubtedly highlights Chinyu's strength, which is probably even more unfathomable, right? Looking at the ant with blue steam all over his body, like a god, indifferent to everything, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was stunned at first, and then the dissatisfaction and resentment accumulated in his heart exploded instantly. The violent devouring ability revealed by his hands suddenly increased dozens of times. Black Zetsu just felt that the chakra in his body, which was originally full, was drained in an instant. He staggered and fell to the ground. He was kicked away by Otsutsuki Momoshiki with a distorted expression and rolled 100 meters away. After doing all this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face showed madness, with a distorted expression, and he looked at Chinyu with his head tilted. Then he laughed unscrupulously, "Power, this is my power, Ant, I will show you what despair is. Have you absorbed enough?" Chinyu smiled warmly. Facing the madness of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Chinyu's calmness made people more nervous. After all, regardless of who is better, Uchiha Chinyu is more powerful just by momentum and formation. At least, in their eyes, this alien has been confused. Chapter 425 You are really rubbish. On the huge ruins, two figures facing each other from a distance, with completely opposite momentum, making people swallow saliva. However, all this was like a signal, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had a ferocious face, roared crazily the next moment. Gao Huangchan Lingzun. The dark energy sphere quickly condensed on the palm of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The raging wood escape chakra was driven by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The rock layer of 10,000 meters in radius made a series of rumbling vibrations. The next moment, before they could react, the rock layer collapsed with a bang, and the rocks turned outward, and dragon-like tree roots rushed out. In full view of the crowd, they gathered madly and turned into a 1,000-handed giant Buddha that was thousands of meters long. However, compared with the 1,000-handed Buddha of Senju Hashirama, the facial makeup of this 1,000-handed giant Buddha was exactly the same as that of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. A pair of pale eyes suddenly opened, and the eyes were instantly locked on Chinyu's body. The breath released was like an invisible wave, sweeping across the whole world. The scene in front of him seemed to turn into an invisible big hand, tightening people's hearts. "Brother, isn't this your trick?" Senju Tobirama couldn't help but say. Everyone's nerves were touched, and their eyes turned in vain and fell on Senju Hashirama. "He is stronger than me," Senju Hashirama said in a deep voice, "but, you calm down and watch, now is just the beginning." "Just starting now?" After these words fell, many people in the field were shocked. Watching the fight in front of them, the scene of destroying mountains and shattering the earth, gave them the feeling that it was just like a battle between gods. However, now Senju Hashirama told them that this was just the beginning. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, who would be willing to believe it? It can be said that this is completely on a different level. That man moved. "I don't know who," exclaimed, and the originally tense nerves were suddenly pressed to the extreme. Everyone's eyes, without time to think too much, were all locked on the battlefield. They were eager to know whether Chinyu, who allowed Otsutsuki Momoshiki to absorb chakra in this fight, was too arrogant. Or was Uchiha Chinyu really not taking Otsutsuki Momoshiki seriously and letting him absorb it at will? "And, die for me." Otsutsuki Momoshiki stood on the head of the giant Buddha. While his face was ferocious, his right hand suddenly grabbed Chinyu in the air. Boom! The 1,000-handed giant Buddha under his feet moved instantly. The huge body of several thousand meters was like an earthquake, making the earth roar. The 1,000 hands suddenly turned into fists, like a rainstorm, and hit Chinyu across the sky. Puff! The void in front of him burst into a low hissing, and the ripples of air that were stirred up even felt like the space was pierced. As soon as the 1,000 hands came out, while stirring the heavens, the fists in the sky were quickly mixed like mud in the next moment under the change of the seal in the hands of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The huge fist had a diameter of unknown meters. The airwave formed by a punch was like a frenzy, suffocating people. What's more, facing such a fierce punch, people's nerves were tense, and they looked at Qin Yu eagerly. Is this your full strength? You are really rubbish. Qin Yu suddenly raised his head and stood facing the fist wind. A robe blew with the wind after moving, the voice suddenly changed, with a hint of awe-inspiring flavor. Black spot lightning mode open. Yin seal unparalleled strange power, open for me. Super heavy rock technique, open for me. The awe-inspiring voices came out one after another. Whether it is the Yin seal or the super heavy rock technique, Qin Yu has specially prepared it during this period. What he wants to do is to raise the power of physical skills to the extreme. The moment the voice fell, his eyes suddenly condensed, and the steam that was originally released exploded to the extreme like a volcanic eruption. The crackling lightning rushed out like a tide, and the body that was originally unlocked by the 8 gates of Dunjia was bathed in endless lightning in an instant, and activated to the extreme. The Yin seal unfolded, and the mysterious pattern covered half of the cheek. The super heavy rock technique raised the power of a pair of hands to the extreme. At this moment, all ninjutsu, like an auxiliary halo, were under Qin Yu's control, and everything came naturally. The 9 Magadama Samsara eyes turned in vain, locking onto the huge fist that was attacking. Qin Yu moved instantly. The muscles in both hands suddenly tightened, and when there was a crackling sound, it was like a rock rising up, giving people the feeling that it was like Zoro performing the 2-power Gangluo. The whole arm swelled up a circle. The next moment, his eyes were like torches, exuding a sharp momentum like an eagle, and his roar was as if it shook the 9 heavens. Day Tiger. The simple word swallowed and spit out, giving people endless power. He suddenly put his hands together, and hit the huge fist that was attacking head-on without any hesitation. Roar. The tiger roar shook the hills. The dragon roared like the sky. With one punch, the air flowing in the entire space stagnated a little. Endless aura turned into a giant tiger of 10,000 meters of air waves, accompanied by the sound of tearing air, as if swallowing the sky and the earth, and struck the huge fist head-on. Wherever it passed, the space stirred up ripples like waves. The ground under his feet was even more overwhelmed and was directly broken and torn apart. The short distance of 10,000 meters, under this attack, was just a blink of an eye. Boom! Endless air waves rolled back, the broken rock layer ground, and the dust in the sky, as if stirred by an invisible big hand, quickly flipped out to the surroundings. Including the onlookers tens of thousands of meters away in the depths, facing such a fierce attack, their pupils shrank and their hearts trembled. Facing the whistling wind, a pair of eyes were even more difficult to open. However, compared with the trace of urgency in their hearts, the so-called hurricane could not stop their urgent desire for knowledge. However, at this glance, the scene they saw made their pupils shrink suddenly. At the moment of contact, the seemingly evenly matched blow tilted the balance of victory. Boom! The deafening sound of the shattering rolled and spread, and the rock layer quickly shattered under the endless air waves. The fist, which was many times larger than Qin Yu, shattered like a mirror. When the spider web-like cracks first came into view, the huge day tiger, with its remaining power, crushed the Otsutsuki Momoshiki standing on the head of the 1,000-armed giant Buddha. Wherever it passed, everything was like a chicken and a dog, and it could not even hinder it. The distance of thousands of meters was reached in the blink of an eye. Looking at the scene magnified in the Byakuyan, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's crazy expression suddenly stiffened. The reflection in his pupils, the unavoidable attack, made him look ashen, and he shook his head and muttered repeatedly. No way, this is impossible, I am Otsutsuki Momoshiki, there is no way I can lose. Chapter 426 Ants can also kill people. Boom! The thunderous explosion rolled and spread, and the huge 1,000-handed Buddha was instantly torn into pieces like paper under the day tiger. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, standing on the giant Buddha, only had time to subconsciously raise his hands to block. Unfortunately, no matter how he struggled, he still roared hysterically, and everything seemed pale and powerless. With a distorted expression, the whole person was swallowed by the day tiger, and he was carried along, like a cannonball, and smashed towards the Goba stone forest of tens of thousands of meters. Bang! The rocks collapsed, the ground was like paper, and tens of thousands of meters of land were directly overturned. The dust that rolled up finally made it impossible for people to keep their sight and chase, and they could only hurriedly use their magical powers to defend themselves. Lord Momoshiki! A hysterical roar came out, and under the change of scarlet light, a chakra shield was directly formed. At the same time, crackling purple electricity flowed, and seeing the dignified Otsutsuki Momoshiki being knocked away by a blow, Kinshiki obviously couldn't hold his breath, and used the lightning escape instant body technique to the extreme, and rushed towards the place where Otsutsuki Momoshiki smashed. "Stop him!" Senju Hashirama shouted urgently. However, in this situation, and in the sudden attack, it is obvious that no one can react in time. What's more, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's instant body speed is faster than the 4th generation Reikage. By the time they reacted, Otsutsuki Kinshiki had already arrived at the ruins first. Disperse! A low roar came from Otsutsuki Kinshiki's throat, and the little breath left in his body turned into a gust of wind under the crazy urging, with him as the center, and quickly rolled back. The dust and flying rock fragments were suppressed directly. When everything was clear again, there was a man buried deep in the broken rock pit, covered in blood, with a broken arm. With a kick, the miserable Otsutsuki Momoshiki came into view first. Gurgle! Black Zetsu, whose chakra was completely absorbed, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Looking at the power of the blow, his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, was even afraid of it and had to prepare for it in advance and prepare many means to deal with the enemy, but he was seriously injured and almost lost his life. If this matter got to Otsutsuki Kagaya's ears, I'm afraid even Kagaya's coffin wouldn't be able to hold it down. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu couldn't help but look at Chinyu more, and a trace of urgency flashed in his pupils, as if he wanted to see through this unfathomable kid in front of him. "Lord Momoshiki, are you okay?" Jinshi didn't hesitate at all. As a servant of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, he was absolutely loyal. With a burst of purple lightning on his body, he appeared beside Otsutsuki Momoshiki like a residual shadow, and quickly reached out to help him up. However, facing the kindness of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Momoshiki's face flashed a trace of ferocity, and the only remaining left hand was thrown back. "Are you blind? Am I okay in this state? Do I have to die to be considered okay?" The hysterical roar made many people look at each other in bewilderment, and Chinyu was speechless. This Otsutsuki Momoshiki is now angry but has nowhere to vent. She is completely in a state where a woman is unhappy and can find faults with even a feather. As long as you speak, no matter what you say, it's your fault. If it were someone else, facing this treatment, I'm afraid they would have exploded long ago. However, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, as Momoshiki's follower, obviously did not have any anger. He stood there like a piece of wood and said in a deep voice, "Lord Momoshiki, it's time. I have followed you for so many years and watched people die in battle one by one. It's my turn to become part of Lord Momoshiki's power." Become his power? The expressions of the people present couldn't help but change. Facing these aliens, the means and strength they possessed were obviously beyond their expectations. However, now they have to combine, which is too shocking. This messy thought flashed through everyone's mind, and they subconsciously followed Chinyu's gaze. The one they saw was still Chinyu, who didn't care at all. This scene made people smile helplessly, and more importantly, shocked their hearts. An even more shocking idea emerged in their minds. Is this not his limit? Okay, it seems that you are also desperate and ready to combine. The aura emitted from Chinyu's body suddenly dissipated like a raging tide, and his clothes that moved with the wind fell down, and all his ninjutsu were closed. His eyes turned in vain, locked on Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and after loosening his bones as if nothing had happened, he said, "I have also finished warming up, let's start the real battle." Warm up completed? The small voice swept the whole world like a hurricane at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chinyu, their pupils full of disbelief. It can be said that facing Chinyu's frivolity, even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's hearts couldn't help but twitch. Senju Hashirama's face was bitter, and he smiled helplessly and said, "It seems that we still underestimated him." Indeed. Whether it is in the eyes of the spectators or in the eyes of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, the strength that Uchiha Chinyu just burst out is enough to slaughter the so-called 5 major ninja village coalition 10,000 times. However, in the face of all this, hanging on Chinyu's mouth, it is actually a warm-up. If you don't hear it with your own ears, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Ants, bastard ants, you must be bluffing, intending to use this to scare us away. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was the first to lose his temper and roared like crazy. It must be like this. You know I still have a trump card, so you said this. With your ant-like status, you can force me to this point? You are already a great ant. This time I will let you see what despair and fear of death are. The long voice of Chang rolled and spread out as if it was infused with magic sound. The taste of madness simply gave people a feeling that was engraved in their bones. However, facing all this, Uchiha Chinyu gave people the feeling that he didn't take it to heart at all. With his arms around his chest, he smiled warmly and said, "I'll wait for you, don't worry, slowly merge." You. The long-awaited answer made Otsutsuki Momoshike's expression stagnate, almost biting his teeth. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Chinyu with hatred on his face, and then roared and roared. "Okay, very good, I'll see how crazy you, an ant, can be." "How crazy?" Chinyu was not to be outdone. When their eyes met, he smiled and said, "No, there is no limit. Haven't you heard that ants can kill people?" Chapter 427 I can also transform. Ants can also kill people. Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared with a ferocious look, "Okay, very good, I'll see how you, an ant, can kill me. Today I'm going to tear you apart." As the thunderous voice came out, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expression became more and more distorted, his body floated in the air, and his only remaining right hand slapped Otsutsuki Kinchiki's head directly. What is he going to do? Looking at this scene, many people's expressions changed drastically. However, before anyone could answer, the blood-red light of the samsara eye in the palm of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's right hand surged, and a huge breath rushed out like a mad tide. It directly enveloped Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The next moment, the huge body, like an iron tower, was instantly submerged in blood. In just a few breaths, the huge body collapsed and gathered in the hands of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, turning into a blood pill the size of a human head. Under the gaze of everyone, Otsutsuki Momoshiki did not hesitate at all, and opened his mouth and bit it. Blood splashed, and the scarlet color dyed the corners of his mouth red. The wolf-like posture, in the eyes of everyone, simply made people feel a sense of shuddering without fighting. There were also ninjas who had just stepped onto the battlefield not long ago and had little experience, and they retched directly. Facing Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was so cruel that he even swallowed his own people, who would be willing to believe that this scene was true if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. When the last bite was swallowed into his mouth, his Adam's apple rolled, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki's ferocious face first stagnated, and then his muscles squirmed, and he roared to the sky. Roar! The roar like thunder rose to the sky, and the violent chakra, like a volcanic eruption, formed a huge wave-like hurricane that rolled back in all directions. The breath that erupted was so strong that it gave people a feeling of milky white fog, which directly submerged Otsutsuki Momoshiki. However, this scene did not last too long. The chakra that was originally diffused by the wind first stagnated for a moment, and the next moment it seemed to be pulled by an invisible big hand. It turned into a whirlpool and was swallowed up by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. When everything in sight was clear again, the first thing that came into view was still Otsutsuki Momoshiki, that ferocious face. A head of silver long hair, moving without wind, was as flamboyant as a lion. The pale eyes had long been replaced by golden pupils, and the pair of horns were even sharper. With a tower-like body and an ocean-like aura, he was completely different from before. The most unexpected thing was that when Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly raised his head, a vertical crack tore open on his forehead. A golden samsara eye was also revealed. The left hand and right foot that were torn off by Chinyu, the buds on the broken surface, quickly reshaped new arms and thighs under rapid peristalsis. 2 golden samsara eyes were revealed in the palms of both hands. It's a bit too much for one person to have 5 samsara eyes. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but say. Samsara eyes are only possessed by the legendary 6-path sage. Now there are so many of them at once, which makes people feel like street cabbages. However, this cabbage is a bit too abnormal. After the transformation alone, as if inadvertently, the momentum exuded gave people an inexplicable oppression, like an invisible big hand, tightening people's hearts. "And, I have completed my transformation now, and you should die next." Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised his head suddenly. The 3 samsara eyes suddenly glared down, and the airflow rate in the entire space stagnated a little. The next moment, before everyone could react, the invisible pressure like a raging tide was instantly detonated. Samsara eye pressure. Boom! The violent hurricane wave rolled back in a crushing manner, and the ground below was directly overturned wherever it passed. Under the rolling sand and dust, the short distance of tens of thousands of meters was just approaching Uchiha Chinyu in the blink of an eye. However, facing this invisible impact, Chinyu seemed unable to react in time, and just raised his hands to block it. Bang! The huge impact force came like a wave. With the dull sound of collision, Chinyu's thin body flew backwards directly. After crossing 10,000 meters, it smashed a rocky mountain and stopped. Looking at the dust and gravel that were flying all over the sky, the expressions of the onlookers on the scene suddenly changed dramatically. Uzumaki Kushina, who was guarded by Tsunade, Jiraiya and others, flashed a trace of anxiety on her slightly painful face and said, "Teacher Jiraiya, why didn't Chinyu hide? Could it be that he is not an opponent of Otsutsuki Momoshiki?" Looking at Chinyu, who was so majestic and slaughtered the gods with his ant body just a moment ago, he was knocked away by someone. This feeling is unacceptable to many people. Haha, you girl, you are not interested in this boy, right? Jiraiya laughed. However, he was soon glared at by Tsunade. Seeing his apprentice's face full of bitterness, he immediately coughed and said, "You think too much, girl." Chinyu didn't dodge just now, but just tried to attack with his body to test the extent of the power. At this point, Jiraiya's eyes suddenly turned and fell on the ruins formed by the smashed rock mountain. Looking at Chinyu, who walked out with a nonchalant look and patted the dust on his body, Jiraiya's face had a smile on his face and said, "The real show will start next." The small voice tensed the nerves of everyone present. Chinyu patted the dust on his body, raised his head suddenly, and smiled warmly, "This attack is much more powerful than a mosquito, but I forgot to tell you that I can also transform. You can do it too." Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expression changed slightly. In the brief fight just now, Chinyu overwhelmed him. If the ant in front of him also knows how to transform, the outcome that awaits him is probably unknown. In the distance, Black Zetsu was lying on the ruins, powerless. Hearing these words and recalling the fight not long ago, his nerves were suddenly shaken, and he was the first to lose his temper and roared, "Stop him quickly! Stop him from absorbing the remaining tailed beasts quickly! If he lets after absorbing the 9 tailed beasts and becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, his strength will skyrocket." 10 tails Jinchuriki! The stern voice echoed in the sky, causing the ninjas who were watching to freeze in their tracks. In their cognition, they often heard of the 1 to 9 tails, but this was the first time they heard of the 10 tails. Not to mention the 10 tails Jinchuriki. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe it. Tailed beast? Otsutsuki Momoshiki was startled. Of course, he knew what this title meant. His eyes suddenly turned and fell on Uzumaki Kushina, with a hint of murderous intent. Chapter 428 10-tailed Jinchuriki. The sharp eyes suddenly turned, instantly affecting everyone's nerves. They may not know what the 10-tailed is, but this is a battle that concerns the safety of the entire ninja world. It is also the key for Chinyu to become the 10-tailed Jinchuriki. The 9-tailed must not fall into the hands of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. As for the other Jinchuriki, they had already gotten rid of the golem chains and restored their human form during the battle just now. But after experiencing the scene of being easily thrown away like a dead dog, they obviously did not have the confidence to participate in the battle. Now that they were stared at by Otsutsuki Momoshiki, they felt like walking on pins and needles, and they seemed to be impatient. "Don't worry, Kushina, I will protect you even if I don't want my life, just as an apology for what I did wrong not long ago." Namikaze Minato's voice suddenly sounded. Soon, like a ghost, he disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already blocking Kushina. Looking at this scene, a trace of haze flashed across Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face. It was a shame to let Chinyu, an ant, despise him. If you let this person who is not even as good as an ant, jump in front of you, it is simply a shame. Kill one to warn the 100. This thought flashed through Otsutsuki Momoshiki's mind, and a trace of cruelty flashed in the depths of his eyes. Before he could make any other moves, the next moment the voice from Chinyu came first. "Who said that I haven't gathered them yet?" Chinyu smiled warmly, bit his right thumb with his backhand, and blood splashed out. His hands flew up quickly like wheels. Spiritual Art Outer Demon Statue. Bang! His hands pressed on the ground like lightning, and the violent air waves rolled back like a tide. The rock layer under his feet made bursts of roars, and under the violent shaking, it gave people a feeling of a giant turning over. Large tracts of rock layer collapsed, spreading cracks like dragons. Boom! A pair of shriveled hands like dead trees directly penetrated the rock layer and grabbed this piece of ruined land. The next moment, his arms seemed to burst out with endless power, and he suddenly exerted force to the left and right, forcibly cracking the thick rock layer into a huge hole. The huge body of 10,000 meters was squeezed out. 10,000-meter-long huge tails, like a sharp iron whip, swept the surrounding rocks across the sky. However, the most unbelievable thing is that compared with the first appearance, the original 5 eyes opened have now reached 9. Roar! The huge body of the 10 tails suddenly squeezed out of the crack in the ground. When the 4 legs stepped on the ground, there was a rolling rumbling sound. The breath that came out of the body was like a 12-level hurricane passing through, rolling back to the surroundings. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was in this wave of air, especially Black Zetsu, was stunned at first, and then showed a look of disbelief. It's impossible. You obviously didn't absorb the 9-tailed beasts, so why did you completely awaken the 10 tails? Black Zetsu roared urgently. And why did it become a huge chakra aggregate? The hysterical voice echoed in the sky. It can be said that even Otsutsuki Momoshiki was a little skeptical about life. In his memory, Otsutsuki Kagaya's mission was just to cultivate a chakra fruit. Now suddenly a second aggregate appeared. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Why? Chinyu smiled playfully, then his expression became sharp, his eyes became as sharp as an eagle, he turned his hands and suddenly clasped them together, and shouted in a deep voice. Seal! The simple word was swallowed and spit out, like thunder across the sky. One after another, the devil chains shot out from Chinyu's body, like thousands of tentacles, and directly entangled the 10 tails. When he captured the 4-tailed beasts just now, Chinyu used the 1-key full-level system to fully level the tailed beast chakra he obtained, turning it into a perfect state. With this method of operation, the 10 tails was completely awakened. Looking at Chinyu, who tied the 10 tails like a dumpling in an instant, a trace of madness flashed across Black Zetsu's face, and he roared, "Stop him quickly, otherwise you will die." A warm-up Uchiha Chinyu was able to be beaten by Otsutsuki Momoshiki without any resistance. Now if Uchiha Chinyu gets the power of the 10 tails Jinchuriki and transforms into the 6 paths mode, then the Black Zetsu who is waiting for Otsutsuki Momoshiki will not believe that he will win. Shut up! I won't lose to an ant! Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared with a sinister look. He was determined to lose without a fight, and the opponent was still the ant he kept talking about. He couldn't accept this humiliation. However, his mouth might be full of lies, but his body was honest. When he saw Chinyu's hands suddenly turned around, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was the first to lose his temper. His body shook, and the space wavered. Like a ghost, he disappeared out of thin air. When he reappeared at the original place, he had come to Chinyu's back. "Chinyu, be careful behind you." Uzumaki Kushina's face suddenly changed. It was unknown whether Chinyu could hear it from such a distance. However, facing Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who suddenly used time and space means to appear behind him and took the lead in launching an attack, Chinyu seemed to have eyes behind him. Without any fancy moves, he turned around suddenly and grabbed the hand that turned into a hand knife and attacked his back with his right hand like lightning. The huge force wrestled, and a series of sonic booms were heard at the moment of slight contact. The sudden scene made Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face stagnate, and the light words that fell into his ears shook his nerves. "Sorry, I want to absorb the 10 tails, I just need a thought." Chinyu smiled warmly. "Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 10 tails chakra. Do you want to reach the maximum level immediately with one click?" The ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. The long-awaited scene made Chinyu smile even more. Without hesitation, he immediately issued an order. "Immediately one click full level. Ding dang, please wait for the host." Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the control of the 10 tails chakra has been successfully maxed out with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the Seeking Truth Jade, do you want to max out with one click immediately? Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the 6 paths Immortal Art Space Binding, do you want to max out with one click immediately? Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the Sealless Healing, do you want to max out with one click immediately? Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the 6 paths Life Body, do you want to max out with one click immediately? Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei, do you want to max out with one click immediately? A series of system prompts, like firecrackers, crackled in his mind. Even though Qin Yu had been mentally prepared, he couldn't help feeling dizzy. Chapter 429 for the 8th Gate Transformation. A series of system prompts sounded in my mind. If Uchiha Madara and Obito in the original story knew that they had to use all their tricks to barely become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and activate the 6 Paths mode, they would probably want to find a hole to crawl into. However, Qin Yu obviously didn't have any thoughts at the moment. The system detected some ninjutsu, and as soon as he thought about it, he directly issued an order. Immediately max level with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully learning the 6 Paths mode with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully learning the Seeking Dao Jade with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning. A series of system prompts sounded again. However, this time Qin Yu didn't care at all. The scene just now seemed very cumbersome, but it was only the moment when he thought about it. There was probably not even a breath of time between the before and after. When Qin Yu's eyes met Otsutsuki Momoshiki again, the 10 tails, which had been tied up like a dumpling by the chains of the golem, had already turned into a large piece of white mist and dissipated in front of everyone with a bang. Qin Yu's body gradually changed, wearing a white flying robe, 2 sharp horns, and 8 Seeking Truth Jades suspended on his back. The scene of a complete makeover shook people's hearts, and the breath exuded changed instantly. If the Uchiha Qin Yu of the previous moment was a volcano that could erupt at any time, then the current Qin Yu gave people the feeling that he was as deep as the vast ocean. Just floating in the void, it gave people the feeling that it affected the entire space. The air in the four-sided sky stagnated, and the inexplicably oppressive breath, the moment it came out from the heart, seemed to turn into an invisible big hand, tightening people's hearts. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was close at hand, looked at Qin Yu's completely changed appearance and the huge oppressive aura emanating from him, and said with disbelief, "It's impossible. You can't completely absorb and control the power of the chakra fruit so quickly. I don't believe that you, an ant, can really do it." Lion's hair. Hysterical roars came out one after another. Under the violent chakra infusion, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's silver hair seemed to come alive and shot towards Qin Yu. At this close distance, Qin Yu's body was directly entangled. Seeing that the attack was successful, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face was ecstatic, and his left hand quickly stretched out. The samsara eye on his palm suddenly turned, and the crazy power quickly accumulated and condensed. Feeling that the accumulated power had reached its peak, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face flashed a trace of ferocity, and he roared again. Impact. Boom. The violent force that had accumulated crazily was instantly detonated. The red beam of light, at a close distance, enveloped Qin Yu head-on. However, before Otsutsuki Momoshiki could get happy, the words that fell in his ears touched his nerves. Heavenly Hand Power. The simple 3 words came out, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki only felt a flash in front of his eyes. When it appeared again, it quickly enlarged in his pupils, and it was the shock wave that he had used in anger. No. Boom. Just in time to say a word of no, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was instantly submerged by the endless shock wave. The huge impact force, like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, directly pierced the rock layer below. Bang! The rolling explosion sounded, and the already devastated rock layer was directly collapsed. Shattered. The raised air waves and rolling sand and dust were like a magnitude 13 earthquake. Hurry up and use ninjutsu to defend with all your strength. The face of the third Hokage changed drastically, and he hurriedly gave orders. The 2 people in front of him, after the transformation, have completely transformed into a higher level. It can be said that this blow, which is as easy as a gesture, can easily raise a ninja village to the ground. This scene can be called a fight between gods, and mortals suffer. Earth escape wall. Earth escape rock layer earth mountain. Earth escape earth layer continent. A series of urgent calls, accompanied by the flying of the seal, formed various earth escape ninjutsu for defense. Senju Hashirama on the side glanced at Uchiha Madara and said, "Ban, your Susanoo is quite suitable for protecting people. Get out." Uchiha Madara glared coldly, and now he is full of inner drama. He thought that the gap in strength between him and Uchiha Qin Yu could be caught up. But the scene before him made him clench his fists. This gap was too big. Stingy. Senju Hashirama curled his lips in dissatisfaction, but his hands did not stop at all. In the moment of flying, he formed a series of seals. Wood style, tree birth. Boom! Large pieces of tree roots broke out of the ground like dragons, and under the command of Senju Hashirama, they turned into huge wood-style walls in an instant. The next moment, the sweeping sand and dust waves hit them like rain hitting banana leaves. Damn ant, I'm going to kill you! Otsutsuki Momoshike's roar rushed up like thunder. Under the rock layer, a figure with torn clothes rushed out. However, this time, after absorbing the golden style, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had an indestructible body and also had the healing of the Samsara seal. The previous attack had no way to cause him any harm. However, when he thought about the attack he used to kill Chinyu just now, he was unexpectedly transformed by someone. This kind of humiliation is more difficult than death for him who always claims to kill ants. Hehe, Momoshiki, can you change the dialogue to something fresh? In addition to killing me, there are also ants. How about a Yama daddy? Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, touched his nose and said with a smile. The calm demeanor fell into Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes, and his forehead instantly roared. He clenched his 10 fingers suddenly and roared hysterically. Yeah, your sister, bastard ant, I will tear you apart. Inyakai Kenmei. Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared repeatedly, and his 5 fingers clenched towards the broken earth. The rock layers rolled, and the endless rubble flew, like a prehistoric beast turning over, and instantly turned into 9-10,000 meter long mud Yamata no Orokai. Roar! The Yamata no Orokai roared deafeningly, and its huge body twisted wildly, instantly locking onto Chinyu. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. The posture of destroying the world and destroying a ninja village with a wave of his hand made them look up. However, it was even more unimaginable that Uchiha Chinyu could still talk and laugh in the face of such a powerful confrontation. The warm smile on his face and the words that fell into his ears made people look dazed. I forgot to tell you that I transformed for the 8th gate. Chapter 430 Who can kill him? There is also the 8th gate. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound. Not to mention the spectators present, even the ferocious look on Daitongmu Momoshiki's face paused for a moment. However, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Looking at Chinyu's calm face, Daitongmu Momoshiki's face flashed a trace of resentment, and then he roared again. Damn ants, I don't believe there is an 8th gate. Hunting Phoenix. The stern roars sounded one after another. Daitongmu Momoshiki swung his hands in the air again. The blazing flames seemed to be pulled in the void, without any fancy, and condensed into a huge flaming bird thousands of meters long. Ah! The hunting phoenix made a sharp and piercing scream, and flapped its wings suddenly, bringing up a blazing wind and waves, and rushed towards Uchiha Chinyu at an extreme speed. For a moment, the two attacks appeared to be closing in a posture, and they were bound to severely injure Chinyu in order to take the lead. Seeing this scene, the ninjas in the distance suddenly changed their expressions. However, their faces were more eager. Looking at that thin figure standing in the 2 killer moves, with an unknown look, that kind of courage completely touched people's hearts. Kakashi, look quickly, he's moving. Might Guy was the first to lose his temper and shouted excitedly. As a ninja specializing in physical skills, Uchiha Chinyu can choose physical skills to deal with the aliens. This is a great honor for them, ninjas specializing in physical skills. Kai, shut up, didn't I remind you to call Chinyu Lord? If you say it wrong again, I will overthrow you. Kakashi said coldly. However, his eyes never moved away from Chinyu. No. It should be said that at this critical moment, no one wants to miss any moment on Chinyu. 8 gates ninjutsu formation, the 8th gate, the gate of death opens. They. Stern voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with demonic sounds, exploding like thunder. The attacking canine Qi Jian and Xiao Feng suddenly stopped without any warning when they were 7 or 8 meters away from Chinyu, as if they had hit an invisible barrier. The next moment, Uchiha Chinyu's hands, 10 fingers suddenly clenched. 7 roars like muffled thunder came out in his body one after another, and the 7 body shackles were instantly broken. The chakra like a dragon lost its restrictions, and for a moment, it turned into a raging tide and rushed straight to the final death gate like a wild horse. Boom! The scarlet blood, like a volcanic eruption, exploded instantly. The blood that soared into the sky, with a sharp and unparalleled posture, rushed straight to the 9-day cloud. The originally accumulated clouds were the first to be penetrated, and the oncoming attack was instantly thrown away by the tyrannical airwave under the impact of this airwave. Blood-red veins, like molten lava, quickly emerged on Qin Yu's body. His face, which was crisscrossed, gave people a terrifying feeling. The ruins under his feet were the first to be broken by the uncontrollable and rapidly overflowing air wave. Feeling the violent force in his body that was too strong to be well controlled, Qin Yu clenched his 5 fingers and said, with the 6 paths mode, coupled with a strong healing body, it is indeed possible to perform the 8th gate without injury. If it is coupled with the lightning chakra mode and the body of strange power, I don't know how powerful it will be. The slightly hoarse voice, at this moment, gave people a feeling of hitting the soul directly. A moment ago, in response to the Otonoki Momoshiki who had not yet transformed, Qin Yu performed the 7th gate, and combined with other ninjutsu that enhanced the explosive power of the body, he knocked him out with one punch. If, now with the 6 paths mode, and with the help of the strongest 8th gate, one move, I'm afraid it will directly lead to a grand finale. Chaotic thoughts emerged in everyone's mind, and Daitongmu Momoshiki was no exception. Looking at Qin Yu, who had completely changed his appearance, the words that fell into his ears shook his nerves again after their eyes met. Dear God Clan Lord, the ants are ready to bite people, are you ready to die? The slightly frivolous words, at this moment, were like invisible sharp thorns, piercing Daitongmu Momoshiki's nerves. Looking at Qin Yu's creepy appearance, Daitongmu Momoshiki's face flashed a trace of madness, and his hands grabbed him again in the air. The overturned Inyukai Kenmei and Xiao Feng attacked Qin Yu across the air. At the same time, Otonoki Momoshiki had no time to think, and roared, Urashiki, lend me your power temporarily, otherwise even you can't escape. Otonoki Urashiki, who had been confronting Uchiha Madara, suddenly changed his expression. As Otonoki Momoshiki said, after seeing Uchiha Qin Yu's endless tricks with their own eyes, their so-called self-esteem as gods had long been gone. If Otonoki Momoshiki was defeated, he would have to face Uchiha Qin Yu directly next. This is a nightmare for Otonoki Urashiki. You have to hurry up, otherwise there will be no time. Qin Yu smiled warmly. Looking at the attacking Inyukai Kenmei and Xiao Feng, Qin Yu suddenly put his hands together again, and the moment he unfolded his posture, the words like thunder came out again. Daytime Tiger! Roar! The tiger's roar shook the hills. The moment the violent breath burst out, the rock layer under his feet was the first to collapse. Scarlet steam, like a volcanic eruption, instantly condensed into a 10,000-meter-long tiger in the void. Accompanied by the sound of tiger roars, the oncoming attacks collided with each other. Boom! The thunderous collision sound exploded, and the so-called Inyukai Kenmei and Xiao Feng, under the 8 gates opened at the same time, were torn into pieces in an instant like paper. Wherever he passed, the air rippled and rolled back like a hurricane. Before the attack came, Otonoki Momoshiki's face changed drastically. Without time to think about it, he let out a long roar, and the time and space technique was pushed to the extreme, directly tearing a space crack on his side that connected to Otonoki Urashiki. Hurry up, otherwise we will all die. Hysterical roars came one after another. Facing the attack in front of him, Otonoki Momoshiki was obviously confused. Hurry up, if you keep dawdling, you'll die. Uchiha Madara, who was folding his arms, had no intention of stopping him, and reminded him lightly. Otonoki Urashiki was startled at first, and said with gritted teeth, Why don't you stop me? Aren't you afraid of changing the situation? Change. Uchiha Madara sneered and said, I'm just a dead man, I have no interest in these, not to mention, I also want to see who in this world can kill him. Chapter 431 Counterattacked by Ants. Who can kill him? Otonoki Urashiki was stunned. It was the first time he saw such a righteous act of betraying his companions. Moreover, facing these words, the other ninjas in the field were also indifferent. Even Qin Yu urged him to hurry up, so it was useless for them to worry about it. What's more, they also wanted to see how high Uchiha Qin Yu could reach. Damn, you bastard ant! Daitongmu Urashiki gritted his teeth and roared. Feeling the eager gazes from all around, it was simply a shame for them. Seeing the day tiger, crushing Daitongmu Momoshiki across the air with a crushing posture, Daitongmu Urashiki did not dare to continue. He grabbed the red light fish cage on his waist with his backhand, and a ball of golden light fell into his hand, and threw it directly into the space crack. This is the power he accumulated for this mission. He originally planned to use it to supplement his own strength and save his life. He never thought that he would make wedding clothes for others. However, the current situation is beyond his control. If even the senior who he always talks about is killed, then let him face Qin Yu in person, which is something he doesn't want to encounter even more. What's more, Otonoki Urashiki believes that as long as Otonoki Momoshiki gets the assistance of his own power, he will definitely be able to defeat the arrogant man in front of him. Come on! Otonoki Momoshiki showed a trace of ecstasy on his face, and hurriedly grabbed it into the crack. The samsara eye in the palm of his hand turned quickly, and quickly swallowed up the whistling power. Bang! Strength was poured into the body, and the muscles of the whole body suddenly tensed up. The next moment, the originally golden samsara eye emerged with a large area of sky blue. The aura that Daitong Mu Momoshiki originally gave off changed in an instant, and then there was a trace of madness on his face. Haha, Urashiki, you really have powerful strength. No wonder the Lord of God values you so much. I will definitely repay you after completing the task this time. Daitong Mu Momoshiki laughed unscrupulously. Facing the incoming attack, there was no intention to dodge at all, just watching the attack come. Boom! The Scarlet Day Tiger rushed across the sky with a savage attitude, and finally shattered the rock layer of 10,000 meters below, and after raising a large piece of sand and dust, it collapsed in the world. Looking at the means that can shatter the world with just a wave of his hand, Qin Yu used this move to severely injure Daitong Mu Momoshiki a moment ago. This scene was repeated again, and the crowd of people watching the scene cast their eager eyes towards the ruins. They wanted to see as soon as possible what would happen to Momoshiki Otoki in the face of this attack. He dodged the attack. Hashirama Senju suddenly spoke. This instantly tensed everyone's nerves. They hurriedly followed Hashirama Senju's gaze and saw a figure floating in the air. Momoshiki Otoki, with a face full of rage and madness. Haha, Urashiki, your power is really strong. With this move, I can be invincible. Momoshiki Otoki glanced at himself. His unscathed posture made him laugh unscrupulously. This scene changed the expressions of many people drastically. The attack just now could destroy at least 2 Konoha ninja villages. Not long ago, Momoshiki Otoki almost died. Now that they have transformed, their strength has been enhanced, but facing the same attack, it would be logical to at least make a mess of it. However, now Otoji Momoshiki gives people a feeling of being unscathed, which is completely beyond their expectations. Sir Hokage, what is going on? Uzumaki Kushina was the first to lose her temper and asked anxiously. Faced with this undisguised concern, Namikaze Minato felt inexplicably jealous. However, he couldn't help looking at Senju Hashirama. After all, after witnessing this godlike fight with his own eyes, Namikaze Minato knew clearly that if Uchiha Chinyu was defeated, waiting for them will be a perverted enemy. I haven't figured it out either. This should be a bit similar to the time-space ninjutsu performed by Chinyu, which can ignore attacks for a moment, right? Senju Hashirama frowned and explained hesitantly. Senju Hashirama has encountered too many mysteries of the samsara eye, many of which cannot be explained in words. The only thing he can do now is to cast his eyes on Chinyu and see if he can solve this mystery. Haha, I can still operate like this without you. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, is it time travel? It's really a rare eye technique, but how many seconds can you go back, 1 second, 2 seconds, or 3 seconds? And whether your body can catch up with your thoughts is another matter. The small voice exploded like thunder at this moment. When everyone looked at each other, even Otonoki Urashiki and Momoshiki changed their expressions drastically. The eyes looking at Uchiha Chinyu were full of disbelief. For Senju Hashirama, Chinyu's words just now might just be a guess. But Otonoki Momoshiki and Urashiki knew clearly that there was nothing wrong with these words. The confidence of Daitong Mu Momoshiki, who was deliberately mysterious just now, was exposed in one word. No, it's impossible. Who are you? Why do you know everything? You are a spy in the God clan. It must be like this. Daitong Mu Momoshiki's expression was a little crazy. The moment he looked at Chinyu, he wanted to turn around. Escape? Everyone present was stunned in place. Even Daitong Mu Urashiki was no exception. He had obviously obtained the power of Daitong Mu Urashiki, but he turned around and ran away at this critical moment. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that the so-called God clan was counterattacked by the ants in their mouths? You are really stupid and naive. Can you really escape? Chinyu smiled warmly. His body was slightly bent, like a tiger or leopard pouncing on the ground, and his hands suddenly clenched the ground. The next moment, Huo Ran looked up, and his eyes suddenly became as sharp as a hawk. If Qin Yu was lazy just now, then now he is like a sword that has been unsheathed, and is extremely sharp. Xi Xiang. The word simple swallows spit out, shaking the world like thunder. Bang! The ground suddenly shook violently, and the place where Qin Yu was standing seemed unable to withstand the explosive force of this moment, and collapsed. The moment the spider web-like cracks opened, Qin Yu had already appeared above Datong Mu Momoshiki like a ghost. One kick. Qin Yu hesitated and punched Datong Mu Momoshiki through the air without any fancy words. Chapter 432 Driving People Crazy. The air in the sky in all directions seemed to be stagnant in an instant. Facing Uchiha Qin Yu, who appeared in the sky like a ghost, the speed was so fast that even his thoughts could not keep up. Datong Mu Momoshiki began to panic. However, before he could think about it, Qin Yu moved again. One kick. As the two words were uttered, the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched, and the scarlet air waves that penetrated the body gathered like a raging tide, and the next moment they were shot out at Datong Mu Momoshiki through the air. Boom! With one punch, the air was pierced, and the invisible ripples could not be stirred in time, and the entire space was distorted. A squeeze formed by space instantly enveloped Datong Mu Momoshiki before his thoughts turned. Bang! A thunderous collision sound echoed. Qin Yu punched out without any pause, and his body moved at high speed again. 2 legs. 3 legs. 4 legs. The punches were like a tide, turning into invisible air shocks. It felt as if, while the space had not yet reacted, Datong Mu Momoshiki was locked in it. Not to mention the body, even the thoughts could not turn. When the 4th punch fell, Datong Mu Momoshiki finally barely reacted, and the moment he spit out a mouthful of blood, a hysterical and crazy look appeared on his face. Time goes back. The simple 4 words were uttered, and the blue 6 Magadama Samsara eye, at this moment, turned wildly like a wheel. Momoshiki, who was originally under attack, used the power of the pupil technique to instantly go back 2 seconds. At this moment, he was obviously not attacked. As soon as his body relaxed, he didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly wanted to withdraw and use the time and space technique to escape from this place. However, this thought just emerged in his mind, and the words that fell in his ears shook his nerves. Dear God Clan Master, I have been waiting for you for a long time. 5 feet. Boom. Like a thunder tearing apart the sky, Qin Yu moved, and the endless power accumulated in his fist exploded instantly like a raging tide. The scarlet blood-like space light column, with a stern attitude, caused the space along the way to stir up large ripples, and it twisted rapidly. Before Datong Mu Momoshiki could react after just walking out of the time reversal, he fell down with a crushing posture. Bang! The huge impact force, like a meteorite falling from the sky, hit the ground heavily. The land of tens of thousands of meters in radius collapsed with a bang. Under the flying rock layers, the sand and dust rolled back. Witnessing this scene, Datong Mu Urashiki's expression suddenly changed drastically. He never thought that the power of Qin Yu's attack would be more powerful than the previous one. The power of this 5th leg is exactly the sum of the 4 previous attacks. Looking at the air waves that were overturned in the sky, Datong Mu Urashiki was the first to lose his temper and roared, "Senior, hurry up and use the time reversal." In Datong Mu Urashiki's eyes, it is better to bear the sum of the 4 legs that were eliminated by the reversal than to bear the power of the 5th leg. Time goes back. The roar of Datong Mu Momoshiki was like a madman, and the strong air wave penetrated his body, directly shaking away the dust that was spreading around. At the same time, the injuries suffered by Datong Mu Momoshiki were directly traced back to the time when his 4 feet were injured, and there was still a trace of scarlet blood on the corners of his mouth. However, before he could react, the scene he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly. I saw Qin Yu fell to the ground at some point. Like a lion or a tiger pouncing on the ground, his hands clasped the rock layer of the ground, and the aura wrapped around the surface of his body, which was flowing like molten magma, stagnated a little. The next moment, before Datong Mu Momoshiki could react, the words that came out shook his nerves. Accumulation. Boom. With one word, the aura that was originally violent and outward-looking exploded in an instant. The violent blood caused by it, like a raging tide, hit the sky directly. Roar. The bloody energy in the sky swirled in the void, and after a roar of dragon roar, it turned into a blood dragon of 10,000 feet. Without any fancy moves, his eyes suddenly turned and locked onto Daitong Mumomoshiki, which immediately made his spine cold. He even had the illusion that the god of death was calling for his life. However, before Daitong Mumomoshiki could come to his senses, the two words he uttered shook his nerves again. Yekai! Bang! The dull roar exploded like thunder. The 10,000 feet long blood-colored dragon tore the air along the way like a raging tide, and the space was like tofu that could not bear the weight wherever it passed. Under the ripples of the waves, it gave people a feeling of mirror breaking. The distance of 10,000 meters gave people the feeling that it was reached in a flash. When everyone suddenly woke up, the first thing that came into their eyes was a scene like a giant dragon swallowing the sky. Bang! The thunderous roar was simply endless. Under the violent wind wave, Daitong Mumomochiki's body was thrown out like a rag bag. The spine at the waist was broken, and under the huge impact force, it fell heavily on the ruins tens of thousands of meters away. Quick, hurry up and go back in time. The 5 legs just now are not enough to kill. Otonoki Urashiki went crazy, looking at the attacks that were more powerful than the last. Even though he had the ability to go back in time, such a heaven-defying method, he felt powerless. This move can go back to one's own time 2 or 3 seconds before being attacked. But it does not mean that the damage during that period can be ignored. Once someone sees through this, he will launch a saturation attack. For example, in the original work, Jiraiya summoned the intestines of the giant toad Iwajoku, and with the help of the toxic volatilization all the time, Otonoki Urashiki was subjected to a saturation attack without knowing it. As for Chinyu, he is now using the 8 gates of ninjutsu, which is a swift and unparalleled attack that is enough to kill with one blow, to carry out a saturation attack. This method is enough to increase the damage of the previous moment of retracing before Otonoki Momoshiki has reacted. Time goes back. Daitong Mumomoshiki hit the ground heavily, crushing a large piece of rock layer, feeling his body torn apart by the violent force, and spitting out blood at the same time. He didn't have time to think too much, and roared hysterically. As Daitong Urashiki said, he was more willing to bear the 5 feet just now than Yekai. However, just as this thought came up, the next moment Chinyu's words came out again, making him feel like he was driven crazy. 6 paths earth-shattering star. The simple 6 words came out, and the indifferent tone of looking down shook everyone's heart. When Chinyu grabbed it with his right hand from a distance, it felt like he was controlling this piece of heaven and earth. The air flowing in the 4 directions of the sky suddenly stagnated, overturning the broken rock layer, at this moment, as if controlled by an invisible force. The next moment, with Daitong Mumomoshiki as the center, it was quickly absorbed. For a moment, what appeared before his eyes was like a scene of the creation of the world. Chapter 433, More Eyes Do Not Win. Boom! The huge ruins, with Otsutsuki Momoshiki as the center, suddenly trembled. The huge attraction rushed out like a mad tide. The speed of the rewind covered an area of 50,000 to 60,000 meters in a blink of an eye. Countless rock layers, gravel, and dust were immediately pulled up. The next moment, Chinyu's eyes suddenly condensed, and his 5 fingers suddenly grabbed through the air. Close for me! The stern words came out, and the simple 3 words pierced the ears like thunder. The moment the voice fell, Chinyu seemed to have transformed into the master of the 4 directions of the sky, like a god. Boom! Endless explosions sounded one after another. The rock layers in the huge ruins were directly peeled off, and smashed towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki at a crazy speed. For a moment, the sky was full of black, and it quickly expanded in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's pupils. However, facing the space confinement power of the 6 paths of Chibaku Tensei, no matter how he moved, his body remained motionless as if frozen. The only thing he could do was to watch the debris all over the sky, hitting him head-on. Time goes back. The azure samsara eye appeared again. With his eyes wide open, the 6 Megatama rotated quickly, returning his own time to a few seconds ago. With this move, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's imprisoned body was instantly freed. Looking at the rock debris rolling over the sky, he didn't have time to think too much, and frantically activated the samsara eye to tear the void in front of him. No, I won't die, I will definitely be able to escape, as long as I enter Kagaya's different space. You can't find me. The hysterical roar echoed wildly. With a few seconds of breathing time to go back in time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's 5 samsara eyes turned to the extreme. A trace of blood gushed out from the corners of his eyes, and even the corners of his eyes were dyed red. Bang! The void in front of him shattered like a mirror, and the scarlet blood-colored space cracks tore open. Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki Momoshiki showed a trace of ecstasy on his face, and he didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly stepped in. Boom! When he disappeared from sight, a dull thunder-like roar echoed in the sky. The giant rock ball with a diameter of 10,000 meters quietly suspended in the sky, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. However, facing this scene, no one was happy. After seeing Otsutsuki Momoshiki's strength with their own eyes, if he was allowed to escape, it would be like letting the tiger go back to the mountain. After all, not everyone is Uchiha Chinyu, and not everyone can stick to him all day long. If, after escaping, Daitongmu Momoshiki secretly hunts and attacks them, it will be a nightmare for every ninja village. Don't panic, that kid is more thoughtful than you. Senju Hashirama's expression condensed slightly, and he said, don't forget, that kid is also best at time and space. Once he masters it to a certain extent, he will be able to lock the space coordinates of Daitongmu Momoshiki's transfer in an instant, and then interfere with it. The other result that can be obtained is not running away. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Everyone's nerves tightened when they heard the words, and they hurriedly followed Chinyu to look. The first thing they saw was the black thunder crackling on Chinyu's right hand. A pair of 9 soul-capturing Megatama Samsara eye was spinning wildly at the moment, and a crisp sound of an egg breaking came from the void in front of him. The next moment, a strong spatial fluctuation appeared in the void in front of him, and a figure of Daitongmu Momoshiki, who had not yet performed the healing technique and had gone back to the time when he had endured Yakai, was transferred to the front without any warning. Sorry, you are welcome to come and die. Chinyu smiled warmly. At this moment, it was reflected in Daitongmu Momoshiki's pupils like a brand. Looking at the warm smile that was like the death god's death, Daitongmu Momoshiki's nerves suddenly tightened, and he frantically tried to drive his body to dodge. Unfortunately, he was now back to the injuries of the time of Yakai, with a broken spine and broken bones all over his body, and there was no time for treatment. Originally, he still planned to use the transfer to another space to gain a chance to breathe and heal his body. However, he never thought that Chinyu still kept this trick and left a space coordinate on him in advance. Caught off guard, the destination of his space-time technique became within reach. Goodbye, next time you reincarnate, remember that ants are not easy to bully. The smile on Chinyu's face became more and more brilliant. Under the surge of black thunder in his right hand, without the slightest pause, it swept across the sky like a black thunder towards the neck of Daitongmu Doshi. No, don't kill me, I can be your slave, don't kill me. A hysterical roar came out of Daitongmu Doshi's mouth, his round eyes and torn eye sockets oozing blood and unconcealed fear. However, facing the attack that was rapidly enlarged in his pupils, all these words seemed pale and powerless. The only thing he could do was to watch the attack, which was rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Puff! The black thunder swept across the sky, and when Daitongmu Doshi still had not gathered the power in his body to defend himself, it instantly crossed his neck. Scarlet blood splashed, crackling black thunder, mixed with Amaterasu, instantly detonated, swallowing up the body of Otonoki Momoshiki. The flying head, originally wide-eyed, was full of fear and despair, and eventually evolved into endless resentment. Ant, you hateful ant, the family will never let you go, they will definitely kill you, I will wait for you in another world, waiting for you to accompany me. Wait for me. Chinyu smiled playfully and said, it's okay to wait for me, but no matter what the occasion, you will still be bitten to death by ants. After all, you are even worse than ants. I forgot to tell you that it's not that you can win by having more eyes. You. Otonoki Momoshiki was suddenly choked with anger. Unfortunately, this time he had no chance to speak. The surging black flames instantly covered his head, and under the scorching high temperature, it turned into ashes in an instant. In the void, the ashes scattered by the wind made the huge ruins more inexplicably oppressive. Looking at the self-proclaimed god, the man from heaven, and the 5 reincarnation eyes, Momoshiki Otonoki, he was completely powerless in front of Uchiha Chinyu. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that all this is true? Facing this scene of victory, the onlookers present turned their eyes and subconsciously looked at Urashiki Otonoki who was stopped by Uchiha Madara. Just now, it was Momoshiki Otonoki who fought, and Kinshiki Otonoki increased his own strength. It can be said that, to some extent, Urashiki Otoniki was like air and was left aside. Chapter 434 The Final Desperate Alliance. In the huge ruins, 50 or 60,000 pairs of eyes were all locked on Urashiki Otoniki. The invisible pressure, like a mountain, pressed on his heart. If it were normal times, he would not be afraid of these ants in front of him at all. He would even tease them. However, facing the combined body, Momoshiki of Otonoki, who had 5 samsara eyes and combined the power of all the pupil techniques of the 3 of them, was also killed. Otonoki Urashiki was too arrogant to be proud. Feeling the gazes on him, Otonoki Urashiki could not help but look at Uchiha Madara and said, "Can he leave?" In Otonoki Urashiki's eyes, if there was anyone who was more like a soy sauce and didn't take this battle seriously at all, he couldn't think of anyone else except Uchiha Madara. For him now, if he could reduce one obstacle, he would have a little more hope of survival. "Is that kid scary? Don't you have any way to kill him?" Uchiha Madara suddenly spoke. This statement immediately made many people nervous, including Otonoki Momoshiki. His expression changed slightly, but he did not hesitate at all. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, I have no choice. Please get out of the way. I will kill him next time we meet." After saying this, Otonoki Urashiki was the first to lose his temper. With the surge of chakra on his body, the Azure Samsara Eye instantly emerged. However, before he could further perform, the next moment, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly turned, revealing a terrifying paleness. "You actually have the Samsara Eye too." Otonoki Urashiki's expression suddenly changed drastically. "Haha, I was planning to keep it to deal with that kid, but I didn't expect that his impure world reincarnation technique could revive me to the point where I could open the Samsara Eye in a short time." Uchiha Madara said coldly, "However, since you can't kill that kid, I don't have to humiliate myself." The Samsara Eye Bunyu. Puff. Black sticks, like sharp blades, emerged without any warning. The next moment, without any fancy moves, they pierced through Otoji Urashiki's body in a piercing manner. As blood splashed, the confinement ability in the black sticks spread rapidly, sweeping over Otoji Urashiki's body in an instant. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Facing the explanation given by Uchiha Madara, the scalps of the people present were also numb. Uchiha Madara, who only had the Mangekyo Sharingan, was already able to fight against the god of the ninja realm, Senju Hashirama, and now even the Samsara Eye has evolved. Perhaps, he will not reach the same level as Uchiha Chinyu. However, it may not be a problem to suppress Senju Hashirama. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye evolved too late. It turns out that you had a backhand from the beginning." Otoki Urashiki's expression flashed a trace of ferocity and he said, "You also have the Samsara Eye, why don't we join forces? We will definitely defeat that guy." "Join forces?" Uchiha Madara raised his head coldly and said, "Are you kidding? Who would humiliate himself in public, unless he was kicked in the head by a donkey like you? Also, do you think that kid doesn't know that you are deliberately delaying time now?" The small voice fell into Otoki Urashiki's ears, making his expression stagnate, and then a trace of madness flashed in the depths of his pupils, azure blue appeared, and the 6 Magatama Samsara Eye turned wildly. "I don't believe that he has been fighting for so long and still can't defeat him. Time goes back." Roars continued, exploding like thunder. The body of Otonoki Urashiki became a little blurry. The next moment, the black stick that had penetrated his body disappeared in front of everyone like air. After hitting his subordinates, in order to avoid repeating the same mistake, Otonoki Urashiki retreated rapidly. In full view of everyone, he backhandedly slammed his eyes. Puff. The bloody scene made people feel their pupils contract. Looking at the 2 eyes that he dug out casually, he threw them directly into his mouth. The smacking sound of biting was even more clearly audible, and everyone's face turned pale at once. This self-mutilation is too disgusting. Is it intended to disgust people to death if it can't kill them? However, this idea just emerged in their minds, accompanied by the swallowing action of Otonoki Urashiki with a gurgle. A blue beam of light instantly exploded in his body. The next moment, without any fancy moves, the figure that appeared again shook everyone's nerves. Birdman. If the previous moment, Otonoki Urashiki was still like a human being, then now, he has obviously abandoned his human body and has become a birdman. The crack on his forehead tore open, and the golden Samsara Eye appeared, and the eyes that had been lost also turned golden. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. The previous moment, they had seen Otonoki Momoshiki's transformation, but they never thought that Otonoki Urashiki had this kind of operation. However, what they care about most is that the previous moment, Otonoki Urashiki, who was a gentle and polite person, now exudes a violent and ferocious aura all over his body, and he has become a completely different person. Damn ant, I'm going to kill you. Otonoki Urashiki roared with a ferocious look. Without any fancy moves, he flapped his wings suddenly, and did not choose to escape from the battlefield like Otonoki Momoshiki, but instead attacked Uchiha Chinyu head-on. His speed was so fast that the space along the way was rippled. The distance of tens of thousands of meters was just a blink of an eye, giving people the illusion of traveling through space. However, as soon as they approached, the words that fell into their ears shook everyone's nerves. Are you finally losing your temper? Chinyu smiled warmly. As soon as the voice fell, before everyone could react, the scene that first came into view made people's expressions change drastically. Chinyu, be careful of the black Zetsu behind you. Uzumaki Kushina called out anxiously. However, facing all this, Chinyu seemed to be completely unaware and did not dodge at all. A large area of black, like a tide, rushed out from the cracks of the ruins under his feet. It was very consistent with the timing chosen by Otonoki Urashiki. It can be said that this can definitely be considered premeditated. Haha, Uchiha Chinyu, if you are not greedy to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, maybe I really have no way to achieve the goal of resurrecting my mother, but now I really want to thank you, just like I bet, you will never give up such a huge power temptation. In the large black tide, the face of Black Zetsu was revealed, and on his hideous cheeks, there was an unbridled laugh. This is probably the last desperate alliance between Black Zetsu and Otonoki Urashiki. Chapter 435 The Ups and Downs of Identity Transformation. Chinyu, you will become the sacrifice for my resurrection of my mother. The crazy laughter echoed in the sky for a long time without being able to dissipate. However, this cannot be said to be a loss of composure. After all, facing this existence that is like a god and dominates everything. Now that he can fight back and achieve such a beautiful result, it is also great news in anyone's eyes. Yin. Yang escape spirit possession assimilation. Hysterical roars came out one after another. Black Zetsu, which turned into a black tide, covered Chinyu like a sky curtain. Witnessing this scene, the tears and madness on the face of Otonoki Urashiki did not diminish at all, and appeared in front of Chinyu like a ghost. The sharp claws on the right foot burst into scarlet light, and like a sharp blade, they clawed at Uchiha Chinyu's head. The scene of the sudden attack shook everyone's nerves. They never thought that Black Zetsu, whose chakra was absorbed by Otonoki Momoshiki at the beginning, would suddenly attack at this moment. At present, Uchiha Chinyu was possessed by Black Zetsu, and Otonoki Urashiki's attack was close at hand. If this claw really hit, then Chinyu would probably only have a brain explosion. However, as soon as this thought emerged in their minds, the first thing that came into their eyes was an unbelievable scene. Laughed. Uchiha Chinyu actually laughed at this moment. Absurd thoughts flashed through everyone's mind, including the sudden killing of Otoji Urashiki, who was in a frenzy and tears. The mind was like a huge bell hitting, roaring continuously. A terrified scream sounded without any warning. No, it's impossible, what is in your body? No, don't. I am immortal, what are your origins? However, facing this unknown fear, all words seemed pale and powerless at this moment. Before everyone could react, the black Zetsu covering Chinyu's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and quickly poured into the samsara eye. Without the restriction of the yin-yang escape, Chinyu's body control was obviously restored. He raised his head and greeted the eagle claws that were attacking from the air, without any fancy, and reached out to grab it directly. Goodbye, I have experienced a battle and lost a lot of physical strength, but didn't anyone tell you that you are too weak? Little follower. Chinyu said with a warm smile. The increasingly brilliant smile instantly wiped out the tears in Otonoki Urashiki's mind. He was about to withdraw and perform time reversal, but the moment their eyes met, his mind was like a huge bell, roaring and echoing. Tsukuyomi. Buzz. Otonoki Urashiki only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and the whole person was moved. Although the samsara eye has the ability to dispel illusions, Tsukuyomi can only trap Otonoki Urashiki for a moment. However, when the strong fight, life and death are only a moment. This slight mistake is enough to decide life and death. Puff. Blood splashed, and the hot warmth fell on Otonoki Urashiki's cheek. With the help of the Samsara Eye to go back in time, he did recover from the Tsukuyomi, but the first thing that caught his eye was his bird-like body. The spurting blood and the rapidly spreading black flames devoured his body in an instant. Seeing the same fate as Otoji Momoshiki, Otoji Urashiki was stunned at first, and then roared hysterically. "It's impossible, there's no possibility that I will lose, I won't die. And, this must be an illusion, this must be an illusion, wake up quickly, quickly." The rolling roar, like a huge bell, echoed in the sky, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. Qin Yu released the eagle claws in his hand, looked up at the head covered by black flames, smiled and said, "It's a pity that you are really dead. Goodbye, I hope you can walk faster and meet your senior in another world. One more thing, you are really too weak. You." Otonoki Urashiki was choked with anger. However, facing the rapidly spreading black flames, even the vision was completely blocked in the end. The so-called harsh words could not be said in the end, turned into ashes, and dissipated between heaven and earth with the wind. Looking at this scene, the onlookers present looked at each other in surprise. In their eyes, Otonoki Urashiki and Momoshiki, the strength they possessed was like that of gods. However, now that they fell into Qin Yu's mouth, they were too weak. In comparison, they were like fish on the chopping board. Next, the external enemies were solved, and this so-called war would return to the starting point. The 5 major ninja villages against the Konoha rebel Uchiha Qin Yu. The result of the battle. I'm afraid there's no need to imagine it. What's your expression? Cheer up. Senju Hashirama felt the change in the atmosphere in the field, laughed and patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder. Looking at his heartless elder brother, Senju Tobirama rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Brother, why don't you come forward to plead for mercy, maybe you can save something." After seeing Uchiha Qin Yu's methods with his own eyes, the always arrogant Senju Tobirama obviously gave up the desire to fight. Damn, they can't even beat them with 5 Samsara eyes, let alone those who don't even have Sharingan. Tobirama, what you said is wrong. Don't forget that our identities are different now, but that kid has been reincarnated. Let alone whether he can break free from control, at least we can't control what that guy means. Senju Hashirama curled his lips and said, "What's more, I believe that kid will not mess around." Will not mess around. Senju Tobirama and others were stunned. Although they did not agree with Senju Hashirama's evaluation, as he said, they would die anyway. It would be better to wait for the punishment obediently to avoid embarrassment. For a moment, the onlookers present all turned their eyes and locked onto Qin Yu. His body was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Waiting for Qin Yu's arrival. As Qin Yu quickly approached, everyone's nerves gradually became tense. The savior at one moment, the enemy at the next moment, this identity changes so much. What's more, I was so nervous that large amounts of hot sweat broke out on my forehead, and even my clothes were soaked through. I can't help it anymore. Uzumaki Kushina suddenly shouted urgently, looking at Qin Yu who was hundreds of meters away, and shouted urgently. "Qin Yu, what are your plans? Whether you want to kill or slaughter, just tell me. I hate this kind of long waiting and suffering. Whatever happens, I am willing to bear it." The unexpected words suddenly touched everyone's nerves. When they hurriedly looked at Qin Yu, the sight they saw made their pupils shrink suddenly. Chapter 436. Not everyone is Qin Yu. Hysterical roars echoed throughout the sky. Everyone was obviously shocked by Uzumaki Kushina's unexpected move. Even Namikaze Minato on the side was no exception. However, this crazy move made him see an inexplicable opportunity in his eyes. If Uzumaki Kushina really made Qin Yu unhappy and was killed, then what awaited him would be a good opportunity for a hero to save the beauty. When he thought of this, Namikaze Minato's face showed an inexplicable urgency. However, as soon as this thought appeared on his face, the next scene that came into view made Namikaze Minato's pupils suddenly shrink. The first thing that caught his eye was Uchiha Qin Yu's ghostly teleportation technique. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Uzumaki Kushina. The next moment, before Kushina could react, in full view of everyone, he slapped her forehead directly. "You're just restless, girl. Just stand aside, otherwise I'm going to spank you." Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said. "You." Uzumaki Kushina suddenly covered her forehead, her cheeks turning red. He pouted and puffed up his cheeks, but he didn't dare to make any mistakes. After witnessing Uchiha Qin Yu's combat methods with his own eyes, she knew very well that if Qin Yu really got angry and started to spank him, no one would be able to stop him. No. It should be said that I am afraid that everyone present will turn around and pretend not to see it. Minato, what's your expression? You didn't know how to do it just now. Do you have any ideas? Jiraiya said coldly. When Namikaze Minato heard this, he was startled at first, then quickly shook his head and said, No, I didn't think about anything. Let's quickly see what Uchiha Chinyu thinks. After seeing Uzumaki Kushina's rare little girl-like expression, Namikaze Minato completely knew that he had no hope. As these words fell, everyone's eyes were fixed on Chinyu. Inexplicable solemnity and depression spread across the sky. Like a big invisible hand, grasping people's hearts. Let's all disperse. This kind of enemy may still appear in the future, but then we can only let you deal with it yourself. Feeling the gazes from all around, Chinyu waved his hand lightly and said. Chinyu, are you serious? The third Hokage was the first to lose his temper. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, If it's not true, why don't you 5 shadows come up and fight with me? I'll give you a pair of hands. Give a hand? The people present couldn't help but be startled. But no one dared to take the joke. The person in front of me could kill with a glare and bring about the finale with a kick. Even the so-called extraterrestrial visitors can't handle it, let alone them. I'm an old man, but I can't help but surrender. I surrender. Onaki, who was the first to hit his old waist, raised his hands and said. I seem to have eaten something wrong this morning, and my stomach hurts a bit, so I gave up. Kujuyagura also raised his hand and said. Humph, you are a bunch of cowards with so many excuses. The fourth Raikage snorted off guard, tensing the nerves of many people. The next moment, the words that fell on his ears made people laugh bitterly. I surrender. These 3 simple words made Luo Sha's cheeks twitch on the side. No matter how much resentment he had towards Uchiha Chinyu, everything seemed pale and feeble to him now. If he dares to challenge Uchiha Chinyu now, I am afraid that the people in Sand Ninja Village will be the first to be unwilling. Thinking of this, Luo Sha's expression changed, and she seemed to be discouraged. She raised her hands and said, I also surrender. You have disgraced our 5 shadows. The third Hokage's face darkened, and he couldn't help but sigh, I surrender too. After watching for a moment, the 5 shadows surrendered one after another. Many people present couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter. In their eyes, this was originally a smoke-filled war. It could also be a war that would overthrow the ninja world and make it impossible for the 5 major ninja villages to survive alone. However, no one expected that this battle would end with this result. Chinyu, look at this time. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but speak. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, as a dead person, you still like to worry so much, but I accept you being a coward. Easy you next time. After leaving these words, Chinyu's pair of 9 Megatama reincarnation eyes turned down in vain. The tyrannical space fluctuations overflowed, and the whole person was like a whirlpool, disappeared from the spot out of thin air. The sudden scene made everyone in the field startled at first, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, it's time for us to leave. I didn't expect the world to be so big. This time I have broadened my horizons. Senju Hashirama smiled and patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder. It seems that as we thought that day, the future of the ninja world is immeasurable, but the premise is more unity. Having said that, Hashirama Senju looked around the field and said, however, this time we should also thank Chinyu for his appearance. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid the 5 major ninja villages would never have a day to join forces. However, I hope you know that after this time, you should know that the enemies of this world are not only us ninjas, but also those aliens. As Chinyu said, he may be able to help this time, but next time, and the next time, if our 5 major ninja villages cannot unite, then what awaits us in the end will only be the destruction of the ninja world. I hope you know clearly what to do next. I, a dead man, can't toss around every time. After Chang's words fell, everyone in the field was silent. Even the 5 shadows who always had different opinions looked at each other, and they had no way to refute. It's not because the person who said this is the god of ninjas who terrorizes the ninja world. On the contrary, they have witnessed the strength of the aliens with their own eyes. Not everyone is Uchiha Kainu. Not everyone can do this. Humph, Hashirama, you still like to procrastinate. Have you finished talking? If you still want to talk, I will leave first. Uchiha Madara shook his shoulders, shook off Hashirama Senju's hand, looked at the third Hokage and said, if you think you can defeat that kid one day, then go ahead and toss it. If you can't, then just be a coward. After leaving these words, Uchiha Madara's body suddenly shone brightly. If it is said that the impure world reincarnation technique, in addition to the caster's removal, another way is to completely end the grudges with the mortal world. Uchiha Madara's ambition has always been to become the recognized strongest in the ninja world. However, after seeing Uchiha Kainu, that unreachable mountain, the so-called ambition has become pale and powerless. Chapter 437 The First Film Emperor is Born. A dazzling light bloomed on Uchiha Madara's body. The body condensed from mud cracked like a spider web. The next moment, a semi-transparent Uchiha Madara, who was still looking cool and holding his hands horizontally, rushed straight into the sky in the posture of a soul. Looking at this scene, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but touch his nose and said, "It seems that this time Madara has really given up. Although I am a little jealous of Chinyu's strength, this time it is a blessing in disguise, making Madara give up his hatred and allowing you 5 major ninja villages to form an alliance. Sometimes war cannot solve everything. Mutual benefit and win-win. No one wants to watch their loved ones leave in vain. The breeding of hatred, but what you see is the hatred of life and death that has been formed again and again. Every war and the consequences that follow are all borne by the younger generation. Look back, how many people can go back when they were 10, 12, and 14 years old and went to the battlefield? This time Chinyu disdains to fight you. If he really wants to fight, who of you can survive in the end, and how many of the 5 major ninja villages will be left?" The long voice, with a very soul-penetrating taste, echoed in the 4 directions of the sky, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Faced with this speech that was like an old man's nagging, belittling their 5 major ninja villages to be worthless, the people present, even the 4th Raikage who always had a hot temper, had no way to refute. "That's enough, big brother." Senju Tobirama rolled his eyes and said, "We are all dead, and the rest will be handed over to these younger generations. I believe they will think carefully. I hope this is the last time we appear, and I hope you will not abuse my forbidden techniques again. Goodbye." After leaving these words, Senju Tobirama grabbed the collar of Senju Hashirama, and the light on his body suddenly became brighter. Senju Hashirama on the side was startled and said hurriedly, "I haven't finished yet. Tobirama rarely comes out once, let me nag a little more. You guys, you should have time to usher in peace. Don't waste that kid's thoughts of being a clown. The future of the ninja world is in your hands." The hurried voice echoed between heaven and earth. No matter how Senju Hashirama struggled, it was obvious that there was no way to break free from Senju Tobirama's assimilation. As the white light surged on his body, the soul that was attached to him also quickly left his body, and was finally lifted by the collar by Tobirama Senju and rushed straight into the sky. The 3rd Hokage, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but cough and said, "Excuse me, everyone. It seems that this impure world reincarnation has a lot of influence on the 1st Hokage. He was not like this before." After this explanation, many people laughed. The 5 great ninja villages also have records of this so-called god of ninjas. Moreover, Onoki has seen it with his own eyes, and there are no funny people. He already knew it. Feeling the atmosphere that was tense when they met on weekdays, it has completely changed now. Many ninja coalitions, in the battle just now, faced the aftermath of the devastating impact, and they can be regarded as sharing hardships. There are also people who help each other, and the posture of putting their arms around each other's shoulders will also be full of relaxed expressions with a smile after surviving a disaster. The 2 indestructible balances, Dunaki, who has a stubborn will and a temper like a shit-pit stone, sighed and said, "I think the other 4 shadows, after experiencing this war and listening to the reprimand of the 1st generation of Hokage, should have the final answer." As soon as this word fell, everyone's nerves were instantly tense. As the 1st generation of Hokage said, the so-called war ambitions emerged because they felt good about themselves and thought they could dominate the ninja world. But now, there is a celestial race that can overthrow the 5 major ninja villages with one person's strength. There is also Uchiha Chinyu, who has endless means and unfathomable strength. Let them clearly realize that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. The so-called ambitions are gone. What's more, after experiencing the 3rd Ninja World War and the current half-baked 4th Ninja World War, they understand more that in addition to fighting life and death, they can also share hardships. Chaotic thoughts flashed through everyone's minds one by one, and their eager eyes turned and locked onto the 5 shadows. I believe everyone has already got the answer. Those who are willing to continue the alliance, please raise your hands. The third generation Hokage spoke first. As soon as this was said, the two great ninjas Onoki took the lead in raising their hands in support. The remaining fourth generation Raikage, Karagi Yagura and Luasha also expressed their opinions. Seeing this scene, the field fell into silence at first, and the next moment, deafening cheers broke out. No need to die, we don't have to continue fighting. My fiancée copyright E is still waiting for me to go back. I thought I would never see her again in this life. My daughter was just born, and I didn't have time to hold her. She has already gone to the battlefield. This time when I go back, I will stick to her anyway. My wife is also pregnant, and I am a prospective father. Tisk, you are all too backward. I am going to be a grandfather. A series of words sounded one after another. Seeing the smiles on their faces, the 5 Kage present were startled at first, and then they couldn't help but laugh. At first, they still had so-called concerns about this decision. After all, not everyone can let go of hatred so easily. However, perhaps it was because they had witnessed the battle like the might of God and felt the helplessness like ants that made them completely understand the fragility of life. Looking at this scene, the 5 Kage secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the third Hokage was silent for a while, and couldn't help but say, "This time, we all misunderstood Qin Yu. This time the alliance can be concluded because of his existence. If everyone doesn't mind, our Konoha Ninja village is willing to take the lead and invite Uchiha Qin Yu to become the first coordinator of our alliance. As for his strength, he is above our 5 Kage and has the posture of an emperor, so he is called the movie emperor." The low voice shook everyone's nerves. If Qin Yu knew that he became the first movie emperor, he might even feel like vomiting blood. Can this naming method be more thoughtful? If there is another red carpet walk, I am afraid that he will become a star. However, in the face of the final suggestion of the third Hokage, in addition to cheering and approving, the audience clearly agreed with the title of Movie King. However, facing all this, Qin Yu was not clear. 10,000 meters above the ground, a space crack tore. Qin Yu walked out like a ghost, looked up at the sky, and the first thing that caught his eye was the moon. Chapter 438 Fake Reincarnation I. According to the system's prompts, you need to go to the moon to complete the final task. Qin Yu frowned. In the previous fight, Black Zetsu performed yin-yang escape, intending to use spiritual assimilation to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, as soon as he entered Qin Yu's body, he was directly locked by the system that was residing in Qin Yu's body. In the end, the so-called spiritual will was swallowed up by the system and completely spit out. However, what Qin Yu did not expect the most was that the system did not show any little lowly, nor the so-called fierce lady. There was only one more system panel, and the final task also popped up. Get the Rinnegan, and this meta-adventure will end. Looking at this scene, Qin Yu had thousands of puzzles in his heart, but he still decided to pursue it and see if he could get to that step in the end. It's a pity that there are no space coordinates, otherwise there would be no need for multiple space jumps, but it's almost there. Qin Yu muttered to himself, and a strong space fluctuation emerged from his body again, like a ghost, disappearing on the spot. The moon is an artificial satellite guarded by Otsutsuki Hamura. Living here are descendants of the Otsutsuki clan who have the power of the Byakugan, supported by the main family and the branch family. However, like the Rinnegan, as descendants of Otsutsuki Hago Romo, there are almost no people who can open the Rinnegan. However, they also opened up another way, with the help of many Byakugan combinations, forming the so-called huge Rinnegan, which has the power of the Rinnegan. But it also requires the power of most of the tribe members to be able to perform it. Otherwise, a single person needs to seize a high-purity Byakugan like Tonari Otsutsuki in the original work and awaken the Samsara Eye before he can do it. On the desolate moon, a huge castle stands tall. Two waves of people confronting each other like a torrent of steel made the atmosphere in the field suddenly become oppressive. Princess, you should know that the promise our ancestors kept was to monitor the earth. Can they survive in peace? A man as big as an iron tower, holding a huge mace, swung it over his shoulder and spoke in a deep voice. For thousands of years, after gaining power, what have they done in the ninja world created by Otsutsuki Hamura, except for launching wars again and again for their own ambitions? This time, someone even communicated with the spirit of the outer path demon statue we were guarding, and a war was set off. If such a world is still worth protecting, I, Otsutsuki Hamura, can't swallow this breath. Chang's voice echoed in the sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Otsutsuki Yuxu, who stood in front of the castle with white hair and a white veil, and whose skin was as white as white jade. Facing this contemporary head of the main family, under such a huge disagreement, her opinion can obviously influence the development of the whole thing. Feeling the urgent atmosphere around her, Otsutsuki Yuxu slightly lifted her veil and said, You still misinterpreted the will of our ancestors. Our ancestors let us live on the moon, not to monitor the evolution of mankind, but to prevent someone from abusing the power of the 10 tails and causing the tragedy that happened thousands of years ago. Moreover, our biggest task is to deal with the people in the sky. Not long ago, I have detected powerful space fluctuations and forces that do not belong to this world, descending on the earth. Now is the time for us to implement our ancestral precepts. The expressions of the people present suddenly changed. Not long ago, the Outer Path Demon statue was summoned again, and they also felt the powerful battle fluctuations coming from the earth. However, they never thought that this involved the heavenly people in the ancestral teachings. Humph, this is a human matter, what does it have to do with us? In the past 1,000 years, what else do they know except fighting? Otsutsuki Yu said with a ferocious face. What we have to shoulder now is to destroy all the people on the earth, and then let the world be reborn. This is the meaning of our clan controlling the reincarnation eye. This time, since we are here, we are already prepared. The stern voice fell, and Otsutsuki Yuxu's face changed drastically. Before she could react, a sealed, columnar wooden car was slowly pushed out from the back. You, are you crazy? They actually made this thing. Otsutsuki Yuxu shouted anxiously. She knew very well that the thing in front of her was the fake samsara eye left by Otsutsuki Yuro, and it took most of the clan members' efforts to make it. It was a special combination of the generations of clan members who dug out their Byakugan before their death. It can exert the power of samsara eye to a certain extent. However, this thing has always been resisted by the main family, and no one expected that the branch family would secretly make it. Hey, if there was no such thing, how dare I come today? Otsutsuki Yu snorted coldly and said, Today, I will see who can stop us. We will become the creators of this world. Use the reincarnation eye. As the voice fell, the tribesmen stationed around suddenly formed seals with their hands, stared, and used their white eyes to the extreme. Buzz! The air vibrated, and the sealed wooden car suddenly shone brightly. The huge wooden box at the top opened with a bang, revealing a combination of densely packed white eyes. It bloomed with a fascinating taste, making everyone in the family pale all of a sudden, even Otsutsuki Yuxu was no exception. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Otsutsuki Yu's smile on his face became a little more crazy, and he roared loudly. Today, even if the ancestors are resurrected, they can't save you. Attack! Boom! The strange combination of white eyes burst out with dazzling light, and in an instant, it seemed to merge into one, turning into a deep blue color. It gives people a feeling as deep as the sea. A dazzling white beam of light shot out with a stern sound of breaking through the air. Wherever it passed, the air rippled and appeared in front of Otsutsuki Yuxu in an instant. Princess, be careful! A cry of surprise suddenly sounded. However, facing the scene in front of him, everything seemed pale and powerless. Facing the attack of this fake reincarnation eye, their group of main families who are not good at fighting are of no use at all. Otsutsuki Yuxu, the veil covering her face was also blown away by the incoming strong wind, and a trace of despair appeared on her pretty face. The powerful spatial fluctuations that surged in front of her shook her mind. The boy who appeared out of thin air like a ghost, at the moment when their eyes met, the pair of 9 Magadama reincarnation eyes were engraved in the depths of her soul like a brand. Be careful! Chapter 439 The Son-in-Law of the Daetongmyo Clan. Be careful! The sudden and urgent cry also startled everyone in the field. Looking at the boy who suddenly broke in and appeared in front of Daetongmyo Yuxu, they were surprised. The violent beam of light shook their nerves. In their eyes, if they were hit head-on by such a powerful attack, their whole body would be torn apart in an instant. However, this thought just emerged in their minds. The next moment, the scene that first came into their eyes made their pupils shrink suddenly, and their eye sockets almost cracked. Reflected in the pupils, it was a simple backhand fan. Boom! The incoming attack, like a kite with a broken string, went straight, then he was blown away. In full view of the crowd, he hit the rocky mountain in the distance at an angle. Bang! The powerful explosion was like a thunder tearing apart, and the huge rocky mountain of 100 meters was shattered. The strong wind that was raised was like a raging tide, and the sharp taste was not like a dream at all. Right. Not to mention the main family of Otonoki, even the people of the branch family were wondering if they were dreaming at that moment. However, facing the flesh-cutting wind, this idea was annihilated in the mind as soon as it emerged. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that the reincarnation eye that they had placed high hopes on would become so pale and powerless. Ahem, it seems I came at the wrong time. Qin Yu coughed dryly, touched his nose helplessly, looked back at the fake reincarnation eye, and said, however, it also saved me a lot of effort to find it. I want this reincarnation eye. You want it? Datong Muyuyu's face sank. He thought he could kill the people of his family with one blow, but he never thought that a Cheng Yaojin would appear in the middle of the way. However, the arrow had to be shot on the string. The moment Datong Muyuyu's face showed madness, his hands suddenly clasped together, and roared angrily. Boy, I don't care who you are. If you come today, you will die here and try the true power of the reincarnation eye. This is a blow that penetrates the moon. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Boom. The Azure Reincarnation Eye combination was replaced by endless golden light in an instant. The next moment, the violent power was compressed crazily, and the moment it gathered at one point, it exploded. Bang! The golden beam was obviously more powerful than the previous one. It was impossible to catch it with the naked eye at a distance of only 100 meters. In just a moment, the attack came to Qin Yu, and he didn't even have time to scream. However, facing the golden wheel reincarnation explosion that almost exhausted the power of the fake reincarnation eye, Qin Yu frowned, stretched out his 5 fingers of his right hand, and spoke calmly. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The incoming golden light first stagnated for a moment, and the next moment the violent repulsive force exploded like a raging tide. Accompanied by the deafening explosion, Qin Yu threw the golden wheel reincarnation explosion into the sky again. It was so fast that it penetrated the accumulated lead clouds in the sky in the blink of an eye. Bang! The endless golden light was directly detonated like a gorgeous firework. The reversed air wave blew away the accumulated leaden clouds, and even the crowd that gathered below, like a steel torrent, was thrown to the ground under this unexpected defense. It took more than half a minute for the air wave to finally dissipate. Looking at the fake reincarnation eye that had become dim, Datong Muyuyu was stunned, and his knees fell to the ground with a weak thump. Facing his so-called strongest attack, he couldn't resist a casual throw. How to fight against such a person? Yu, stop it quickly. Datong Muyuxu hurried to Qin Yu's side and said, he is a reincarnation eye awakener, not something we can fight against. Reincarnation eye. Datong Muyuyu's expression changed drastically. When he raised his head and looked at each other in a hurry, the 9 Magadama reincarnation eye reflected in his pupil shook his nerves. Looking at the boy in front of him, who blew the golden wheel reincarnation away with a wave of his hand. He lost this battle unjustly. Princess, I didn't expect you to have such a trick. No wonder you didn't bother to create the Samsara eye. I, Datong Muyuyu, lost this battle with all my heart. Datong Muyuyu's expression changed, and finally he fell to the ground as if he was discouraged. Seeing that even the head of the branch family also expressed his position, those clan members who followed closely also fell to the ground and whispered in agreement. We lost with all our heart. For a moment, even the clan members of the main family looked at Datong Muyuxu with a hint of surprise. An elder-like old man walked slowly, patted Datong Muyuxu's shoulder with satisfaction, and said, Princess, I didn't expect that you went to Earth secretly many times, and it turned out that you found such a husband. No wonder you didn't take the unsealing of the outer demon statue to heart. It turned out that you already had a countermeasure. See, my old bones are also old. The future affairs of the clan will be completely handed over to your husbands. Haha, I see that this kid exudes a pure breath, without any evil obsession. I don't know what will be born from the combination of the reincarnation eye and the samsara eye. It really makes people feel excited. The big man standing aside couldn't help laughing and said, if this is true, it's a great joy. Looking at the scene that exploded all of a sudden, the branch family headed by Datong Muyuyu was also stunned. The respect for Datong Muyuxu was even more overflowing on his face. Faced with this one-sided situation, Qin Yu was almost shocked. Originally, he was planning to steal the power of the reincarnation eye to complete the last task of the system and see what he could activate. He never thought that he would become the son-in-law of the Datongmyo clan. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Qin Yu wouldn't have dared to believe it. Yes, I'm sorry for causing you trouble, but can you help me put on a show? A mental voice sounded in Qin Yu's mind. When he looked up suddenly, he saw a trace of pleading flashing in the depths of Datongmyo Yuxiu's pupils. As a princess of a clan, she has to support such a large family and eliminate the so-called ambition. The most important thing is strong strength to suppress everything. However, the girl in front of him obviously lacked this. Thinking of this, Qin Yu pursed his lips slightly and stepped forward. He took a step forward and came to Datongmyo Yuxiu like a ghost. He gently reached out with his right hand and stroked the back of her head. At the moment, he kissed her forehead with an overwhelming height difference. Yuxiu girl, I finally found you. The sudden scene made everyone's expression stiff. Although they had already determined that this was the son-in-law of the Datongmyo family. However, kissing as soon as they met was too fierce. Chapter 440 Seizing the Samsara Eye. The huge battlefield was instantly plunged into an inexplicable silence. Everyone's eyes turned in unison and locked on Qin Yu, with disbelief on their faces. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that the princess who was high above and like a goddess would be offended so lightly. Qin Yu, what are you doing? Datongmyo Yuxiu's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she hurriedly pushed Qin Yu away. As for this strange boy, he just learned the name of Uchiha Qin Yu in the spiritual communication. You girl, let me take action, of course I have to give you some reward. Qin Yu smiled and stretched out his hand to flick Datongmyo Yuxiu's forehead, saying, but, I will deal with the business first, and then meet you again. Business. Datongmyo Yuxiu covered her forehead, and suddenly remembered the most important thing. Qin Yu agreed to act for her, but Datongmyo Yuxiu didn't know the purpose of his sudden appearance. If she guessed correctly, what happened on the earth might be related to the boy in front of her. Moreover, the aura that permeated was very similar. What if he came here with some idea this time, facing this kind of existence that casually whipped the golden wheel to reincarnate? I'm afraid that their entire Datongmyo clan can't fight against it. Qin Yu, why did you come? Datongmyo Yuxiu hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking. As soon as these words came out, everyone's nerves were touched. Although they were live-in sons-in-law, if they had any ideas about them, it would be difficult for them to accept it. What's more, even their princess didn't know about this. Don't worry, I have no ill will towards you, girl. Qin Yu smiled and rubbed Datongmyo Yuxiu's head. Facing so many eyes, Datongmyo Yuxiu's body stiffened, but she was in a dilemma and could only bear it. Seeing Qin Yu's eyes fall on the fake Samsara Eye, Datongmyo Yuxiu frowned and said, are you here for the Samsara Eye? However, I'm afraid this will disappoint you. Even I, as a member of the family, can't awaken the Samsara Eye. Our ancestors only knew how to open the Samsara Eye when they were dying. This is just another shortcut. They use a large number of Byakugan to improve the purity of the Byakugan, so as to exert a certain degree of power of the Samsara Eye. At this point, Datongmyo Yuxiu couldn't help but look at the fake Samsara Eye more and said, moreover, after the battle just now, the power contained in this Byakugan has been squeezed out. If you want to restore it, you can only continue to contribute a large number of Byakugan, or have a truly awakened Samsara Eye. This can be done. Chang's voice echoed in the sky, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. As the head of the Datongmyo clan, Datongmyo Yuxiu certainly knew the production method and advantages and disadvantages of this fake reincarnation eye. It was just that this production method was too detrimental to the harmony of heaven, so they did not implement it for a long time. Instead, the Datongmyo branch family stole it, almost making a big mistake. Now, Datongmyo Yuxiu revealed all these secrets in order to find out Qin Yu's thoughts. Will he kill their clan for the power of the reincarnation eye? Once that time comes, Datongmyo Yuxiu can only take action against this frivolous guy. Don't worry, the remaining power is enough. Qin Yu smiled and patted Datongmyo Yuxiu on the shoulder. The moment the voice fell, the whole person disappeared like a ghost, and when he appeared again, he had crossed the crowd and came to the dim white eye combination. From a distance, it feels as deep and blue as the sea. But in such a close proximity, with almost exhausted energy, this combination can clearly distinguish the white eyes. The face reflected in the pupils of the wide open eyes is a bit scary. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, and without caring too much, he reached out and pressed the fake reincarnation eye directly. Datongmyo Yuxiu was anxious all of a sudden. After all, this is the thing they split up, and it is also his biggest trump card. However, as soon as the words came out, the first thing that caught his eyes was the skyrocketing blue light. Originally, the already dim fake reincarnation eye seemed to echo with Qin Yu's reincarnation eye instantly. As the two turned in vain, the power contained in the fake reincarnation eye was directly swallowed up. Today, the blue light was sucked away in an instant. The gathered white eyes lost their power support and fell to the ground like stones. The sudden scene made the expressions of the Datong Mu tribe members present change drastically. Qin Yu's samsara eye suddenly turned and switched directly to the samsara eye. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have learned the samsara eye, do you want to immediately reach the maximum level with one click? The ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded. Qin Yu, who was originally in the mentality of taking a gamble, did not think that he would succeed. But this also saved him a lot of effort. Immediately reach the maximum level. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully reaching the maximum level of the reincarnation eye with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully reaching the maximum level of the golden wheel reincarnation burst with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully reaching the maximum level of the silver wheel reincarnation burst with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the reincarnation eye mode has been successfully reached at the maximum level. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the reincarnation eye awakening power has been successfully reached at the maximum level with one click. A series of system prompts echoed in his mind, and after more than 10 seconds, Qin Yu's thoughts gradually calmed down. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his 10 fingers clenched suddenly, and a light green light surged on his body. The power rolled back like a tidal wave, and a pair of deep blue eyes like the sea bloomed with a fascinating taste. This is the reincarnation eye, how could he open it? Datong Mu Yu's expression changed drastically. In the 1,000 years since the death of Otonoki Yi, no one in their clan has awakened the samsara eye. For this legendary power, the only thing they can do is to take shortcuts and try to obtain it. However, watching the power that was obtained by sacrificing countless clansmen, it was obtained by a young man who met for the first time in a blink of an eye. Moreover, he also awakened the real samsara eye. If you don't trademark TC it with your own eyes, who would believe it? Qin Yu, who are you, why can you even open the samsara eye? Otonoki Yu's pretty face changed slightly. As a princess of the family, she knew clearly that her ancestor Otonoki Yi had the Byakugan and his eldest brother had the Sharingan. The former can awaken the samsara eye, and the latter can awaken the samsara eye. But I have never heard that the samsara eye and the samsara eye can be obtained at the same time. That is a level that even Otonoki Yukan cannot reach. Looking at Otonoki Yu with an eager face, Qin Yu's samsara eye pupil power dissipated, and his figure swayed again and appeared in front of her. The two fingers of his right hand suddenly merged together, and a deep blue light lit up, pointing to her forehead. Since you are a son-in-law, it is very embarrassing to have no betrothal gifts. I will give you something, maybe you will like it. Chapter 441 Another Samsara Eye. Give me something? Otsutsuki Yuxu was stunned at first, and before she could react, she saw Qin Yu's two fingers pointing directly to her forehead. A strong and pure pupil power, like a vast ocean, quickly poured into her eyes, and the next moment, a roar came from her mind. The originally dim sea of consciousness suddenly had a hint of deep blue light. The darkness around was like winter snow meeting spring sun, and it quickly disappeared. The next moment, a series of light blue figures with chakra meridians flowing all over their bodies appeared in the consciousness space. The speed and range of this projection perception, once it appeared, quickly spread out in all directions, covering most of the moon in a blink of an eye. The strange scene made Otsutsuki Yuxu's expression suddenly change. She clearly remembered that she closed her eyes when Qin Yu pointed at her. Now, this unexpected scene made Otsutsuki Yuxu hurriedly open her eyes. However, before she could figure it out, the exclamations around her tightened her nerves. Princess, your eyes! Is that the reincarnation eye? Oh my god, our family has finally awakened the reincarnation eye after our ancestors. You are worthy of being a princess. Exclamations rang out one after another, shocking Otsutsuki Yuxu, and she quickly took out a mirror. After seeing the reflection in the mirror, the deep blue eyes like the sea, her face was full of disbelief. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Otsutsuki Yuxu would never believe that all this was true. You helped me. Otsutsuki Yuxu barely suppressed the excitement in her heart, looking at the boy in front of her who was shrouded in mystery from beginning to end. The tribesmen present also tensed up when they heard this. Maybe some people just misunderstood that it was Otsutsuki Yuxu's ability to open the reincarnation eye. But after this questioning, they instantly knew that all this might be related to this boy. Although they knew early on that this son-in-law was not simple, being able to open the reincarnation eye for others at will was something that even their ancestors could not do. Hehe, as your man, how can I get the beauty back without giving you a little benefit? Chinyu smiled, rubbed Otsutsuki Yuxu's head unscrupulously, and said, however, this also requires your blood to be pure enough to do it. I will also guide them a little bit, as for others, their blood can't reach it. At this point, those tribesmen who were originally full of enthusiasm were instantly poured with a basin of cold water. After all, facing this kind of power that is said to be able to destroy the world and reshape reincarnation, no one would not want to get it. Can't your hands be more quiet? Otsutsuki Yuxu frowned, but did not avoid Chinyu's offense. No woman doesn't like sugar-coated bullets. What's more, Chinyu helped her open the reincarnation eye as soon as he made a move. This method made Otsutsuki Yuxu feel inexplicably. It was as if the heart that had been wandering and helpless for a long time had found a trace of support. However, as soon as this strange thought emerged in her mind, Otsutsuki Yuxu's cheeks blushed slightly, and she hurriedly threw these thoughts out of her mind. Facing the mysterious boy in front of her, she was still eager to find out his origins and purpose. Are you going to leave? Why not stay for one night? Otsutsuki Yuxu said. I said this sentence. However, once this sentence was spoken, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. After all, staying for one night, this amount of information is too much. Ahem, we should go to the Branch family tonight to have a good reunion. After all, there was such a big disagreement this time, and it needs to be corrected in time. The elder is right, what about the guards of the castle? Tisk, what guards are needed? Those are puppets, and there will be no one in the castle at that time. Yes, it seems to be quieter when there is no one. A group of members of the main family immediately winked and talked at once. Otsutsuki Yuxu was inexperienced, but she could hear the hidden meaning of these words. Haha, it seems that I don't want to stay for one night, but I have failed everyone's kindness, so I will talk tonight. Chinyu smiled warmly. As soon as these words fell, Daitongmu Yuxu's cheeks flushed instantly, and her red lips slightly opened. She was about to say something, but was interrupted by the echoes from all around. Looking at the one-sided situation, Daitongmu Yuxu glared at Chinyu fiercely, and was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Chinyu. By the way, there should be a baby who is about to be born or has been born in your branch family, but has no eyes. If you find it, come and see me. Chinyu thought of Daitongmu Sharon in the original work. It must be said that this lonely boy has extraordinary strength and means. If left alone, it may cause more trouble. Since he got the reincarnation eye in the branch of the Daitongmu clan, karma is still very important to Chinyu. A baby without eyes. Even Daitongmu Yuxu, a member of the Daitongmu family, was stunned on the spot. As a descendant of Daitongmu Yi, it may be difficult to open the reincarnation eye, but having the white eyes is a standard feature of the clan members. Now, let alone the white eyes, the tribe members who don't even have eyes, this is beyond their expectations. However, as soon as this idea came up, Daitongmu Yu, who was originally the leader of the riot, was startled at first, and then rushed out with rolling and crawling. In front of everyone, he knelt on Chinyu and kowtowed frantically. Sir, you are simply a god. I hope you can save my son Sharon. He was born without eyes, and other tribesmen can't be equipped with eyes. The unexpected move made the Daitongmu family, and even Daitongmu Yuxu, startled. They finally understood why Daitongmu Yu suddenly attacked the family. After all, giving birth to a descendant who doesn't even have white eyes is an unfortunate curse. Once it really spreads, I'm afraid he will be isolated and looked down upon by the tribe members. It seems that your efforts are just right, otherwise if you are a step late, I'm afraid I would have left. Chinyu smiled and patted Daitongmu Yu on the shoulder. If he and his wife were lazy once, they might not have had time to create a Daitongmu Sharon. At that time, once Chinyu left, it would be impossible for him to make another move. Listening to this inexplicable talk, Daitongmu Yuxu blushed and stepped hard on Chinyu's foot. Seeing Chinyu's indifferent look, she couldn't help but curl her lips. This little girl's attitude, in the eyes of everyone, obviously gave people an unexpected feeling. After all, in their eyes, the princess who has always supported the entire Daetongmyo clan is a cold person. Now every move is completely beyond their cognition. However, this thought just emerged, and was attracted by the azure light in Qin Yu's hand. It's the reincarnation eye again. Chapter 442 The Last Instructions. The huge situation suddenly became dead silent, leaving only the gradually heavy breathing sound. Facing, a pair of azure blue eyes as deep as the sea were casually taken out. For the Daetongmyo clan, that was a sweet commodity. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe it? The legendary reincarnation eye was just like cabbage in the hands of the young man in front of him. Don't think too much. Qin Yu looked around. Of course, he could see the greed in many people's hearts. In the prophecy, the child has a physique that can barely control the reincarnation eye, and this pair of eyes was specially made by me based on him. If any of you have any thoughts about this pair of eyes, I think you will be blown up by the power of this pair of eyes before you use it. Moreover, the power that this pair of eyes can exert will only be unlocked according to his state of mind. Maybe it will only be a pair of ordinary eyes, or it may destroy the world and change life and death. Everything depends on personal opportunity. The slightly long voice seemed to be infused with magic sound, hitting the depths of people's souls. Many people, seeing this pair of eyes, were shocked and indeed had a trace of greed. However, this trace of greed that had just sprouted was instantly defeated. Yu, why don't you thank me quickly? Daetongmyo spoke first. Daetongmyo hurriedly came back to his senses, quickly took the eyes, and kowtowed, "Thank you, sir, if there is anything in the future, you will definitely go through fire and water. Okay, if I can't solve it, you will die if you go, so retreat first, I still have things to deal with." Qin Yu looked at the people who were overly enthusiastic and could almost melt him with his fiery eyes. Helpless she waved her hands. "Yes, we are all in the way, leave quickly." Daetongmyo took over the eyes, and immediately became energetic and shouted hurriedly. However, this order to expel guests obviously misunderstood everyone in the field. After everyone showed a matter-of-fact expression, they left their respected princess. Several women who were good at doing things secretly stuffed a few comic books into Daetongmyo and left with a smile on their faces. In just a few tenths of seconds, the huge courtyard became obviously empty, and there was no sound of people. The speed of leaving was simply too smooth. Looking at this scene, Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. This misunderstanding was too big. However, since he couldn't explain it, he was too lazy to explain it. He turned back to look at Daetongmyo, and she immediately felt like she was electrocuted. With her muscles tensed, her cheeks flushed. She subconsciously took a half step back and said hurriedly, "You, don't come over here. We are just acting. Although you are very powerful, if you use force, I will scream." "Scream?" Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Before screaming, you should pick up the comic book your aunt gave you. That posture is actually quite handsome." "Comic book?" Daetongmyo was startled and followed Qin Yu's line of sight to look down. The scene she saw was simply too beautiful. What sitting in a lotus, what digital form, etc. When Daetongmyo's cheeks flushed, the blood rushed to her head and she almost fainted with happiness. She waved her hands and said, "No, I don't mean that. I'm still young and I don't need it for the time being." Looking at Daetongmyo who was like a frightened bird, Qin Yu took a step, crossed the space, and appeared in front of Daetongmyo. When her nerves were almost broken, he reached out and gently rubbed her head. "Don't worry, a gentleman does not force others to do things. Although I am not a gentleman, I will not force you to do anything." Qin Yu said with a smile, "But you look pretty. If there is enough time, I might chase you." "Rogue." Daetongmyo was stunned at first, but after hearing the praise from Qin Yu, she couldn't help but muttered with a red face. However, she soon couldn't help but said, "What do you mean by not having enough time? I'm not saying that you should pursue me. I just feel that you seem to have a lot of reluctance." "A lot of reluctance?" Qin Yu couldn't help but be stunned, and then fell into a brief silence. The time in this world is not long or short, but after experiencing so many things, leaving nothing, to dominate this world. For Qin Yu, it is indeed a bit reluctant. However, after combining the power of the reincarnation eye just now, Qin Yu understood that he was an episode in this world. And, he will leave too. It is true that he is reluctant to leave, but it is also Chinyu's wish to leave. Do you have any unspeakable secrets? Maybe you can tell me. Mu Yuxio couldn't help but say. After all, in her circle, the so-called clansmen are nothing compared to the young man in front of her. Nothing. Chinyu shook his head, dispelling the thoughts in his heart and said, however, I hope you can go to Earth on my behalf. If possible, your people may not have to stay on this desolate moon. Let us go to Earth. Mu Yuxio's expression stagnated, and said, but, the duty of our clan is to guard the sealed Outer Path Demon statue. Hehe, you also said it was an Outer Path Demon statue. This thing has been sealed in my body. In this scroll, there is something I want to hand over to the Konoha Ninja Village. When we meet, you can hand it over. As for whether to stay on Earth, you decide for yourself. Next, I will guide you to use the reincarnation eye. As Chinyu said, he took out a scroll and handed it to Mu Yuxio, and at the same time, he also started to guide her to use the reincarnation eye. After all, he helped Mu Yuxio open the reincarnation eye, but he couldn't make her pupil technique max level with one click. After a short while, Chinyu sent Mu Yuxio away. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. His robes fell without wind, and his left eye was reincarnated, and his right eye was reborn. At the moment when the two turned in vain, a huge force like a tide rushed out. When the two forces of reincarnation and rebirth suddenly gathered together, they enveloped Chinyu head-on. Under the turbulent space fluctuations, it turned into a vortex and swallowed people directly. Chinyu, where have you been? Mu Yuxio hurried back, the light of the rebirth eye mode on his body was surging, and the powerful aura bloomed, exerting his speed to the extreme. However, there was no trace of Chinyu in everything he saw, and the traces of his activities seemed to be erased at this moment. If it weren't for the memory of Chinyu in his mind, Mu Yuxio would probably think that all this was just a dream. Chapter 443 Alien Visitors. Earth, Konoha Village. After the somewhat ridiculous and inconclusive Fourth Ninja World War 3 days ago, Konohagakure not only did not return to its usual tranquility, but it became more and more lively. A huge rock statue towered over the Hokage Rock. The well-defined face and a pair of 9 Magatama Samsara eyes made the identity of this special statue obvious. The best actor. The 5 Kage, the highest decision-makers of the 5 major ninja villages. The title of the strongest jointly launched is also a symbol of strength. Of course, if Chinyu knew about it, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood and feel pain in his balls. However, with the spread of the shocking battle 3 days ago, he changed from the big boss behind the scenes to the savior who endured humiliation and led the aliens. The huge change of identity and the amazing war that was like a god made those who heard it amazed. The viewers were shocked. Some of the first batch of recorded battle videos were sold out as soon as they were released. Those who can get the first-hand battle video are either lucky and European emperors or local tycoons. As the battle record spread, those who had prejudices against the Uchiha clan have dispelled their grudges. Every time they pass by the statue of the movie Emperor, they will stop and watch. However, with the end of the Fourth Ninja World War, after receiving the warning of the first generation of Hokage, the first alliance meeting held by the 5 major ninja villages was also put on the agenda. The dome arena that was damaged when Chinyu rebelled in the past once again became the venue for the 5 Kages meeting. The main purpose of this meeting was to elect Chinyu as the best actor, which led to the fact that the venue was now surrounded by ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages who came to inquire. After all, facing this godlike existence, no one was willing to give up the opportunity to see him. The third Hokage, your Konoha is really outstanding this time. The 2 great ninjas, Onoki, spoke first, with a hint of sourness in his words. However, there was no way, because Uchiha Chinyu was from the Konoha ninja village. The third Hokage wanted to establish the best actor IWA in the Konoha ninja village, and this shameless thing became a matter of course. Haha, Onoki, you are talking too much. When we elected the best actor, Chinyu was not only the best actor of our Konoha ninja village, but also the best actor of the entire ninja world. The third Hokage laughed dryly and said. However, he said so, but his face was still full of pride. If it weren't for the occasion, I'm afraid the other 4 shadows would have jumped up and beat him up. Humph, third Hokage, let's not get entangled in this matter. The 4th Raikage snorted coldly and spoke first. This time, we came here to have Uchiha Chinyu witness our 5 major ninja villages reach an alliance agreement, and invite him to be the first generation of the film emperor, but where is he now? Didn't you say you would be responsible for contact? As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes fell on the empty first seat at the conference table. Even Namikaze Minato, who was standing behind the third Hokage, was no exception. 3 days ago, when the war came to an end, Chinyu disappeared without a trace. Later, they also tried to contact through the Akatsuki organization, but in the end it was nothing. Facing the fourth Raikage's questioning, when the third Hokage was about to speak but hesitated, a huge space wave rolled back without warning. Who is it? Namikaze Minato was the first to call out. As a cage-level ninja who was proficient in space-time ninjutsu, he was the first to be alarmed. He hurriedly followed the spatial fluctuations and saw the thin figure that appeared in front of the Shadow Emperor Yan. The familiar white robe and the light gauze hood instantly tensed everyone's nerves. It's someone from outer space, why are they here again? Someone exclaimed, and it was like a depth charge, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The uninvited guest in front of them, the familiar dress, and the domineering aura instantly tensed their nerves. Are you the 5 cages? The ethereal voice spread in vain, as if it was infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Before they could answer, Otoji Yuxu looked at Shadow Emperor Yan for a while, then turned around and looked down. A pair of pale eyes suddenly condensed, and the deep blue color like the sea quickly spread out. The strong aura, like a prehistoric beast gradually awakening, made the faces of the Jinchuriki in the field suddenly change drastically. This is not the Samsara Eye. The tailed beast in the body actually sent out a fearful thought. This alien is not simple. Killer Bee was the first to shout anxiously. The fourth Hokage's expression sank, and he said, Third Hokage, have you contacted Chinyu? I didn't expect them to come to the door so soon. As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes were locked on the third Hokage. Facing the pair of extremely strange eyes in front of them and the strong aura that spread out, their minds suddenly tensed up. Not yet. A trace of hesitation flashed across the face of the third Hokage, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, however, you can rest assured. With Chinyu's strength, no matter where he is, he will definitely be able to sense the arrival of this huge breath. What we need to do now is to buy time and wait for his arrival. Yes, even if Chinyu is not here, as long as we work together well, we will definitely be able to protect the ninja world. She is just one person, and we have 5 major ninja villages. Namikaze Minato was the first to speak in agreement. However, he couldn't help but glance at the absent-minded Uzumaki Kushina. Since Chinyu is not here, this is a good opportunity for him to show his ability. However, as soon as these words fell, the voice floating in the sky instantly tightened everyone's nerves. Are you talking about protecting the ninja world? Otoji Yuxu's eyes turned in vain, and the moment she locked onto Namikaze Minato, she said, I just want to try to see how strong you are. Reincarnation Eye Mode. Buzz. The stern voice came out, and the air vibrated slightly. When the reincarnation eye suddenly condensed, the powerful pupil power exploded directly like a frenzy, turning into a 12-level hurricane, sweeping the entire venue. The light blue light penetrated the body, and 7 light balls quickly appeared behind Daitong Muyuxu. Without any fancy, the slender hand grabbed towards Namikaze Minato through the air, and the cold voice was even more swallowed. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The simple 5 words were swallowed and spit out. When the air flowing around stagnated for a moment, the endless golden light gathered crazily and compressed in the palm of the hand. The next moment, in full view of the crowd, it exploded instantly. Chapter 444 The Secret Love of the Times Overturned. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The cold voice was not mixed with a trace of emotion. The violent golden light, the moment it gathered, turned into a frenzy and exploded directly. A golden light shot out like a sharp arrow, piercing through the space like a thread, and appeared in front of the 5 shadows in an instant. Attack as soon as they disagreed. The sudden scene made everyone's pupil shrink. The face of Minato Namikaze, who had just boasted, suddenly changed drastically. Without thinking too much, he threw out 3 flying thunder god kunao in a shape of a Chinese character, and his hands quickly flew up like wheels. When the last seal fell, Minato Namikaze didn't have time to think too much, and roared angrily. Flying Thunder God Barrier. Bang! The crack in the space opened instantly, and the violent golden light penetrated directly. The unparalleled posture and the strong wind brought by it made Pinglu's skin feel like being cut by a knife. However, when the attack was blocked and the 5 shadows showed joy on their faces, hot blood sprayed out of Minato Namikaze's mouth. Nagato. The third Hokage's expression changed drastically, and he was the first to shout. However, before they could react, 3 explosions suddenly sounded. Bang! The 3 flying thunder god kunao, which served as the foundation of the space array, shattered directly. The violent power of the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion obviously exceeded the speed of the flying thunder god barrier transfer. In an instant, it was overwhelmed and broke apart like a spider web. Without the obstruction of the flying thunder god barrier, the remaining golden light poured down towards the 5 shadows like a torrent. At this moment, the scene reflected in their pupils gave them a feeling like the death god was calling for their lives. It was obviously too late to defend themselves. Buzz! The vibration of the air suddenly sounded, and the golden light filling the pupils stagnated for a moment. The next moment, as if being pulled by an invisible force, it suddenly turned back at a tricky angle and struck the mountains outside the Konoha village. The sudden change made people's expressions stagnate. Before they could react, a shocking explosion sounded like thunder. The violent air wave turned into a 15-level hurricane and rolled back in the distance. Even the ceiling barrier of Konoha village was pierced in an instant. After more than 10 seconds, the wind and sand in the sky dissipated, and the world returned to a clear moment. Everyone looked in the direction they were looking, and there were no 5 mountains where the golden wheel fell. The power of one blow flattened the 5 mountains. This strength is no less than the means used by Chinyu in the battle with the alien 3 days ago. If the blow just now really fell on this venue, what awaits them is not only certain death, but the entire Konoha village will be destroyed in an instant. It was the movie Emperor, it must be movie Emperor Chinyu who saved us. Yes, it must be the movie Emperor, only he can fight against the aliens. We are saved, Lord Chinyu is here to save us. Someone exclaimed, and tens of thousands of people in the field cheered. In their eyes, even the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze could not resist the attack. The only person who could do it was Uchiha Chinyu, who became the first movie emperor. However, facing this cheer, the faces of the 5 shadows suddenly became gloomy, and they looked up at the Otonoki Yuxu in the sky and said, "Why did you change the path of the attack at the last moment? Are you going to force Chinyu to come out?" As soon as these words came out, 1,000 waves were aroused. The expressions of the cheering people suddenly stiffened. At this juncture, the 5 shadows seemed useless, but they knew clearly that the 5 shadows would not choose this time to joke. Then the person who changed the trajectory of the attack just now was not Chinyu, but the uninvited guest in front of him. However, facing this questioning, Daitong Muyuxu's eyes turned in vain and fell on Minato Namikaze, snorting coldly, "Humph, not everyone can replace Chinyu. If you speak rudely next time, be careful that I will kill you. But don't worry, I came here this time on behalf of Uchiha Chinyu to bring you something. Also, this rock statue is too ugly." The inexplicable words made people's expressions stagnate. However, when seeing Daitong Muyuxu throwing the scroll with his backhand and the blue light dissipating from his body, Uzumaki Kushina was the first to lose her temper and shouted anxiously. "Excuse me, where is Chinyu? Are you his fiancé copyright-e?" Fiancé copyright-e? As soon as this came out, it shook everyone's nerves. However, looking at Daitong Muyuxu, the powerful attack methods he displayed with his hands and feet. There is also a Samsara I mode that is similar to the 6 Paths mode, and a strength beyond ordinary people's expectations, which makes people there is a feeling that there is no way to refute it. The steps taken by Otonoki Yuxu could not help but freeze in mid-air. Looking back and looking down, after looking around the huge venue, looking at the pretty faces in the crowd with a little urgency. On the cold cheek, she couldn't help but smile, just like spring snow meeting the warm sun, making people feel inexplicably warm. He is a heart thief and a heartless man. It seems that my vision is not bad. Otonoki Yuxu smiled and shook her head, saying, "I am also looking for him, but he should not be in this world. He may have gone to heaven or traveled through the dimension. But I believe he will come back." He left. Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. No. It should be said that no matter whether it is Uzumaki Kushina, Samui, or even Nohara Lin, as long as they have had any intersection with Chinyu, they have all lost their minds. At this moment, they only had one feeling in their hearts, just as Otoji Yuxu said. He is a heartless man. To live up to Tathagata and lover, you can only walk through the flowers without getting a single leaf on you. Feeling the atmosphere in the field suddenly changed, the ninjas from various villages mixed in the crowd suddenly felt like a crush of the times. No matter you are a young talent from one of the 5 major ninja villages, you are obviously a firefly competing with the bright moon in front of Uchiha Chinyu. Excuse me, what is in this scroll? The 3rd generation of Hokage took the scroll and broke the silence in the field first. I don't know either. Daetong Muyuxu said lightly, but when he is gone, the earth will be protected by me. No matter how many of you love him deeply, I am his only fiancé copyright. My name is Daetong Muyuxu, the woman who inherited his will. If you have any objections, you can come to me. Chapter 445 Unrecorded Prisoners. Tick, tick. In the dark prison, there was an inexplicable biting cold wind. Even the iron pillars on the outside were hung upside down by ice spikes in the extreme cold. A figure curled up in a corner, wearing a black and white striped prisoner suit, twitched slightly. Hey, what's the origin of this little brat across the street? He was actually imprisoned in the 5th layer of the extremely cold hell. It can't be that the navy is incompetent. There are so many little brats with bounties of over 100 million in the sea outside. Haha, I think this little body can't even offer his back garden to us once, let alone fight. Prisoners with special fetishes may be blessed. The unbearable talk made the whole corridor boil. Suddenly, 2 scarlet colors suddenly lit up in the darkness, like a bright light in the darkness, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. The huge corridor fell into silence. However, before they could react, the 9 Magadama Sharingan suddenly turned, and the dark flames rushed up on the rude prisoner like a raging tide. It's on fire, it's on fire, my body is on fire. A fishman was the first to exclaim. However, facing this scene, many prisoners did not take it seriously at all. They just rolled their eyes and said disdainfully, "A fire? Maybe you have been having a lot of horny sex recently. There is a fire in your backyard. There is so much ice and snow here. You can put it out by rolling it. What's the big deal?" However, as soon as these words fell, screams from all around rang out one after another. No, what kind of fire is this? Why can't it be put out? Don't come over here, don't let the fire get on us. Come on, help, open the gate and save us. The shrill screams echoed in the huge corridor. The prisoner who originally didn't take the black flame seriously was instantly confused. At the same time, in the monitoring room of the Push City, the screens of countless monitoring telephone bugs instantly jumped to the 5th floor, the extremely cold hell. The endless black flames and the miserable scenes of the prisoners begging for help shocked the entire monitoring room. Hurry up and inform Magellan, the warden, that a fruit ability user has escaped from the 5th layer of the extremely cold hell. Please go to support him as soon as possible. A jailer was the first to be unable to hold back. The underwater prison of Impel Down City is divided into 6 layers. To be imprisoned in the 5th layer of the extremely cold hell, there is at least a reward of over 100 million, and some of them are fruit ability users. The black flames throughout the entire video surveillance range obviously gave the jailers a preconceived idea. Facing this scene, Hannibal, who was hiding behind the door, couldn't help but laugh teasingly. It's a rare lively time. As long as Magellan is a little derelict in his duty, the position of the warden will belong to me. After these words fell, the jailers looked embarrassed and couldn't help saying, "Chief Warden, you have said your ambition again." Accompanied by the urgent notice, it was passed on. The door of the 5th floor was kicked open, and Magellan, with a gloomy face, was walking slowly with his pants pulled down and a roll of paper towels dragged. The green poison dripping down the crotch directly corroded a big hole in the floor. Some prisoners who were not affected by the black flames covered their mouths immediately after seeing this scene. They had guessed that Magellan might have diarrhea again. And at the critical moment, he was obviously disrupted. Who knows, he even pooped his pants now. "Warden Magellan, help!" A prisoner who was stained with black flames grabbed the iron guardrail and hurriedly asked for help. However, before he finished speaking, Magellan showed a slight anger on his face, and reached out to grab his cheek. Endless venom, like a raging tide, quickly rushed out of his body. "Shut up!" The simple 4 words roared out, and the words were obviously mixed with the anger of being disturbed. However, the next moment, Magellan's expression stagnated, and soon he saw the venom gushing out, evaporating like water, and turning into steam. The black flames that were originally covered by the venom jumped up in an instant, and quickly spread to his body. The sudden scene made Magellan's expression change slightly, and the venom on his body flew and covered him again. After trying 3 or 4 times, the black flame was finally annihilated. As for the prisoner covered by the venom, he had already been corroded by the venom to the point that even his bones were gone. Looking at this scene, Magellan's face was extremely gloomy, and he turned back to look at the surrounding prisons. Due to this delay, the prisoners covered by the black flames had already turned into ashes. The remaining black flames also disappeared like ghosts. The strange scene made Magellan's face even gloomier. As the warden of this prison, he clearly remembered how many prisoners there were on each floor and what level of strength they had, and what means of fighting. However, facing this sudden black flame, no one in the 5th floor should have it. Could it be that someone has hidden means? But this is unscientific. They are all going to be thrown into the city, who would be stupid and not fight hard, and hide their means? Thinking of this, Magellan frowned even more tightly, and walked to the end of the corridor on the 5th floor with big strides. He would take a look at the prisoners along the way, and at the same time recall his name, ability, and what he had done. Prisoner No. 530. Magellan suddenly stopped and looked at the thin body in the cell, and was stunned. In his memory, he could not find any information matching the prisoner in front of him. After thinking carefully, it seemed that only one name vaguely appeared in his mind. Uchiha Chinyu. Magellan suddenly spoke. A pair of eyes, like torches, locked on the young man in front of him. The strength is unknown, the ability is unknown, the reward is unknown, and the crime is unknown. All this gave Magellan the feeling that it was like erasing all traces of existence, leaving only the name of the prisoner, which made people puzzled. However, facing this call, the thin figure curled up in the corner of the wall was as motionless as a dead person. If it were not for the perception of the observation haki, it could be clearly perceived that the body of the young man in front of him was still breathing. I am afraid Magellan would suspect that this was a corpse. Gurgle, gurgle, I'm Hannibal, the Great Warden. Magellan, please reply if you hear me. The voice of the Den Mushi suddenly sounded. Faced with Hannibal's ambition, Magellan obviously didn't take it to heart. After connecting to the Den Mushi, he said, the black flame has disappeared, and the number of dead prisoners is unknown. Please ask someone to count it. I'm going to find someone to see if I can get something out of it. Chapter 446. Only children make choices. The black flame disappeared? How many people died? Magellan, you failed in your duty. Hannibal was stunned at first, and then he shouted excitedly. It felt like he was getting closer and closer to the warden's position. However, facing all this, Magellan didn't take it to heart. After taking a closer look at the boy in the cell, he quickly walked to the 6th floor. Compared with him, there was another person who was more familiar with this prison. Facing the prisoners who seemed to be unknown, and the sudden appearance of the black flame, Magellan's heart seemed to have a little more discomfort. As Magellan left, Chinyu, who was curled up in the corner, moved his body slightly, then sat up straight, looked at the figure that disappeared at the end of the corridor, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally left, but I didn't expect that after leaving the Naruto world, I would come here. Chinyu's face had a trace of helplessness. When he was in Naruto, it coincided with the Third Ninja World War, and he was still a free man at that time. Now it's good. As soon as he came to this world, he was equipped with a red, white, and blue prison uniform, and was trapped in the world of One Piece, the dreaded Impel Down prison. This opening gift package is a joke. However, the first thing Chinyu needs to figure out now is the situation of the system. Why did it suddenly stop firing when he used the Manjakaya Sharingan just now? Ding dang, welcome to the host's first entry into the world template. Currently, there is a character template, the Naruto World 6 Path Mode, and a template character. The template status is not compatible with the current world. You need to obtain World Turbulence points to unlock the restrictions. The current Turbulence point is 3. A series of ethereal system voices echoed in the sea of consciousness, and Chinyu was stunned. Does this mean that the main account is blocked and you have to practice the small account? Now I am penniless, let alone leaving the city, I am afraid it will be a problem to survive. When I thought of those prisoners with special hobbies, my anus tightened, and I couldn't hold back. System, I don't want to play anymore, I want to go home. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the dimensional template gift pack. Open it immediately to get any dimensional template at random. The host can unlock this dimensional template through the world turbulence points, the ability of the body. This sudden sentence made people feel like the customer service was trying to retain old players who had paid for Krypton Gold. Before Qin Yu could react, 3 cards with their backs facing each other appeared in his consciousness space. Host, please make a choice within 30 seconds, otherwise it will be permanently closed and the host will also exit this meta world. The system's urging voice made Qin Yu raise his eyebrows. At present, the system clearly gave 2 ways. One is to choose a new template to continue training the trumpet and retrieve the password of the main account. 2. Send you home. Faced with this simple and straightforward choice, Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and chose the first one. Since it's here anyway, with the system, he doesn't believe that he will die. Moreover, in Qin Yu's eyes, only children will make choices. We adults, of course, want all of them. Turn over 3 cards for me. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the character template in Soul Gown. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the artifact, and you must get the glasses. Oh ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the demonic parasite cloak. Qin Yu was stunned by the 3 system prompts. If I remember correctly, this in Soul Gown is the Bone King in Overlord. He is at the highest level as soon as he appears. Earth's current character template fidelity is 0. The more familiar the host is with the role, the stronger the power will be. When the host's fidelity reaches 80%, he will obtain all the power of the character. When the fidelity exceeds 80%, the power obtained will exceed the original character. Accompanied by a series of system prompts. Qin Yu looked at the 3 things floating in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. Krypton Gold players, with the addition of Bone King, Grandma, can finally escape from prison. At the same time, in the Impel Down prison, the 6th floor of Infinite Hell. Those who can be imprisoned here are, without exception, pirates with a prominent reputation on the sea, political criminals, etc. Among them, either death row prisoners or life imprisonment. Some 2 vicious prisoners have been deliberately erased from history by the Navy headquarters and even the world government. It can be said that the prisoners who can be imprisoned here are almost legendary. Even the first to escape from the Impel Down prison, the legendary pirate Shiki, who is known as the Admiral of the Flying Pirates, was also imprisoned here. Haha, Magellan, you are a rare guest. This is the first time you have come to see me since you sent me here. A teasing voice came out in the dim prison. Compared with the connected prisons on the 5th floor, because the number of prisoners who can be imprisoned on the 6th floor is relatively small, and due to the individual characteristics, each prison will be far apart. And the person Magellan is looking for this time is the former Deputy Warden Yu Xi Lu, who was sent to the 6th floor by him not long ago. Xi Lu, I came to you this time not to reunite. Magellan took out a cigar and threw it directly into the prison. Xi Lu raised his eyebrows, but did not refuse. After taking it casually, his face became more solemn, and he said, it seems that something happened in the city of Pushing Forward that you can't control, otherwise you wouldn't be so generous. For this long-lost cigar, you say it. Watching Xi Lu light the cigar casually, Magellan did not beat around the bush and said, back then, for your own selfish desires, you not only killed the prisoners here, but also secretly captured a lot of people, causing chaos in the prison of Pushing Forward City. In the end, when I counted, there were 520 prisoners who disappeared for no reason, 390 died, and 17 were not recorded. But just now, there was a riot on the 5th floor, and there was a strange black flame that could not be extinguished. When I rushed there, many prisoners died, and there was also an unrecorded prisoner. Speaking of this, Magellan looked at Ziliu and said, I just remember that the man was called Uchiha Kainu. He gave me a very dangerous feeling. I want to know if you have any relationship with him. Uchiha Kainu. Ziliu raised his eyebrows, obviously trying his best to search for the memory in his mind, but after a brief silence, he shook his head and said, I seem to have some impression of this name, but I don't know where it came from. However, this name seems to have something to do with Wano country. To find out, there is another way, which is to contact the Navy headquarters. Those who can be sent to the Impel Down prison are all charged with crimes and rewards. I think they will have records there. If possible, I also want to see what this guy who makes you feel dangerous looks like. Otherwise, let me out and chop him up. Chapter 447 I am in Soul Gown. Navy Headquarters. Magellan raised his eyebrows. He was mentally retarded for that troublesome old guy. No. It should be said that he still doesn't want to have too much contact with the warring states of the Buddha of wisdom. After all, the old man is too long-winded when he is old. However, the kid named Uchiha Kainya who suddenly appeared at the moment still made him feel uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he still found the Den Mushi that was specifically used to contact the navy. Shiryu, who witnessed this scene, also became interested immediately. In his eyes, he really hoped that there would be some troubles that Magellan could not solve. At that time, he might have a chance to leave this ghost place. At the same time, it would also allow the long-lost saber to drink some fresh blood. This feeling, but just thinking about it makes Yu Zhiliu excited. At the same time, in the 5th floor, Qin Yu, who was imprisoned, still maintained a posture of not moving unless the enemy moved before he figured out the principle of the system. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Yu's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a trace of excitement flashed in the depths of his pupils. According to the interpretation of the system, he can now be divided into the main body, which belongs to the 6-path template in Naruto that is restricted by this world, and a similar transformation character template, in Zoul Gown. This character template needs to be unlocked through imitation. But what made Qin Yu feel surprised was that his main body belonged to the power of the Naruto world, and it was restricted by the conflict with this world. But his own one-key full-level system was still retained. Although there have been some changes, starting with 2 systems is like having 2 artifacts in a novice village, so awesome. In Qin Yu's cognition, the Bone King was indeed a full-level necromancer in the original work. The average player has only 1300 mana at full level, but the Bone King has 1980, and can use up to 718 kinds of magic. He also has a large number of super-level magic. However, once the mana is exhausted, his agility, close combat, defense, etc. are all at a medium level. If it can be combined with a one-click full-level system, the power of this world can be used on the Bone King. This may make up for this shortcoming. When he thought of this, Qin Yu felt eager to try. After making up his mind, Qin Yu patted the dust off the red, white and blue prison uniform on his body and looked at the prison cells around him. If you ask, in the world of One Piece, where is the best place to steal the skills? In addition to the Marine recruit camp, this Impel Down prison can definitely be called a place where talents abound. Who doesn't have some tricks to rely on when a reward of over 100 million or even hundreds of millions is available? Now, what Qin Yu has to do is to gather everyone's strengths and raise the level of the trumpet. Haha, kid, you finally woke up. I was just worried about being bored. The guys here are too idle. I haven't seen a little kid like you with a snow-white back garden for a long time. The sudden words attracted Qin Yu's attention. Looking at the fishman in the prison opposite, who was taller than ordinary people, like an iron tower, Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In his memory, the fishman was good at karate and fishman judo. However, the fishman in front of him seemed to have no outstanding features except that he was a little ugly. Boy, why are you silent? Are you scared by the old men? I advise you to kill some time for them quickly, otherwise your butt will be in danger when they get anxious. Blackfish is right. None of us has not carried some lives. If you don't behave, we can kill you through the prison. Would you like to bet? I bet that this kid will be scared to the ground and take off his pants to beg for mercy in less than 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Do you overestimate this kid's small body, or underestimate Blackfish? I bet 2 minutes. I bet 1 minute. The endless arguments made the corridor on the 5th floor suddenly lively. Looking at this scene, Qin Yu smiled playfully. He hasn't experienced this feeling of being despised for a long time. However, this is just right. To completely control the power of the Bone King, he still needs to pretend step by step. The moment he looked up, he smiled and said, "It seems that everyone here is bored." The small voice swept the whole place like a hurricane at this moment. The huge corridor fell into silence in an instant. The next moment, it turned into a roar of laughter. Haha, is this kid crazy? He dares to pull in front of us. I will give him an enema with an iron pillar as thick as my arm. Blackfish, this kid seems to be crazy about you. Why don't you say anything? Hurry up and kill him. Blackfish, what are you looking at? The cells in the corridor are opposite to each other. Except for the cell where Blackfish is, which can see Qin Yu directly, the other cells are obviously not. They join in the fun just to be rude by seeing Blackfish. What's more, they don't know anything and make a fuss here. Boom! The low sonic boom sound suddenly echoed. The black fog as dark as ink vented without any sign. The scarlet light lit up in the dim cell, and the eyes like phosphorus fire became brighter and brighter. The next moment, a bone hand with white bones suddenly grabbed the iron pillar guardrail. The black fog outside paused for a moment, as if it was attracted and pulled by an invisible force. In an instant, it was swallowed up by the whale and swallowed into the huge skeleton. The eyes that were originally like phosphorus fire were like a fascinating lamp in the dark phantom at this moment. The whole dim corridor was also dyed scarlet. When he looked up suddenly, there was a feeling of extreme excitement in the deep eye sockets of the skeleton. Power. Qin Yu looked at his skeleton's big hand. The long-lost power was not as strong as before, but for him now, it was like a straw caught in a drowning. For him who has dual systems, this little power alone is enough to get started. Skull. Skeleton. This kid has turned into a huge skeleton. Who are you? Blackfish, who had been silent the whole time, was the first to scream out in surprise. His pupils shrank and his eye sockets were about to burst. Seeing the boy suddenly turn from a thin boy to a man nearly 100 meters tall, 0.2 meters, a huge skeleton like an iron tower. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that this white butt suddenly has no meat? You ask who I am. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly condensed, and his scarlet eyes turned in vain. The moment he locked on the black fish, he spoke sternly. I am Insoulgaon, the supreme unifier of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Chapter 448 Awakening 718 Kinds of Magic. Insoulgaon. The unparalleled voice, at this moment, was like a magic sound, echoing throughout the 5th floor, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. At this moment, it even shocked everyone. After all, after entering the 5th floor, whether it is a pirate or a prisoner, they have long been worn away by time and boredom. Who has the confidence to speak so domineeringly? However, before they could react, a sharp and piercing sound of metal twisting echoed in the dead corridor. The moment everyone looked in the direction of the sound, they saw 2 pale skeleton hands, which suddenly clenched the special iron pillar. Looking at this pair of pale hands, although most people could not see Qin Yu's current appearance clearly, they obviously associated it with Blackfish's scream just now. This is a devil fruit ability user. In the world of One Piece, all inexplicable phenomena and problems can be related to the devil fruit. Especially, Qin Yu is now transformed into the Bone King, with this terrifying physique. This is obviously the only explanation. No possibility, if he is a devil fruit ability user, he will not be imprisoned in an ordinary cell at all. The sharp-eyed prisoner was the first to shout. Moreover, the devil fruit user must also wear sea stone, so he can't use the devil fruit ability at all. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves were instantly tense. As long as they could see the cell where Qin Yu was, everyone's eyes were fixed on the pair of bony hands that were holding the iron bars tightly. However, after the sound of metal pulling just now faded, the iron guardrail that was originally slightly bent became motionless, as if it had been misfired. This sudden sense of horror made many people's expressions stagnate. Is this a bluff? Compared with the people outside, Qin Yu was also puzzled. Now his character template has been switched, but the degree of realism of his role is 0. The power that can be exerted is not only to scare people with his appearance. Let alone bending the iron pillar, I am afraid that any prisoner can bend Qin Yu. Ding dong, the Bone King's quotes are activated successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20% realism. Host, Uchiha Qin Yu. Possessing character template, Uchiha Qin Yu, 120%. Second character, Insoulgaon, 20%. The current character template is Insoulgaon, and the ability is being recorded. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the characteristic talent and eliminating negative emotions. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd level flight. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd level all attribute improvement. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd level dragon power. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd level magic duet. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd level dead regeneration. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining. A series of system upgrade sounds sounded in Qin Yu's mind like a symphony. Just imagine awakening 718 kinds of magic in an instant, that feeling is just like the initiation in the fairy tales. If Qin Yu had not been mentally prepared, he would have been confused by this sudden huge information group. If he was not careful, he might have really become an idiot. Feeling that the magic power in his body was only 20% of the peak period, it was enough for Qin Yu now. If he pretended to be cool, he would be struck by thunder and lightning. Not to mention that others couldn't stand it, even Qin Yu himself was furious. Now, just a quote from the King of Pretentiousness activated 20% of the realism. This made Qin Yu see a bright future. Looking at Qin Yu, who was silent for a while, the prisoners present were stunned at first, and then quickly came to their senses. Blackfish, who just screamed out loud and clearly felt that he had lost face, had a green-red expression. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You little bastard, you can't even bend an iron pillar, and you are still pretending here. I will definitely stuff this iron pillar into your intestines in a moment." The roar of gnashing teeth echoed in the corridor. However, this time, before other prisoners could talk, Qin Yu had already exited the consciousness space, and the moment he raised his head suddenly, the phosphorescent fire flickered in the deep eye sockets, giving people a creepy feeling. The plain words, swallowed and spit out, once again pried people's nerves. "Oh, are you doubting the name of the great Owl Gown? Then let me see where your confidence comes from. Level 2 Agility. Level 2 Defense. Level 2 Strength. Level 2 All Attributes Improvement. Level 2 Dragon Power." Ding ding ding. Oni series of roars came from Qin Yu, and various auxiliary magics lit up like a revolving lantern. One after another, the mysterious magic arrays turned into protective light and enveloped Qin Yu. The next moment, the illusory dragon bloomed on the surface of his body. Roar. The sound of the dragon's roar was like thunder. The dragon spread its wings and soared, bursting with endless dragon power, sweeping the entire 5th floor. Dragon power is auxiliary magic, the top enchantment among powers. Level 2 dragon power means that Qin Yu has the power of 2 dragons in both arms. When the magic mark was imprinted on his body, Qin Yu's white bone hand holding the iron pillar suddenly clenched his 5 fingers, and slowly pulled it apart in front of everyone. Crack! The special iron pillar, which was originally indestructible and as thick as an adult's arm, was quickly bent like paper under Qin Yu's hands. When both hands pulled hard, the entire prison door was directly overturned, revealing an entrance and exit large enough for Qin Yu to walk out. Bang! The eerie skeleton foot smashed out, and the huge pale body was clearly visible to everyone at this moment. The pair of deep, scarlet eyes like phosphorus fire made all the prisoners' pupils shrink, and they almost split their eye sockets. Facing the changes in everyone's expressions, Qin Yu's heart flashed a trace of satisfaction. However, with the elimination of negative emotions by nature, it was directly annihilated in his heart. At the moment, he could only maintain a highly calm mind like ice. The fiery eyes suddenly turned and locked onto the black fish, and spoke coldly. "Didn't you just say that you were going to give me an enema? Why aren't you doing anything now? You, don't come over here. This is the prison of Push City. You are now tearing up the cell without permission. You have committed a serious crime. Someone will come to deal with you soon." Blackfish panicked and threw an ice cone at Qin Yu. With the strength of the fishman being several times that of an ordinary person, the power that burst out from this sudden throw was also not small. Chapter 449 Please die. Puff. The ice cone that shot out was instantly caught by Qin Yu's hand. The white bone hand clenched suddenly. Under various attribute enchantments, the primitive power that burst out was also not to be underestimated. Bang! The ice cone was crushed in response, turning into crystal fragments and scattered on the corridor. Seeing this scene, Blackfish's face changed immediately. The cold breath exuded by the skeleton in front of him, as well as his words and deeds, were obviously not joking. "5th floor, what are you doing? Be quiet, or don't blame us for running out of food." The Den Mushi broadcast suddenly sounded, obviously startled by the noise. When the Den Mushi hanging in the corner turned back to take pictures, Qin Yu suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed the Den Mushi through the air. Level 2 Ghost Train. Bang bang bang. A series of pale green ghost fires, like wheels, condensed out of thin air around Qin Yu's body. The next moment, as if being pulled, it quickly shot towards the surrounding Den Mushi. Since Qin Yu decided to escape from the impel-down prison, the first thing he had to do was to buy time to improve his strength. Looking at the scene where the Den Mushi were completely destroyed in an instant, the prisoners on the 5th floor suddenly changed their expressions. Crazy! This skull is crazy. As prisoners in the impel-down prison, as long as they are not fools, they all know clearly that there are two people who cannot be offended in this place. In addition to the abuser of the crazy rain, there is also a toilet director Magellan. The strength of the two may be inferior to that of Ziliu of Rain, but Magellan is definitely at the level of an admiral. With the strength of an admiral, let alone the prisoners on the 5th floor, even the legendary existence on the 6th floor is probably not their opponent. Especially facing Magellan's poisonous fruit ability, it is simply terrifying. Fishman, why don't you speak? Didn't you have a hard mouth just now? I'm standing here, just attack me, let me see what you can do. After destroying all the Den Mushi, Qin Yu spoke again coldly. Blackfish, who watched this scene, turned pale all of a sudden. He never thought that in this prison, he could hit a wall by pretending to be tough with his mouth. Don't come over, you destroyed the prison and the Den Mushi. Magellan, the warden, will be here soon. By then, you will be dead. Blackfish said hurriedly. Is this your confidence? Qin Yu's scarlet eyes flickered like fire and said, or tell me what means you have, maybe if you tell me, I can spare your life. For example, Fishman Karate or Fishman Judo. No. I don't know these, don't come over, otherwise I will kill you. Blackfish shook his head hurriedly, and then took out a simple sword in a corner. This is a blade polished with an iron pillar, which is a very rare thing in this kind of prison. You don't know anything. Qin Yu frowned and said in a deep voice, you disappoint me so much, but there is one thing you can help with, that is, please die. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu took a step forward, and the white bone hand went straight to the iron pillar. Witnessing this scene, Blackfish's face suddenly turned pale, and a trace of ferocity flashed in the depths of his pupils. He suddenly clenched the simple sword with both hands and stabbed towards Qin Yu. You forced me to do it, I want to kill you. When a huge force was released. If it were normal times, the strength of the fishman would be several times or even 10 times that of an ordinary human. However, after years of being in the prison of the Push City and not having enough food, the quality of his physique had already declined by more than half. This so-called thrust was not at all outstanding. It was just easily caught by Qin Yu with the help of the dragon's power. Is this your strength? It's really disappointing. I thought you knew Fishman Karate and Fishman Judo. Qin Yu looked at the black fish coldly and said, if that's all, I'm really sorry. In my eyes, strength and weakness are measured in meters. I can't understand the difference between 1 centimeter and 3 centimeters. So, please die. Level 2 Ghost Train. Bang! The light green ghost flames rushed out of Qin Yu's white bone hand and swallowed the black fish in an instant. After just 7 or 8 seconds, the screams gradually subsided. The huge 5th floor, besides the smell of burning in the air, was left with a group of pale-faced prisoners. They had never thought that since the legendary pirate Golden Lion, who was imprisoned on the 6th floor more than 10 years ago, escaped successfully, they would encounter such a crazy thing in their lifetime, from the 5th floor. When they thought that even Blackfish was killed, facing the scarlet phosphorus eyes, many prisoners felt like they were falling into an ice cellar. Okay, it's your turn to tell us what you are good at. If you are all mediocre, then please die. The cold voice hit the depths of people's souls like a raging tide. Facing such crazy words, even nerves almost broke. At the same time, at the moment when the 5th floor Den Mushi was destroyed, the screen in the monitoring room suddenly went black. The sudden scene made the jailer's face change drastically. This kind of crazy thing has not happened for many years. Why is the screen black? What happened that made Magellan unable to sit on the position of warden? Hannibal's voice came suddenly. At this moment, the jailer seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and reported in a hurry, Deputy Warden, there was a riot among prisoners in the 5th layer of the extremely cold hell. The last picture captured by Den Mushi showed that a skeleton who was suspected to be a devil fruit user escaped from the prison. Devil fruit user? Skull. Hannibal's expression stagnated, and he hurriedly said, didn't Magellan go to the 5th layer? How could such a thing happen? Hannibal was very eager to kick Magellan out of the position of warden and replace him. However, if we really talk about strength, Hannibal is only a little bit more resistant to attack, and his overall strength remains at the level of Major General. There is a big difference between him and Magellan. If even Magellan can't catch this prisoner who escaped from prison, then the person who escaped may reach the level of the former Golden Lion. Warden Magellan left the 5th floor not long ago. According to the Den Den Mushi monitoring, he went to the 6th floor. We have tried to contact him just now, but unfortunately Magellan's Den Den Mushi is busy. The jailer replied in a hurry. He's not here. Hannibal was stunned at first, and then a trace of ecstasy flashed across his face. In the city of Impel Down, the greater the crime and the lower the level of imprisonment, the more severe the punishment. It can be said that it is already very good for the prisoners in the 5th floor to maintain half of their strength in their heyday. If Magellan had not been defeated, it would mean that he, the deputy warden, still had a chance to make merit. When he thought of this, Hannibal was eager to try. Chapter 450 The Dead are most trustworthy. The huge 5th floor of the extremely cold hell suddenly became dead silent. Facing the screams of Blackfish before his death, the long silent cell became even more depressed. Hey, what on earth do you want to do? If you keep making trouble like this, Magellan will come and you will definitely die. A burly prisoner was the first to lose his temper. Don't let us get involved. Yes, if you want to escape from prison, that's your business, we won't get involved. This is Impel Down, do you think you are a golden lion? Don't joke with me. You can't do this kind of thing alone. Facing the burly skeleton transformed by Qin Yu, after the initial shock, he obviously mistook this change for the ability of the devil fruit. After all, Qin Yu's current state and appearance are similar to the animal-type fantasy beast species and the human fruit Buddha form possessed by the wise martial Buddha warring states in the Navy headquarters. Moreover, after such a big thing happened here, the senior officials in the Impel Down prison will definitely know. Once Magellan comes again, the skeleton demon in front of him will definitely be killed. For these two reasons, they are not worried. Involve you. Qin Yu looked around coldly and said, who said I want to involuntarily? Besides, I am not alone. I just want to borrow something from you. Borrow something? As soon as this was said, everyone's nerves were touched. They have been imprisoned on the 5th floor, but they don't move around much. They are separated by a cell and have no intersection at all. If they want to take the risk of offending Magellan and not being able to survive in the Impel Down prison, I am afraid that not many people will agree. Boy, we don't even know each other, why should I lend you something? Do you really think you are a golden lion? You just ask us to borrow it. That's just a dream. That's your own business. It has nothing to do with us. Get out of here. The huge corridor was boiling again. However, Qin Yu didn't take it to heart. He grabbed the simple sword of Blackfish with his backhand. His scarlet eyes exuded a ferocious light that captured people's hearts. His cold voice was very creepy. Since you don't want to, I can only take your lives away. Level 2 flying. Boom. Qin Yu stepped on his feet. Under the power of dragon and flying magic, he was as light as a ghost and instantly appeared in the prison cell beside him. The skeleton's big hand suddenly clenched, and the dark green ghost fire instantly burned on the sword. Level 2 fire attribute enchantment, ghost fire open. With the creepy green light, Qin Yu clenched the simple sword in both hands, without any fancy moves, and chopped it diagonally towards the iron bars of the prison cell beside him. Dang! The clanging sound of metal collisions echoed in the huge corridor. Sparks splashed like fireworks, and the thick iron pillar was instantly split apart, along with the prisoners inside. Broken limbs and debris flew, and hot blood splashed. Under the creepy green light, people's feet were chilled. When the body fell heavily to the ground, it suddenly turned around, and the deep skull eye sockets flashed with scarlet blood, looking around the scene. The creepy voice came out, shaking the nerves again. Those who obey live, and those who disobey die. Are you ready? The rhetorical question made the extremely cold hell even colder. In an instant, Qin Yu pounced out like a cheetah. No, don't kill me. Even if you kill us, you can't escape. I know the Navy's 6-style shave. I am willing to follow your jailbreak, don't kill me. The creepy green, scarlet eyes, and the blade with ghost fire were like a long rainbow cutting through the night. Many prison cells were directly kicked open by Qin Yu. The moment the knife fell, the prisoners who had already been hungry and cold were directly beheaded. Some pirates who surrendered halfway were directly unlocked by Qin Yu using the second-level unlocking magic. However, with the number of people being released, more and more people were gradually released. The prisoners who had been saying that they wanted to help Qin Yu gradually revealed their original intentions. Picking up the scattered iron pillars, with a ferocious face, they rushed towards him. For a time, more than a dozen people took action at the same time, and the huge momentum actually overwhelmed Qin Yu in momentum. It affected the hearts of many prisoners present, and their eyes were locked on Qin Yu. In their eyes, no matter how powerful Uchiha Qin Yu was, he would definitely panic when facing so many people joining forces. However, just as this thought came to mind, the first scene that came into view shook everyone's nerves. Sure enough, in this world, the most trustworthy people are the dead. A low and cold voice came out of Qin Yu's mouth. The incarnation of An's Owl gown, with scarlet eyes, burst into light at the moment, and the violent magic power burst out like a raging tide. The hurricane turned into a hurricane, sweeping back the entire messy ruins in an instant. When the attacking prisoners were forced to retreat, scarlet magic circles bloomed under the broken corpses. Dozens, hundreds, even some corpses that were killed or starved to death in the past, covered by ice and snow, were also pulled by magic at this moment, blooming scarlet magic circles. For a moment, every corner of the entire 5th floor seemed to be shrouded in scarlet blood-red light. The sound of reciting spells from Qin Yu's mouth became more and more urgent. The next moment, before everyone could react, the huge black magic circle suddenly opened under Qin Yu's feet, and the powerful magic swept the whole place like a hurricane. Undead magic graveyard of the dead. Roar. A series of hoarse roars, like the awakening of the dead. The corpses scattered on the ground, the wreckage covered in ice and snow, suddenly stretched out the skeleton hands from the magic circle. Under the horrified eyes of the crowd, they struggled to crawl out. Hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of white skeletons holding rusty blades appeared in front of everyone. There were so many that it was like a black mass, and there was no end in sight. Qin Yu, who witnessed this scene, flashed a trace of satisfaction on his face, and said, "It seems that the dead are the most trustworthy. Although they are only the lowest level skeleton soldiers, as long as I have a thought, they will not have any objections. Unless my magic power is exhausted, they will not retreat." The stern voice came out of Qin Yu's mouth, and the cold taste hit the depths of people's souls. When his eyes suddenly turned, his hands slightly opened and closed, and the cold voice echoed again. "My servants, fight for freedom. If there are any resistance, kill them all."